folks. It is Friday, September 23rd, 2022. We're back. Another week in the hobby. So let's get Mr. Burrell up here. Hey, Bobby, how's it going?
Hey, Bobby.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening. Good evening. So generally speaking, as I like to say, and of course that'll lead to a very short show. A quiet week in the hobby for the most part. I did make the one video though on the Topps Chrome thing just to cover it, but I sat back and waited until a little more information came in because I was like, there's no hurry. I knew that under normal circumstances I would have kind of had some fun with it and jumped at it, but I was like, no, it was too vague. Like it was intentional. Like I read the initial statement, I was like, "No, you're still trying to figure it out. That's you. That's you stalling for time. Let me wait until I get version 2. When you give me version 2, I'll read version 2." And that's what I did. I literally waited until they came back to the version 2, and as soon as they did that, it's like, okay, so now we know there are some of them in the packs.
Yes.
And these specific boxes have got them, not these ones, but these ones. I was like, these are the details that I want. So I'll make the video with the full detail, with more of the details. So I think that'll be good.
It's still a cluster app, anyways.
Oh, 100%. But that was part of the fun I had with the discussion was, yes, it is 100% a cluster, totally. But at the same time, it's like, but it was people arguing about, I lost my opportunity to get something I probably wasn't going to get.
Yeah.
So it's like if you didn't think the box was a good value before, by the way, I actually think given the price of the hobby boxes, I actually think it was a bad value, even with the possibility of the short print variations, because most of you aren't going to get them anyway. So therefore, you should probably needed to sit back and let the secondary market bring the price down because the box price was too high, in my opinion, with or without the short prints.
Everybody was jumping in. They haven't had anything for such a long time, so
yeah. So anyway, so Hobby Champs second. Well, I think unless there's something else in the chat, Hobby Champs, I think you're actually first. I think you actually got the first comment in, as far as I can tell. You might have sold yourself short. Yeah, Maximus Pumpernickel, hola Carlos, hola Bobby, hola Beckett Chill. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Doing the countdown.
Who's the Beckett Chill? I don't understand.
Nothing.
Yes.
Move on.
Yep. And Carlos is bullshit. I heard him say that myself. Yes. Carlosina says yes. Good evening, Dave. Absolutely. But yeah, no, like it was an interesting one because it was, like I said, it was a story. It was something. And obviously, it's important that Topps needs to do a better job. They should borrow a page from Upper Deck, because Upper Deck actually opens a case for quality control purposes. It's a good way for them to double check, make sure the cards look good, make sure things seem to be falling the way they expect them to, and they can actually use that product for replacements if they need to. So it's a simple way, without adding anything to the print run, they can literally make sure stuff is working more or less the way it should, and at least they would help them maybe catch some of it.
I thought that was all part of quality control for everybody. So
I assume nothing as far as the manufacturers. I assume literally nothing. Somebody in there was probably sitting there like, "Hey, what are these stack of these short prints doing over there?" Joe, you idiot!
There was a time when it was just a gum company. So what did you expect, right?
Exactly. I think there's too much of an assumption of professionalism. It's like, guys, I laugh because a lot of people say, "Oh, it's a conspiracy." Say, you think they're smart enough to pull off a conspiracy?
No.
I think it's literally Joe over there is about to get fired because he forgot to send a memo. Is what happened.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sometimes the simpler answer is the correct answer. It's Occam's razor. Yeah. Sometimes the simpler answer is the more likely response here.
Fiction is stranger than truth, right?
Yes.
Or truth is stranger than fiction.
Truth is stranger than fiction. Truth is stranger than fiction. Good evening, Tom. So Paul here. The value of the box too high, kind of like the value of Eric's paycheck from the Beckett job. Ooh,
What? Come on.
Brutal. They're vicious right out of the gate. I like it. Max and Pumpernickel. What's the estimated number of short prints? No idea. How many Soto Gatorade bats are there out at the moment? The Soto Gatorade bats is uncommon. I won't say it's rare, but it's printed in lesser quantity than a lot of the other ones. The current ones, though, we have literally no idea. That's the reason why I said that some of the righteous indignation some people had, like, I couldn't get behind it. I was like, look, I understand you paid for an overpriced box. By the way, it was overpriced. So I understand you're mad about that. But you can't complain that you didn't get a golden lottery ticket. Because realistically, you were hoping to pull something that you probably weren't going to pull to offset the fact that you just got ripped off.
Yes.
It was your own damn fault, because by the way, even if it had been in there, it's only a 50-50 chance that'll save you. Yeah. I can't guarantee that would have saved you, even if you had pulled it.
How did this blunder by Topps come to light?
enough people open enough cases that
It's just-
they because it's short printed, yes, but there's like a certain point because we got breakers, group breakers, and stuff like that. And when a product just comes out, that's the hottest time for the product. So they're going to open up a bunch of that stuff, and they're pulling hits out. It's not like stuff isn't coming out. They're autographs, refractors, different variants and stuff. But they're looking and go like, we're pulling cards out of 10, we're pulling cards out of 5, we're pulling one of ones, we're
Where's
pulling
the
this.
big stuff?
Where's the short prints? Because the short prints aren't limited like that, but they knew they were short printed, but they're like, so is it one per case? Like, even then, that would be pretty short printed, relatively speaking. But you've opened like 10 cases. Why haven't you seen one? Logic would dictate it's not that short printed. So that was basically what led people to question it first. And then enough people question Topps where they're like, Joe, you did send the memo, didn't you? I'm going on vacation. Runs out the door. And then they go and look. But it was a good reminder, and kind of what I mentioned there on also when I was talking to Brad yesterday, it was a good reminder. Go, by the way, the manufacturers don't manufacture. They contract the work out. They basically design the design, and then they hand it over to them, and they print it, and they put the stuff in the packs. So a mistake can totally happen, especially if you're saying like, oh, print these separately, and then we'll insert them separately. Then it's not part of the normal collation process. It's not part of the normal, moving the cards around. It's like you could 100% have somebody sit there with a pile of like, you were supposed to put those in there. Oh, by the way, the vendors work for multiple manufacturers too. The one that I'm surprised hasn't happened yet, and I'm hoping there'll be a time. I'm hoping.
I bet you're thinking the same thing as me. Go ahead.
One time, I want to open a Topps product. Panini, son of a.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It could totally happen, by the way. It could totally happen. So far, they, to my knowledge, I haven't seen it, but I could 100%. National Treasures is like in Topps flagship? Huh.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, in fairness, I'm joking. I'm being facetious because the higher end ones, they do still manually pack out some of the higher end ones. So stuff like the cup is generally been manually packed out. So they at least should know what's in those packs because there's less cards, so they can control it a little bit better. But for like flagship is printed in millions and millions and millions of cards, so they're not hand packing that. That's machines. The machine, the ComC machine or its brethren are handling that business. So that's where you can make a mistake and something goes wrong, and guess what? It happens.
Yep.
Someone's looking to corner the market. Yep. Good evening, Steven. Good evening, guys. Like fast food, the dollar box menu is not value. That's right. Without short prints, I guess everyone's odds improve for the other parallels. To a certain degree, I guess you could take it in that way. But yeah, it's one of those things, though. Like, I think the problem was they were looking at a long shot value add as being something that would save them from a lot of losses. And the problem is, like, it was only going to be, and again, that's what the point I made with a lot of folks is, okay, so let's say it was one per case. You opened 3 boxes. You could 100% have legitimately opened 3 boxes and still not gotten them. Or 4 boxes, still not gotten them. 5 boxes, still not gotten them.
It's not like a Fleer box. Come on.
Yeah. But just imagine, though, I was sitting there like, I understand you being annoyed that you missed out on a potential other additional hit, but it's like, don't act like you were 100% going to get one. Because everybody I listen to, like, you listen to them, it's like, but they denied me mine. It's like, no, they didn't. Most of you were not getting one anyway. And by the way, singles collectors don't care because they're like, well, as long as you get it in the market somehow, I'm going to go on eBay and buy it anyway. Makes no difference to me as a singles collector. So fair enough. Wish I could remember, but I've actually seen that in a break. Oh, nice. It was a Topps product. The person had one Prism basketball card in it. I knew it. I'd like to see it a little bit more. It'd be funny. Or Steve Hart says, an anomaly. Well played. We like our we like our references. I'll try to dig it up and find out where I've seen it. Confirm it wasn't very good trying to get attention for clicks. Yeah, but I could totally see it. It could 100% happen theoretically if they're running the same production in the same facility at the same time. One person has to make a mistake, and a couple of cards wind up in the packs. They shouldn't be there. Sebastian, good evening. I could care less about Top Scrum. I just enjoy being outraged. Now that's an attitude I can get behind. A little appreciation, a little good old fashioned irrational outrage. I can accept that. I accept that, Sebastian.
I think that's my life motto.
That's literally your life. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I didn't know there were SPs in the hobby until the hobby told me how screwed I got. Exactly. And that was a valid point made. A lot of people will live in perfect ignorance, having no clue that this was even a thing. So
Ignorance is bliss. That's the best statement in the world.
yeah. And by the way, since it was considered to be a short print, a lot of those people probably opened a handful of boxes. Oh, I just wasn't lucky, and then they went out about their day. So that's what made it funny. I enjoyed the videos and stuff. That's where I got my entertainment. But at the same time, I was like, really? Do we really care that much? Is it really that important? I don't think it is, but to each their own. Whatever makes you happy. Yeah, Aaron says every box is a gamble. When you gamble, you got to know the house always wins. Yeah, absolutely. What do you guys think about the future of old vintage Type 1 photos of Hall of Fame baseball players, given how the card supply is dwindling in the market? Given how the card supply is dwindling in the market.
I don't know about card supply, but I mean, Type 1 photos have always been popular, especially in baseball, not in hockey so much.
Yeah.
A little bit in football. Basketball is very big, actually, in that too as well. So you get into the Type 1 or 2, they're pretty popular, and you get some pretty big money for simple photos, surprisingly enough.
What's the size of the photo?
Really depends. 8x10 is generally what it is,
Okay.
but it can be smaller.
Sure.
And it can be a little bit larger. The larger ones actually get more money. So you can get up to even 16 by 10 by 16. Those extra large ones, they're really nice, and they're very hard. And they're usually by a photographer. And if you can get original from that, that's really great bucks.
Yeah, I think there's some. So kind of to answer Mark's question. There is certainly a future for them. I do think it is a little bit of a niche because traditionally a lot of collectors don't like the oversize. That has always been a little bit of an issue because they always suffer, even if they're well done. It's one of those things like items, oversized items. Some people really like them and they specialize in them. They really understand them, and then for them it's appealing. But then for other folks, like it's kind of a big item.
The question is really kind of interesting that you say, what do you think about? Well, the future is here with them. There's a very big market out there. If you don't know anything about it, then it's actually huge compared to what you might think. It's amazing. There's actually a few auction houses that just do photos, completely.
Yep. Business 124, good evening. And then Paul on the flip. I watched the football card break, had 2 1-of-1s in the first round quarterback RPA, so box can be loaded too. Yep. Now what happens though is remember, whenever you look at odds, it's over the entire stated print run. So if you get a loaded box, that means somebody really got short printed on a box.
Yeah.
They're like, wait a minute, this sucks. It's like, well, yeah, that's because that guy got all your stuff.
Yeah.
The machine didn't like you. Wait, hold on, I missed one. Thoughts on the strong possibility of Fanatics buying Beckett? I don't know how strong that is, but I love that everybody's spending Fanatics' money. Like, look, the only person that should be spending Fanatics' money is me. Fanatics, spend money on me. Let's go. You can get me cheaper than Beckett because Lord knows there's probably one guy who still thinks Beckett has value.
I don't. Okay.
Like I'm willing to go pretty high, but there's got to be one guy who still thinks Beckett has value. One guy. It can't just be Eric. It can't just be Eric.
Right. Since it was brought up, I just want to tell everybody in the chat, get your.
All right, is this the official rant?
No. This is the preamble.
No. Preamble. Okay.
Yeah. Call your friends. Get them in here. Stick around for a little while because I have a Beckett story that has outraged me so great this week. My head may come off my shoulders tonight. So be prepared.
That right there is a tease. That right there is a tease in the business. Yeah. Look at this guy. He's not just here to show Beckett. He's also here to denounce Beckett and tease the denouncement of Beckett.
I am absolutely beside myself pissed.
Interesting. All right. So what I'll say is this. Fanatics, I actually am of the opinion right now, given the economic climate don't think they necessarily have enough gas left in the tank to be going after too many more things.
No.
I think Panini, I genuinely believe that Panini deal is most of the way done, if not done. And I believe that's the last major acquisition for right now because they can't just run to the market to do another round of funding. People are not rushing to throw more money into this right now. So whatever they've got, they're probably going to focus their attention on, look, we've already paid a lot of money for these licenses. If we can get the Panini stuff under wraps, that means we got basketball and football. That means we're ready to roll. We got 3 of the 4 major sports, and we got a bunch of other licenses and properties under our name. We've got all that. So let's roll and let's actually start making some money now. Because you can't just keep buying, spending money. Eventually, the expectation, especially with the leagues and the Players Association and everything, they expect to get some money too. So you can't just keep buying stuff. Eventually, you got to be like, now you need to sell product and make money. Yeah. So I think at that point, and honestly, to be blunt, we joke about it infinitely right now. Outside of the brand, Beckett has no value. The residuals of the brand is the value they've got left. The database is outdated. The website is only just now starting to get updated a little bit, but there's still vestiges of the old website. That database needs a complete overhaul. I don't believe in their new technological thing. They've got a vault, but so does everybody and their brother. Bobby has a vault, Eric has a vault, I have a vault. Like literally everybody. They're like Tim Hortons franchises in Canada right now. Everybody's got a vault. Don't worry about it. So that's not a game changer by any stretch of the imagination. They're promising a lot of stuff. They claim that they can do this thing. And the grading department is still, which by the way, had a foothold for years. It had some cachet. It's not there anymore. So they're now in a dogfight to hang on as having legitimate status. So like they've got way too much stuff to deal with. If I was going in, I'd been offering them pennies on the dollar.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm not offering you real money. Like the only thing you got left is a brand name, and you're gonna have to rehabilitate. You're gonna have to throw more money to try to fix some of the stuff you guys did already.
I think Beckett would have to pay Fanatics.
At that point, almost, yeah. That might be Fanatics' first way to start to make some money. We'll
There
take
you
Beckett. We'll take Beckett and cash. So for me, it's like no. Feelings on Fanatics owning a grading company. I'm sure they'll think about it. I think it's one of those things where it's going to be tricky to get into that space right now. If you were going to do it, I wouldn't even look at Beckett. Honestly, I would look and see if SGC, if there's a number that they would like, because at least they're there. I would want somebody who isn't a complete disaster right now. You do not want to try to do a turnaround after you spent so much money on other stuff. It'd be a little bit easier to work with because SGC at least has some goodwill. They're in an okay position. If they were well funded right now, they could be doing very well. Like if they were well funded, they could do well.
I think they're done for now.
I would look at it this way, and I know Carlos, I think you feel the same way as I do, and Bobby, I don't think you have an opinion either way on this one specific thing. Is if I was to try to purchase one, which of the top four has the most momentum forward? Right, PSA's king. It hasn't budged. It's the king. It's not moving forward. It's right where it always is. Mm-hmm. I definitely think SGC.
Don't call Brad that. Come on.
I think SGC has moved. Obviously it's jumped up. It's now a number 2. I think the time to buy is
it's
now.
A week 2. It's like
I don't think anybody
273 or something.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has a solid hold on number 2 right now. I think a couple of them could. And one thing that kind of cheats and kind of skews the number a little bit is CSG. Although CSG wouldn't be considered number 2, CSG along with CGC, because they're both under that same umbrella, they're actually grading a lot of cards combined. So that CGC side of that same business, because it's the same company effectively, the two of them combined are actually really solid. They technically would be the number 2 in terms of sheer number of stuff submitted.
So that's my point of if I was to buy one, I think the company that has made the biggest jump from where they were to where they are now is CSG. And if I was to, Fanatics, that is the company I'd go after, and I would continue to push it.
Or which would have the best future going forward, you mean?
Yeah,
I guess.
And I think it's that, and you can make it their own.
That's kind of a better question, I think, in a sense that who's moving first, who does have the best opportunity of going forward and being, a competitor, at least to, PSA.
And they would jump
PSA
even
dropping
further if they were connected to Fanatics. And so that's the one I'd buy.
Yeah. The only reason I'm making the point about the Fanatics thing is that they have thrown a lot of money around, and the venture capital rounds right now have kind of dried up. Yeah. So remember that they always used to be able to dip in and, hey, we'll sell some equity to get a round of funding to be able to continuously fuel the machine. Right now the fuel is a little bit in short supply. They have to be very strategic. Right now, Panini still makes sense because it gives them those 2 additional licenses early. It allows them to have basketball and football right now and in the future for the foreseeable future. So it gives them a lot of control. That has value. Everything else is like, unless you really want it, wait. Except for my show. You should probably get that right away. Almost immediately, like cut the big old check and let's go. But aside from that, then, Panini and my show. That's it. I know the guys were saying the type 1 ones, so that's fine. Yep. Hide your kids, hide your wife.
You mean
hide
this
your kids,
show with the other show? Both? Because that's 2 as well, right?
Are you talking about the PSA Canada one?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if the PSA Canada one, that'd be kind of a weird mix. It's like, so you get PSA Canada, but you don't get PSA? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I thought it could be funny. I don't know. You have to talk to Brad on that one. He owns that show. I
It was a
own
good
this.
show, anyways. Last night I just caught up on it earlier today, so it's kind of good. And I was so surprised that you said that you wouldn't even take a certified box from me.
Absolutely not.
But
Nope.
no,
I don't care. I wouldn't take a certified. I wouldn't take a certified box from God, and I don't believe in God.
I have a nice one.
I believe you.
It's
I'll give you
certified.
$1.95. A buck
It's
95.
certified.
Right? $1.95. $1.95. I'll
That
even make it
is
US dollars.
Poopy Pony Card Exchange. Do you
That
not
is
know?
perfect.
Well, if you put Poopy Pony Card Exchange, that bumps it to $2.95.
Sold.
There you go. Sweet. Eric's head could come off.
Beautiful.
Facts. Serious question. I know the macro environment is trash, but it would now be a good time to invest full tilt into Poopy Pony cards. It is never a bad time to invest in Poopy Pony cards.
Or
Never.
packs.
Correct. How much
That's
Dave
where
is a
the money's
vault?
at.
Facts. RMA Auction House, the place to find Type 1 photos. They have an auction once a month. Thank you, Rick. Rick is very well versed in these, so absolutely.
RMY. Yeah, I buy from them a lot. So
Sebastian here. I always wonder about the vaults and the potential skirting of liability regarding theft, damage, loss, and bankruptcy. Allowing someone else custody of your property is a big deal. I would always check the fine print on the contract because that'll tell you a lot of where they stand as far as that concerned. We have talked about it before. Speaking of, Jay, good evening. And Jay has kind of talked about a little bit about the vaulting thing. Again, read the terminology. Each one of these vaults is its own independent entity. Look behind it. What you're interested in is what the verbiage says. That's really important. Who owns what the liabilities are, how things are insured. All that is in there. Read it. Make sure you understand what you're actually signing off for when you're participating in it. And also you want something that is well funded because you don't have to worry about it. Like whether they decide to go with it long term, it's hard to argue that eBay isn't well capitalized. So as far as having a vault, they're pretty well capitalized. So you have to be very careful. There's a lot of vaults right now. Most of those will not survive. So you have to look at the ones that have capitalization and kind of focus on those. Or if you're not comfortable, just don't leave it in the vault at all. Just share what you're doing.
So Jade buys Type 1 photos that are used in the cards, and that is one of the biggest parts of baseball, hockey, and football, especially basketball too. Anything that has the background of the player,
Yep.
where the card was taken, and it's a Type 1, you can really do well. I know someone asked what a Type 1 is really, it's basically anything printed within that period of time of within 10 years. Actually, after that, then it's a Type 2. But it's so hard to prove what it was 9 years. One day, like how do you know? It's like 11 years. That's very hard determination between Type 1 and Type 2. But some you can really tell with the stamping on the back. But if it doesn't have it, then it would be difficult.
I also appreciate Hockey Barn Collectibles, I believe, for incurring the Mortal Kombat blood code. I believe, if memory serves me, I think this is the Mortal Kombat blood code. Now Eric is going to tell us about his Beckett Shield and Vault.
So this, everybody, is the new Poopy Pony Vault Services. This is my vault. Okay. I have a key for it. So
it is fire rated to a certain degree.
If my house burns down, your cards will not.
850 degrees.
We are going to start taking submissions next month. And they'll go into the vault, and I'll hold on to your cards for you.
Interesting.
He'll get his mom to guard the vault.
No, mom's the security guard. We give her a revolver with one bullet. You know what that's from.
Yes.
Interesting. I think CSG is owned by BlackRock, and Ruben is one of the BlackRock investors.
Probably.
I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right. Evening to Three Amigos. After work, I checked out the 25,000 plus card collection of all four sports hand collated in the 90s, 2000s. Itching to make an offer, but I have to wait 24 hours. Okay. Check that 25,000 card collection. There you go. The biggest card in the world is an SGC holder. I had number one, put them in two. That doesn't matter.
Actually, the top three cards are in SGC.
Yeah, and it's because of the card.
Yes.
It's not like that's the thing. It's that they put them in the SGC holder, and to be honest, the 52 mantle is like, why'd you put it in the SGC holder? That's the thing. It's if you put in
well, it's not like why'd you put it in the KSA holder. I get it.
That's true, but the thing is that if you took the identical card, if I took that card, literally swapped it out, and everybody knew I put it in a PSA 10 holder, and we rerun it, do we get the same price?
Yeah, but there is preferences. People have those. We don't know the underlying determination why they did that and when they did that. If it was 10 years ago, then hey, whatever, right?
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Whenever this point is brought up, and the thing is, Aaron's right, and it's 100% true. But we're talking about the 52 mantle and Honus Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, okay. Show me a not Honus Wagner and Mantle, and then tell me where SGC falls. How far down the chain do I have to go?
So funny.
What?
Okay, I'm back.
He's back. Thank God.
Okay. Based on CSG's recent growth and difference in PSA lowered their fee. Okay. I'm actually still really tired and I haven't had my Cobra. Do you two want to fill me in or?
It's just something that can't be said right now. I guess that's all. It's done. It's finished.
Just text it to him.
All right, you text it to me then. Based on CSG's recent growth and the difference between PSA lower fee for their national deal is pretty obvious price point. The most important thing for collectors. Yes. The thing is you can offer the service for whatever you want, but the pricing on the grading is what's controlling the amount of submissions in there. SGC, like I said, for all that stuff they did, SGC submissions went down substantially. They came up a little bit the month after, but they went down a ton. And all that happened was PSA offered an $18 grading service temporarily, and it grabbed a bunch of the market share temporarily.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
That would happen.
So it's just price. And it wasn't that SGC was doing a bad job, but everybody was sitting there, and SGC folks, or Bobbles specifically, was getting a bunch of requests. What was the first thing, the things that people were asking? So when is SGC lowering their price? Is it because the service is bad? No, they're like, oh, it's too high at that price. I don't want to pay that price. It's like, you could have the top 30 cards in SGC holders, but it's like, I want you to lower the price anyway. So you're saying your service is not worth $30 or in the 20s. It's not worth it. But they're willing to pay PSA, basically 20 or $30 consistently because they looked at the secondary market value of the majority of the stuff and it sells fine.
Yeah.
And that price is the main thing. So collectors can say anything they want about it, but they'll still go to price. If somebody else offers them a price they want and they can get the result they want out of it, there you go. So you're going to have to get the merch. I'm back and found a video. Panini rated rookie pull out of Bowman baseball pack. Card porn YouTube. Do you two have a problem?
I am not the one with the problem tonight.
You were laughing at the problem there, brother. Anyways, move on. I'm back and I found a video with sometimes there's some
to do with you, my friend.
Okay. So anyway, I want to focus for a minute while these two idiots do their thing. If they want to fill me in, they can fill me in, but I'm going to read some comments. There are also some Type 3 and Type 4 photos, mainly wire photos, the original, but those sent over the wire. Just going to get caught up on these comments here. I'm also going to check the storage log full of sports cards on Sunday, followed by Zoom auction for the contents early next week. Fair enough. You're doing your own chasing cardboard version DR. Have fun with that. Breaker pulls a Panini card from a sealed pack of Topps cards is the title. Oh, so it does exist. Nice. I like it. Football Donruss Optic Gator rookie in a Bowman baseball pack from 11 months ago. Okay. Thomas Cardboard, good evening. Do you see Alex Bowman 53 in his new Gehrig? Yep. I left a comment on there. It was well produced, and it's a good looking card. He put it in a frame, and it actually looks really good. So Lou Gehrig, I think Wheaties cutout from one of the old ones. So Poopy Pony Vault Services, yep. Monthly subscription costs, at least $149.99. I'm saying they're equal to PSA, saying they're at 2. Still no, because they still don't have the second most submitted. I guess it depends on what you consider number 2. Because if it's about submissions, it's technically that CSG CGC combination because they're both under the same umbrella. So they're right now having the second most cards submitted. SGC technically is number 3, and then Beckett is number 4 based on submissions. So it's hard to say. You don't see Mantle and KSA holders. I've seen Mantles and KSA holders. It's very stupid, but I have seen it. It only matters which holder is in when you sell it. Yep. I don't think PSA grades accurately consistent enough to maintain the premium long term. People said that for about 20 years. And the premium's been going on for a little while. So car is price to get in, price to get out. Easy transaction. SGC isn't worth that $30 unless you're at the very top end of the declared value for vintage. Yeah, for sure. Again, a quality card is a quality card, and it'll do fine. But that's how you kind of have to do it. So let me just go here. Okay. Got it. Okay, cool. So now we're caught up. Beautiful. All right. So.
Not after the news today, though.
Which one of all?
The video there.
The one with the holder. So I would say check it out if you get a chance. Cards and Comic had a video talking about the SGC insert and how they do custom cut them. So what happens is when they cut them, The problem is when you're doing a custom cut, there's a possibility that you leave a little bit too much plastic. And if you sonically seal it, and by the way, I've seen this personally, I've had cards like this. If they sonically seal it and they're not careful, then the plastic literally pushes in the edges of the cardboard on the card. So I have had cards that I bought it from SGC, and the card would have been fine technically, and I'm sure it was at one point. But when they put it in the holder over whatever period of time they had it in there, the cardboard started lifting up because the insert started pushing on its edges. And it's unfortunate because you basically damage the card. As soon as you take the card out of the holder, it's not in that grade anymore, even if it was that grade prior to being encapsulated. But unfortunately, that's been going back years. The ones I had were in like 2 or 3 generations of holders ago, and there was still that problem.
Yeah, well, I guess the die cut machine that goes down and punches it out, punches the die cut out, it's not punching out fully or completely. And it's not a finished edge, really. It should actually die cut very straight, but obviously it's maybe too fast, or maybe needs a sharpening, or whatever the blades
I think my concern though is I'm glad he brought it up, because I haven't thought about it in a while. I double check when I buy an SGC card, I double check the images very carefully now.
Sure.
I do it automatically now. I don't even think about it. But the ones that I had that I got rid of years ago were in like 2 or 3 generations ago labels. In fact, a couple of them still had the 100 point in there with the out of 10. So this has been going on forever. So probably going back 15 years, maybe longer. So it's like, if that problem still hasn't been solved on the newer ones, that's not good. Because it's like, somebody's like, fix it. Fix that problem.
So you sold the top 3 then? Huh.
I did. And whoever gets it after they take it out of there, it won't be top 3 anymore.
No.
Got an interesting discussion topic. I've had quite a bit of collaborations, partnerships occurring lately. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but interesting. Okay, I think that's a fair comment, fair topic. We can touch on that here.
Yeah, we talked about that a few months ago around the July 1st thing, that we were seeing this happening, and what we discussed and what I really kind of pushed the idea of and still stand by is that because we're coming down the backside of the pyramid now, a lot of these companies that were birthed during the pandemic and during the boom are now struggling. And the only way to survive is to pool their resources. And so more and more of these companies that, were doing so well for 2 years, everything's slowing down, and they're realizing if we don't come together and pool our resources, we're not going to make it, because the boom is over. So that's what we were talking about in July, around that time, on that topic, and I still think that's the case.
Well, I think the other part of this is also the collaborations thing. We're just talking about different channels that have started to get more and more sponsorships and stuff, which is weird timing, because I understand it, but at the same time, it's weird timing because a lot of those channels are also hemorrhaging viewers. Because at the same time as things cool down, then the desire to watch a lot of the content also goes down. So it's like you're buying in and signing contracts to advertise with people whose value is actually lower now than it was prior.
Maybe
It's like
they're buying the top of the bottom.
I was going to say, you might have wanted to get this deal in place somewhere mid 2020, because there was a lot more value and a lot more eyeballs being drawn to the attention. Now, in fairness,
it's cheaper now.
It would be cheaper now, yeah. But I just chuckled because it's like, look, I can't complain, because I think on the whole, I've been, even from the 2020 time period, my views and stuff have gone up. So it's just kind of now, I never got the explosion. I never had like the one big viral video in the space. But it's just been consistent. It kind of hangs around a certain level now, and I'm pretty happy with it. It's fine. But if I was at the level they were at, then I'd be very disappointed, because, some of them have kind of come back to my level where I kind of just held firm. And it's like, you guys were over there. You guys were up there. Now you're coming back down here, and you're trending the wrong way. And now they're sponsoring you. That seems like a dubious decision now.
Yeah, we'll give you 1 silver tops pack and 2 pee touched.
Interesting.
Poopy pony.
Yeah. I think we might have to work on the branding of how we refer to that one.
Yeah, I don't think that one's going to go over well.
Yeah, probably not. Well, we'll work it through with our PR department. We're gonna have to workshop that one a little bit. So Brian Adams here, who's made some comments about tags, so we'll read it here. I know you're not a faggot tag rating. What would give you that impression? But I got my sub back today, yes, and they're everything they say they are, and I love them. Okay then. On a 1 to 1,000 scale, what'd you get? And on a scale of 1 to 1,000, if we read the scale, how incorrect is it?
Yeah.
And do you know more about grading after reading the report? And have you read the report verbatim?
If you were to measure your love on 1,000-point scale, how
Correct.
much do you love them?
Facts. And how many deductions should we take? This is important. Interesting.
3, no.
Whereas Roth cards, I have seen a couple of videos from him, but obviously it has slowed down. But also, if you look at what Roth cards does, he's one of those young guys who does like the card show circuit. And if things slow down on the card show, by the way, that costs money. Roving around doing that and trying to run a card show circuit, it's like it just increases your expenses. And you're trying to make all these little mini deals and trying to get, basically you have to keep turning stuff over and over again. Send stuff in for grading, hope that it bumps up to the point that you can then take advantage of that as well. So it's like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, man. I love David Lee Roth cards, man.
David Lee Roth would probably be on the uptrend compared to where Roth card is going at the moment. So, but yeah, a lot of these guys, and there's a couple of them. I think Kenny Fornos, another one in that vein. And I watch their stuff. I don't mind what they're doing. To me, it doesn't bother me. So it's fine. It's fine for enough. But at the same time, it's going to be very difficult to sustain because there's only so many times you can just go around a show and do the same stuff because you're doing the same circuit, right? Now they've been able to do it a couple of times. All right, we're going back to Dallas. Yep, every 2 months you're back to Dallas, and then you're over here, and then Chantilly, and then this one and the other one, and it's kind of the same. And if the market cools down, you don't have the rapid turnover. So what are you going to talk about? It becomes very difficult when it's like, what else would you like to talk about? Because
the stock doesn't get replenished and it doesn't go and come, and it's actually stagnant.
Yeah, it's show vlogs, and the problem is the show vlogs aren't nearly as exciting if there's not as many deals. So just the nature of the content that you have relies on the fuel of consistent movement. Without that, it's like it just grinds to a halt.
I used to go to these other shows where they're a little small antique, and then there was a small collectible. They'd have one every month, and every show you went to, you went to 3 or 4, and then you kind of go back to the circuit again, and it's just like the same guys with the same stuff that didn't sell last time, and you stop going. It's not worth the tire wear.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sounds fair. Update on KISS grading. Counterfeit cards receive a Thayer grade. Thank you, Bob. Bob Jackson making his first appearance tonight.
Bob, that is actually funny.
The love is there. The love is back until the next time Bob says something. It's funny when Eric Hoodie sent it a certain way. It says sex tech.
Does it?
Oh, it does.
It can, yeah. If enough of it's covered, it does. It does in fact say that. The important thing is that DR is watching very carefully. He's probably got it on the big screen. Very carefully. He's like, hold on.
The logo comes together. It looks kind of like.
It's like here. I'll fix the broadcast. DR here, just to help you out. I'll fix the broadcast. And I'll keep reading the comments. To be fair, a lot of those channels exploded knew nothing about cards, and enough figured out on unsubscribed. Yep. What's your most valuable card? So I've answered this, but I'll quickly repeat it. 53 Topps Metal. That would be the one that probably is probably appreciated the most. So for me, that would qualify. Eric, do you have a not Boston Bruins card?
I would say if I had to sell one card to make the most money, I'd probably the Gretzky rookie. And I don't have $5,000 card, $10,000 cards. That's not. I don't have that. No. The most expensive cards I have are maybe a couple of $100, but the Gretzky, I have a Topps Gretzky that's in decent shape, and at the height of the market, obviously during the boom, I could have paid some bills with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fair.
I have a few nice ones put away, but that's my favorite card would be the 1931 CA Briggs that I just purchased. So other than that,
a recent pickup
of what I bought. Yeah, I showed it I think a couple shows ago.
Yep.
Yeah, and its true value is quite a bit more. So.
All right, sounds good. So Brian, who says I love enough to keep subbing with him? Well, you love him
That's
enough
awesome.
to comment on it.
And I just want to say to Brian, if obviously we have our fun, and I hope
and I will continue to do so.
And I hope he realizes that. And my honest opinion is, one, I've said it along. I hope that they're everything that they truly say they are, and they revolutionize the hobby. That'd be awesome. But also, if you're a collector, if you want KSA, get KSA. You want
settle down. Stop it. Stop it.
But Beckett. I will support anything but Beckett. Whatever you want for your personal collection, whatever you think looks the nicest, is something you can afford, what you think does the best, whatever it is, you have, I think that's great. So, but there are definitely things we're going to make fun of here.
Oh, yes. Look, I'm looking forward. Look, I got nothing but love for Tag. I need a coaster. I need another coaster. Appreciation.
It's kind of an elongated coaster, right?
I think we can make it work. I might put a couple
Slide your
drinks on it.
drink
I can probably
along
put a
it.
couple drinks on it. I can probably put a couple drinks on it. I can get some smaller
A beer
glasses.
and a shooter, you know, do Boilermaker. Bam,
Amazing,
boom,
amazing,
done.
sensational. Like,
Well,
why don't they market it like that?
I would
That's
buy it.
That's the best. That's the best piece of marketing I've ever heard for them.
Huh.
That's great. And then the whole see-through thing. Who cares? Doesn't matter. It's a coaster. People on YouTube know nothing. Blasphemy. Facts ball. Hey, if you find a way to fly around the U.S. attending car shows and make money as a young guy, more power to them. I agree, as long as that is consistently a profitable thing. That's my question that I'm asking, because it can be. To be clear, it can be. But again, you are adding expense. Like, I'm being serious here for a second. You can do this, but you are adding expense. The traveling around and doing all that. Even if you try to like be as smart, because they're young guys, they can probably share hotel rooms and do these little things to cut some costs here and there. So that can help. And they are creating content. And one of the other comments here is saying, I assume a pat of their earnings is content and ads. It can, but don't forget what we talked about as far as card content. The amount of YouTube AdSense and stuff, like it's minuscule. The views are not there to actually really be serious about that. Now, they do have ads because I think Rothcard specifically does little promo spots at the beginning of episodes with Zion cases. So if Zion cases is giving them a little bit of money, well, great. Then that would really work as well. So there are opportunities that can be presented. And by the way, just being out there can present some opportunities for you. Maybe some people come and offer you some deals that may be advantageous. So can it be done? Yes. Are you running a very thin edge that being a younger guy, maybe with no other responsibilities or costs, can help you with and make it a little bit more viable? Yes. Does that not mean, though, that a slowdown of any kind can still hurt you just the same as any other business? Absolutely. So you've still got those fixed costs. You got to kind of avoid them as much as you can.
Yeah, and you can't short cards, so what are you going to do?
That is correct. So Carl here says, if you inherited a 52 mantle, how long would you keep it? It would already be out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there is money in them Var Hills. With due respect. And by the way, I love the mantle cards. Like I said, I had a complete run of the mantles minus the 52. I had all the other ones. And the 51 Bowman. The two big ones. I had all the other ones. And I enjoyed them. And the 53 Topps mantle is my favorite. But you're saying a mint 52. So I'm assuming it's a legit mint 52. At this stage, that is a very expensive card. It could take care of a lot of things.
Meaning 7? That's
Yes.
like...
Yeah. But at that point, like...
so long before my death, brother.
Yeah. At that point, like, I'm sorry, the money is simply worth more to me than hanging on to a piece of cardboard that literally is life-changing money at that point. Like at that high-end scale is life-changing money. Condo's paid off. I can renovate and make it very comfortable. I can get another... I can get my studio with my
You
hologram.
can get heat
I know! Dare I live the dream?
and air conditioning in the summer.
I know. And I get my hologram.
Oh, that's true. Can't forget that.
I'm sorry, Mano, you gotta go. Love you, buddy. You gotta go.
Yeah,
Out of here.
got things to do.
I know.
I'd be able to pay for my kids' college and not go into debt. So I'd be all over that.
I think honestly most people like it would be a situation where you take some pictures with it, enjoy the moment, and then it's like, all right, out you go. You're out of here. So let's see here.
I don't know, the debt's paid for now for people's college and stuff. No?
Are you talking about Eric?
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of silly things happening in regards to that, but unfortunately, we work for a living in this house, so we'll have to pay for college.
Well, the good news is tonight I am cutting you based off of last night's performance in PSA Canada. I am cutting you a deal. I am only charging you half price for the like button tonight.
Thank you. I needed a break.
So those of you hitting the like button, I am still going to charge Eric because we always will, but it is half price for him. But for the rest of you, it is free.
Yep.
The like button remains free. Thank you, Eric, for your sponsorship of the like button tonight.
And I appreciate the discount because I sold like 4 pints of blood this week, and this not getting what it used to get.
What do you get for that? See, in Canada, we don't do that. We donate it. It's free. There's no. You never.
I don't think there's any purchasing of blood anymore either.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think at this point, you can still sell
not
some
too many
organs
movies.
allegedly. You can still sell some organs allegedly.
Whether you don't want to or not, yes.
Yes.
There's the other things that are produced from your body. I think you can sell,
Yes, there are options in that
but
regard.
I don't think you can sell blood anymore.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I don't think that's an
You're
option.
talking about platelets, right? From
Yes.
Mhm.
Stem cells.
stem cells. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tag bumpers are coming. Yes.
Yes, they are.
Really want to go buy the cheapest HGA oversized slab as a coaster too. I think that'd be fun. I think at this point though, the HGA one is probably priced appropriately that you could have some fun with that. I believe that. Like the beacons, yep. Eric's Vault just needs a tag partnership. Ooh, spicy.
Oh.
Good evening, Jeff. Question for Eric. Ooh, question for Eric.
All right.
If you were me and had a significant number of BGS 10s and black labels, you work for Leaf? Allegedly.
You must.
Which, as we know, hold large values. What would you do with them?
It's just a coincidence.
Sorry.
Sorry.
If they had tons of value, and it was a hot market, I'd probably try to move them and put that money in my pocket.
Wouldn't it be
When you
easier just to
flip them,
ask Brian
crack
Gray
them
for a
out?
raise? Wouldn't it be easier just to ask Brian Gray for a raise?
Well, there's that.
Allegedly.
I mean,
Allegedly.
what I'd do with them is bring them out, to a street hockey court and use them as hockey pucks. But
There's street hockey courts.
yeah,
It's amazing how things. Anyways, go
Let's
ahead.
go for everything.
yes.
Bobbles,
a
if you're good,
court.
just give me a
They
thumbs up.
put a new one in the town next door. It's beautiful.
And we saved all the SGC bashing for.
Yeah.
Da-da-da.
So I see him there. Hey, Bobbles, if you can hear me, just give me a thumbs up if you're good. Cool. How's it going, buddy?
Oh,
You're in the darkness.
Not bad.
tonight. I like it.
magic!
I'm-
Wow.
I have a little bit of connection weirdness going on, so if I start freezing up or whatever, just kick me out.
No worries,
know
no
what's
worries.
going on
I
with
like
it
I like that the darkness around you also really brings into focus the SGC logo.
Yes,
Yeah, no kidding.
it does.
I noticed that, and I did this because everybody always talks about how bright my light is back there. So I was like,
Gotcha.
well, the screen puts off enough light. I'll just do it this way, but it does like pop on the shirt like that.
It does
does?
pop really well. You can see the jagged edge around the.
Yeah.
Bobby got a kick out of that one. It was I don't know if you caught it. It was Cards and Comics did a video, and this is something I've noticed for years. I didn't harp on it because I remember it from years ago, but when I saw it, I was like, yeah, that's true. And if that's still the case, it's unfortunate because they got the insert, the black insert, and they do the custom cuts. Years ago, I used to have a big issue with different SGC cards that I would buy because they would do the custom cuts. But sometimes they would get a little sloppy with them, and if you're not paying attention, you buy the card, it would squeeze the edges of the card, and like in some cases it would damage them because I had a couple that I'm like, I know that's damaged. I actually thought they had cleared that up because I hadn't noticed any, but mind you, I pay a little closer attention just to make sure the edges are cool on the ones that I purchase. But that's something that I know they like to really emphasize that they do the custom cuts. It's like, but you got to pay a little bit of attention to it, a little attention to detail. Some of the examples he showed there were really bad.
I think the rough cuts are for the Opichis, are they not, Eric?
Yeah, custom for the Peaches. That's right.
Yes. Then it melds together, and it's just like, oh yeah.
The Ruth I have, it was poorly done with the insert too. So I sent that back in and had them redo it. Today they're doing more of.
I'll give it a second, but
they're not
he's
doing as many
losing
custom
weight.
cuts, and they're now putting the sleep.
Yeah. So Bobbles, your connection is kind of breaking up a little bit. I'll pull you, and we'll bring you back. So I'll pull him for now. It was kind of doing a little bit of the robot.
It worked one day.
Yep. So as a younger guy, the trips to Montreal every few months was my thing. These young guys are having fun their way, and like I said, no knock on that. As long as it's working out for. Look, the only thing I don't want to see is that they do this, they spend all this time doing all this stuff, they have their fun, but at the end of it, they don't actually come out actually making any money. Because that would defeat the whole point. It's like, and no, at the end of it, I would like them to have that experience, do that, have fun, have their following and everything, but come out profitable. If you're running it as a business, come out profitable. Even if it's a little bit, the experience with a little bit of actual profit, if you're coming out of it with some actual money at the end of it, a little bit, it doesn't have to be a crazy amount. It doesn't have to be life-changing. It could still be a great experience, and if you come out a little bit ahead, that's a win. That's a win across the board.
And so you should. It's easy enough to do. And if you're not, then you shouldn't be doing it.
If this is your job, you're an investor, you're a seller. It's
In
a
that
job.
order?
It's not an excuse to just go around to card shows and have fun with the boys, and get drunk every night and blow hundreds of dollars on booze and airline tickets. It just doesn't.
Look, stop describing you at the expo. We had security pull you away multiple times.
Talk about that. Hey.
Oh, do I have a surprise for you all on that?
Yeah.
I will not be setting up at the expo.
No. You're a floating platform. Are you going to do it on a Segway? A Popemobile?
Ooh, that'd be awesome.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun?
A Needham Popemobile would be great. I think people would love that.
Needham will not be ready. I'm sorry.
Not ready?
No, I think it was Google. We didn't need to redo something for Google. It was a new thing. And
Probably for the app or whatever. Probably for the
we
app.
can't. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he says, this is a game changer. Well, I can't get it done in that time. Because he's got to jump through hoops and do all the other stuff too. And she said,
That's fair.
I don't know what to do. And I said, it's okay. Don't worry. We can wait. Eric can wait.
Oh, Eric can always wait. We can make him wait forever.
So I'd rather get it out before the next spring, of course. But I think January will probably be a better time. You've got to get things straightened out with Apple and Google. They're the biggest, because of each individual app is done through, the apps are done through iPhone by itself. And it's also done through the other ones, Androids as well. The website is no big deal. That's actually the easiest part of all. But everything's individualized. So he has to do 3 things every time when he does one thing. Whereas most websites just use the app on the website. So they don't even have the app. It never works properly, really. So this was designed exactly to be specific for the iPhone and the Android. So anyways, delays.
Yep. Hashtag app problems. So Dave here says, if you have a family, you almost have to sell a 52 in high grade. Yeah, I think unless you're genuinely wealthy, like, look, and we've talked about this before, and I'll touch on it again later, but just to bear in mind, there are 2 realities of life. One of them is we keep Eric waiting for Needham forever. That's the first reality of life. Forever. Literally forever. Second reality of life is...
You got to see it last week.
Yeah, like that's enough. That should tide him over for a couple of years. Second reality of life is that most collectors have a budget. Most collectors that are existing in the actual world and have other things that they need to do, they don't have the luxury. Yeah. But some people like to live in a fantasy world where they're like, oh yeah, unlimited funds are available. No, they're not. Most people, they're not. Holding a card like that, while it would be nice, is at that point almost irresponsible. Because if you genuinely have no debt, your house is paid off, you have not a care in the world, and literally money's literally an object for you. You can do whatever you wish. And your hardest decision of the day is which, expensive watch or which yacht you want to sail on today. If that is your life, then of course, absolutely, have fun. Then who cares? That makes no difference. But if you have any kind of bill to pay and you're holding something like that, it's like, that is actual life-changing money at that point. For most of us, like, it pays off all debts, and it leads us then with the ability to do almost anything we wish. Why on earth would I have that sitting in the sideline? Oh, but it could go up more. But it's already enough money for me to be very comfortable. Like,
right.
How much greed do you need? I don't know.
Yeah, if you have kids and you are a middle class income earner like most people are, no, you should be able to do what you can to make things easier on your kids and your family. So yeah, you sell that sucker.
Yeah, I think at that point for most people it would make sense. And Tom here offers an alternative that is viable for some folks. You could do all that and buy a lesser grade. So you could still have the card and just pocket the difference and be like, all right, you want the absolute premium version? All right, here it is. Top dollar, have at it. I'll go buy a lower grade version that I like, and I get to pocket the difference and still pay off my bills and do the rest of it.
The one just sold for 25 million, right?
It was 12 and a half.
Yeah, all right, whatever it was.
It's already doubled. Are you Patrick Bet David? It's like he's the one who made up 25 million.
Sure, so that's the same thing. So
hey Joe,
you sell it for 12 million, then you go buy another one for 100,000.
Yeah, and you can still get you can get a decent copy at that point, and the difference is huge because you're pocketing a lot of money in between, and you can do a lot of stuff at that point.
That's Eric's law. SDS, sell that sucker.
So what are your thoughts on Soto's September slump? He's kind of slumped most of the year. Now, I will say not entirely. The average is down, but he's actually been playing well in other categories. But it's not been a problem for me because it just means that a lot of his prices stabilized or went down. Now, if you think he's going to suck forever, well, then sell all the stuff now while you still can. And sell it to me for a hefty discount because I believe he will play better going forward, but I could be wrong. But if that's the case, then don't overpay. My suggestion would be if you genuinely believe he'll rebound, well, then great, take advantage of discounts. If you are concerned that you think he might not, then buy at the absolute bargain basement price that you can get and don't overpay. It's at that point, it's still a gamble. He's still a young enough guy that he could have a career-ending injury tomorrow night. And then that's it.
Juan's waning.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's one of those things. When I'm watching him play, he's still doing certain things well. So it's not like he's struggling in all aspects, but there's certain things he's not doing as well as he should be. So it's a bit of a weird mixed bag. It's like, I'll use the example for hockey. It's like he's not scoring right now, but he's getting a ton of shots on net and they're quality shots. So it's one of those things like it just a couple need to start going in and then all of a sudden the thing turns around. But if he was missing the net like wide or something, it's like, oh, that's a different conversation. But no, it's actually he's getting quality shots on net. They're just not going in right now.
Yeah.
It's bad luck. So we'll see. We'll look next year and see what happens. And if he turns it around, well then you maybe got a discount over the offseason. So it could be good. We'll see. What are these lies? The like button is sponsored by Favre's EBT card. Thanks. Don't forget to spell it correctly, Paul. You know how this works. I think if you get blood, you get free orange juice now. Probably, yeah. That's about it.
Yeah, I think there's a cracker too.
Nice.
Cookies.
Nice.
They gave you some cookies with some sugar in it.
Love it.
Cookies with sugar? Really?
Yeah,
you guys have those in the U.S.?
Yeah. Yeah.
Next, I've just received news that
Jabroni Marks Foundation is supporting Eric and paying the upvote button as he is a headlining member of the Hall of Shame.
You got it.
The best part is he thought about this, came up with this comment, and then drew it all out.
Yes.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate you.
And
Bob,
next round two.
Bobby State University is about $24,000 a year. People sell plasma $40 a visit. Lots of college students do it. There you go.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
didn't
plasma,
know
I
you
know.
had College, Bob.
24,000 is crazy. Now I know it has escalated, so yeah, it happens. But yeah, it's gotten crazy, and for a lot of the majors, honestly, it's not worth it. It really isn't. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So Bob here says if he was a Leaf, allegedly, had access to those cards, I'd press the red button myself. We'd all like to see the button press. Fractor Jones, good evening. It was Baubles in 3D. So he said he was rebooting his machine, so we'll see if we can bring him back. But yeah, he was getting a little bit pixelated there, and it wasn't working
What
out.
was glow in the dark baubles?
Yeah, I did. Like I said, I like the effect. I thought the effect was actually pretty cool. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. So new SGC slabs have no problems. A couple of them have, and that's been kind of the problem. Again, I'm not saying this is an across the board problem. Let's just be clear. But I have definitely seen some that still have this issue. Sometimes when they do a custom cut, when they do a more standard cut, it doesn't seem to be an issue. But when they do some kind of a custom deal, there are some that are not quite right. That's what again, my recommendation, if you're going to buy one, I wouldn't hesitate to buy an SGC card. I bought them recently myself. I've shown you guys. But I would say, take a good look at the picture. Just make sure. If anything looks pinched or looks off, ask for a better picture just to make sure. You don't want to be on the receiving end of a card that was that grade prior to being put in that holder. And now if you took it out, it would not capture that grade. Because you could lose multiple grade points on that. Especially if the edge is bad. Unless you go to a magician who does magic.
There's lots of those magicians out there.
Yes, I've heard. Well, if they learn to get some experience, they use later and have some fun and don't lose the shirt, then great. Yeah, that's basically my point. I agree. Look, let them have their fun. I don't care. At the end of the day, it's their life. If they're having a good time right now, and it seems like they've been having a good time, I just want them to come out of it with some actual profit. If they can manage that, then it's an awesome experience and they got something out of it, and great. Carry it forward to whatever you're going to do next.
And a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Booze, 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 booze. Blowing money. Eric just brought back so many memories. Hockey Barn Chronicles. Nice.
Good old days.
Thankfully, I'm going to Montreal in 3 weeks. Well, then you might get some of that. Yeah.
3 weeks. Are they having their show then?
I'm not sure. I know they've got one coming up. I just don't remember when about it is.
Okay. Yeah, it's usually before the expo. They always try to do that before the expo.
Yeah. Speaking of Fantasy World, I saw Don't Worry Darling today, and it was one weird picture.
Don't worry, darling. Yeah. There's not many good movies out there right now.
I haven't even paid attention. No idea. The last one that I even thought I might be interested in watching, and I will, I just haven't gone around to it, was that Nicolas Cage one where Nicolas Cage is playing Nicolas Cage. I'm like, this is so stupid. I want to see this. This is so stupid. I need to see this.
I like Nicolas Cage.
It's like Nicolas Cage is so weird. I enjoy him. So him referring to himself as Nicolas Cage in the movie about Nicolas Cage, it's like, all right, I'm into this. This is sufficiently meta. I'm interested. You got my attention.
It had its moments.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, I did.
Overall, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you give it?
It was like a 7. It entertained me.
That's solid.
That's pretty high.
That's solid. Like
Entertained me.
he struggled. He's had some movies that have struggled, but if it's a 7, that's definitely worth watching. I'll watch that.
10s. There's no 10s. There's very few 10s out there. Like
I don't think most are not worthy of 10s. Like they're
to say it was like a 752.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice. Look, there's only a handful of movies in the history of cinema that are ever worthy of a 10. Like you have to go to the absolute top tier
That's true.
of cinematography and like
Yes.
quality scripts, quality actors and actresses, quality material, and really, and those are the kinds of things people should be, especially if they're looking at entertainment products. That's the kind of thing they should be looking at, you know.
And poor Tower Reed, and I'm even half serious.
Mm.
Poor Tower Reed looks as if a shark got to her chest area. If you guys all know her history, she had I don't know if the doctor should be sent to prison for what he did to her. For her plastic surgery.
Listen, plastic surgery is a hell of a drug, literally.
It messed that girl up.
It's unfortunate.
It looked like a shark already got to her.
So let me scroll here. Yes. Ty says, I love when you say Favre. Well, you're going to get that tomorrow. The pickup video has one of those cards, and it's there. Yes. Do modern slabs protect cards from sunlight? Some of them claim it. I've definitely seen some of them that claim that they have some UV coating in there. I don't remember which ones specifically claim it, but definitely some of them have.
I thought PSA did.
So
I feel like the answer is yes, but I don't remember them explicitly stating it that way. But I feel like a couple of them have claimed it specifically.
But not full, but a partial or something. I think that was mentioned.
Yeah.
It wasn't a full because,
Yeah.
and it should be full. It really should. It can
For sure. Yeah. I feel like at this point that should be like, if not already in place, I would like to see the slab manufacturers incorporate that into the upgrades of their designs because they have to upgrade them for security anyway from time to time. So take advantage of it to incorporate that more if you haven't already done so.
That would affect the clarity.
So,
Might,
so what you can do, all right, is take one of these and
call me in the morning.
and I'm not trying to really promote something, but the question was asked. Okay, so my buddy Corey over at Show Your Slabs,
Your buddy
also does these. All right, and you take this cover, this plastic piece,
right hand,
and it's a UV protectant, and you take it and you apply it to the slab, and you won't even know it's there.
Did you already do it?
Yeah, I'll give you an example.
You literally had a slab in your hand.
And
I
he
know,
just
but
brought
I
out
haven't
an
pulled on that
example.
card yet. But
Oh.
this bird card right here, which I don't know if you can see, and I don't have the suction cup handy,
There's too much reflection. You can't see it.
has it on there, and you can't tell.
Oh, we can tell.
You can't tell. Shut up.
I thought it was Magic Johnson before he said it was Larry Bird.
So
Exactly.
you take this, you put it on, and you can now display your cards out on your desk or in a, show your slab piece that Corey makes. And
That was 3 separate promos
Three.
there.
Mhm.
3 separate promos.
I heard it.
He needs the money for the like button. I might have to charge him full price again.
I think you're
because
at
of
full
the
price.
question of someone being concerned about about this, because it's a real thing, because people want to put their cards out. I've put them on my desk in the past, years ago, not really thinking about it, and I've watched cards get destroyed, autographs especially. So you always want to have either UV glass on your pictures that have autographs, and now you can have this to put on your slabs to protect the autographs and the card.
Mm-hmm.
I question the over embellishment there, but anyways, yes.
So comments
Agreed.
related to that. I'm going to get back to a couple comments before, but let's read a couple comments from here. Paul says, take one of these and show me your slab. Wow, this a Viagra ad? Question mark. Bobbles. WTF is Eric doing putting a phone case over his slab? Bob Jackson. These are slabs, not 1990 Honda Civics. Enough with the mods already. Stick a wing on it to make it aerodynamic as well. So you know about the next feature.
Yeah.
Stop showing your bird, Eric.
Uh-huh.
The slab frames seem really cool. It pains me to ask, but could you share a link for your commercial? Ha ha!
Touche.
Yep. I heard Larry Bird is the Magic Johnson of the Celtics. He might be. All right, real quick. I'll read a couple of the movie ones
Not
related
laughing
to.
anymore.
Yeah. What movie is an R10? Well,
I think Shawshank gets kind of that nod.
I like Shawshank. I don't know. 10 is tough because you really don't leaving no room. But Shawshank was extremely well executed. Great actors in it. They did a great job. The storyline was played out beautifully. So
Drama, comedy, everything.
it covers a lot of ground.
Well,
it covers a lot of ground.
well covered. Yeah. Titanic. Some people say. I kind of like that one up in the
Casablanca.
upper tier.
And Brooks was there. And the important thing is Brooks was there.
He was
He was.
fell down.
And so was
Went.
Red.
Boom.
Let's see here. So yeah, if you want, what's the name of the? So this was the slab frame. What was it? It was a show your slabs, right?
Yeah, this thing here. And they make them in different sizes and stuff. You hang this on your wall if you want. There's screw holes in it.
Yeah, but is it just show your slab specifically? If you can probably just. So I would say, Carlo, Google show your slabs, and you should be able to find it.
Yep.
Because I don't think the
Corey.
links. I don't think the links work out too well in the chat because I know YouTube is very militant about those. So that's the reason why I'm saying it might be tricky to put a link in there. I can try to put a link to it later if I can in the description. But in the chat, sometimes YouTube pulls the comments, so you have to be careful with the links.
Does Corey and Tim still do the show?
Yeah.
Oh, really? See, I haven't been getting notifications for a lot of different shows. Unfortunately, I'm getting ones that I don't want to see more than I'm seeing the other ones. So, and this happens a lot. So you have to unsubscribe and resubscribe. This happens so much.
It is annoying. Yeah, for sure.
Last time I talked to Corey, he says he's coming up north. So you guys will be able to see him if you choose to. And of course, Tim and I are driving up together. And
Again,
yeah, 10 hours up, 10 hours back. One of us is going to die.
Why can't you just fly in his gigantic magical hat?
yeah, it's so
I
easy.
asked. He said
Put like a propeller on top of it. It's a helicopter.
He said it's a one-seater.
No,
It's
gotta-
gigantic.
He's
He's trying to say you're fat. Is what he's trying to say. He's trying to say you're fat.
He needs one of those
Maybe.
golf cart.
You can
baseball
fit
golf
like 4
carts.
people on that thing.
Yeah.
Baseball golf cart. You ever seen them? I think that one of those.
Yeah. Like, listen, the man is lying. The man is lying. At this point, you know how like they have those like beer cooler hats? If you did that on his, you could put kegs.
Yes.
And it wouldn't, like, proportionally, it would still be fine. That's what we're talking about right now.
A few CO2 capsules and you're
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
Love it. Send your slabs to Eric's vault. Yep.
He's a ridiculous human being.
Yeah. So Tom here says true romance. Nope, not a 10. I'm trying to think of a 10 having a hard time. What I'll say is this, like in seriousness, whenever somebody says like, oh, it was a movie of 10, it's like the problem is it's so subjective. And like you could watch a movie and really enjoy it, and it's still not a 10 necessarily. So like you could still enjoy the movie a lot, but there could be something about it that maybe isn't quite there for you. And it's like, so what works for you? And then what works for you is totally not going to work for somebody else. So it's always very tough to try to come up with, because then you're saying that that's actually like peak cinema. You nailed it.
No, it's pristine.
Ooh, pristine. True. Well, we do have some room in the 10s on the 1,000-point scale. So maybe you can have, maybe there's 25 variants of 10. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the. I'm still a big fan of Usual Suspects. I really still enjoyed the way that movie was executed for me.
well done,
I really got it. I don't know if I'd consider it a 10, but for me, it's pretty damn close.
It's right
it's
up
really
there.
good. It's right there for me.
Yeah.
Yep. Like
And
I
it's
just
your
I just enjoyed it.
era. The music too was really well
Solid,
done,
yeah.
So,
And I thought they did a good job for the most part. You could still figure it out, but I like that they were very careful about doling out enough information where by the end it's like, of course.
yeah.
Oh, when the first time I saw it, obviously, because it's a surprise ending, my jaw hit the ground.
Yeah.
I never saw it coming.
Yeah, but that's to say, like, and then on rewatches, you can be like, actually, okay, so the breadcrumbs were there. If you follow the breadcrumbs, they gave them to you, but they didn't beat you over the head with it. It was like, no, it's there, but you have to be paying attention.
And even when you pay attention to some breadcrumbs, it's just not enough. You don't know where it's going, and you go, "Oh, didn't you see that coming?" No. I'm just enjoying the movie, and I don't like ulterior endings at the end. I just give me the one that is it, and that's it.
Yep. And there's some good ones here coming up that also would be right up there on my list as well.
Braveheart, yeah, that's a damn good movie.
When that first came out, that was mind blowing.
Yeah, I think you go through eras where this is your best movie, and then you see something and it becomes your best movie, your favorite movie.
You remember the first time you saw Gladiator?
Yeah,
that
still is one of my best.
Incredible.
Yeah, I have all the videos and I have the top 10 list, and there's a few in there.
Yeah.
So
I also love John Wayne's The Searchers.
Yeah,
look at you going with a John Wayne.
18 other people.
Yeah, exactly. Will this UV cell phone cover be a 5-part series? No, we're limiting to one.
Yeah.
So Joel has Gladiator.
Gladiator.
Bobble says, I'm watching a bit to see if the connection clears up. Looks like I'm running on that McDonald's Wi-Fi tonight. Speed test is all weird and slow. Oh, fair enough. No worries. If you can come on, feel free. But yeah, let's see what happens.
I'll be here
So Ribbon List says, is this live? No. I also like Bob's answer, but it's Memorex. Good job, Bob. Russell Crowe one, or the bare knuckle boxing one that's 10 years before Crowe one. See, I like when they get into movies. When they get into movies, people do a good job. People like their references for the movies. What is live really? I like Paul with the philosophical question. What is live really? I like it.
Okay.
Tom here says, don't mind me. Devil's Lettuce kicking in. Edibles tonight. Fair enough. If I enjoy the movie, then it's a 10. That's fair, Dave. Saving Private Ryan is a 10 or very close to it for me. All right.
Yeah.
Tom here says, Usual Suspect, definitely a close one. Memento, which I enjoyed that one. Memento, I liked a
Memento was
lot
good.
as well. Yeah. Sixth Sense, which did a pretty good job with the breadcrumbs as well. That for me, M. Night
That one
Shyamalan.
got me.
Yeah, M. Night Shyamalan was such a miss with so many movies after
And
that.
then slams it. And then,
You hit Sixth Sense, you nailed it, and then afterwards it's like, well, what was that shit? Lady in the Water? Shut up!
oh
like-
my God, that was horrid.
Like there was a lot of them
I
that
was
he
sitting
would.
there. It actually had potential. And I was going, okay, where's this going? And then halfway, it's just like,
Well, this is the problem: is that after Sixth Sense was so beautifully executed, I think he got in his mind, he's like, I'm going to do this for every movie. No, it's actually really hard to pull that off consistently. The actors did a great job.
He got
think
me on The Village. When she jumped over the fence, I was shocked. But Sixth Sense, as soon as it started, I went, he's a ghost. And the person sitting next to me had already seen it, and he was like, how did you know?
Spoilers on 20-year-old film. How dare you?
the person said beside you was a ghost too.
Yeah,
I think
True.
but
my favorite-
I figured that one out lickety split. But Usual Suspects got me, and what was the other one? Just The Village that he did when she jumped over the fence. I was like, what the hell's going on?
I think Cinderella Man is probably my top movie of all time.
Cinderella Man? All right.
Because it was based on a true story and the acting was phenomenal and the way they went through the eras, and it was really, really well done. And the time period, great scenery, everything was well done.
All right.
How about
Oh.
LA Confidential? That was another good one.
There's a couple good
Those
ones
are
being
really,
mentioned here
yeah.
as well. I remember going on a kick of watching a bunch of them, including LA Confidential, and a bunch of them. I watched a series of them at a time. I was watching a lot more movies back then, not as much right now. Paul here, Hobo with a Shotgun. Listen, Paul is into the classics.
Clearly.
Primal Fear. I think Hobo with a Shotgun was one of those movies that was done as part of the Grindhouse. It was part of the Grindhouse thing where
That's
they
it, yeah.
they came up with a bunch of which were hilariously ridiculous. They were stupid, but they understood what they were doing. They were good for what they because it was an homage to the Grindhouse movies. They knew what they were doing. They were having fun with it.
Which brings me to Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
Ooh boy, that's right up in the 10.
That's a
yeah.
10.
It's strong. Yeah, it's a strong. So let me read a couple of these real quick here. Primal Fear. Bob Jackson says here, fun fact about gladiators for Eric. They used to sell gladiator sweat to women as perfume.
Wow.
That is a random thing. Death to Smoochie.
Oh god.
So this was an interesting one. I kind of hope that one of you want to take. Look, I'm not going to be mean on this one. I'm going to leave it be. But for Aaron says, Back to the Future is a 10. Please don't argue this point. Look, I'm going to be nice. But if someone else wants to argue that point, I will allow it.
I think for its era, it was a 10. For sure.
I was no. I'm older than
Love
you,
7.
Carlos, and younger than Bobby,
Yeah.
but
Heat
I
is
was
good.
like the perfect age when I saw that in the theater
Yeah.
when it came out.
Sure.
And it so it's still it resonated with me. I loved it. The sequels were great, and so
Yes.
now it has a special place in my heart. So I can't argue.
And I think that's what really ties somebody into a movie is timing. You were a teenager, it's a coming of age movie. Yeah, you love it. Like Porky's. I remember that as a kid, and that was the best movie I ever saw.
My mother still
Now
won't let me
it's
watch
horrible.
And
It was only
today,
because
it's the
we've
second
seen-
best movie you ever saw.
It's the second worst movie I ever saw.
But
But we didn't know any better back
then.
then because we didn't have much to choose from, right? So
Fair enough. So Requiem for a Dream. I remember that one. That one's a very interesting one. Armageddon. I think it was a solid movie. I wouldn't put it quite up there, but it was a solid
Not a
movie.
10.
I think it's more of a comedy than it is.
It was 100% a comedy.
It's just well, there was
Plus you had the
touching at
Steven. Plus,
end,
wasn't that the one with the Steven
romance,
Tyler
there
song?
was
Wasn't
Yeah.
the one with the Steven
Yeah.
Tyler song? Yeah, that was a hit for that one. Yeah,
Don't Want to Miss a Thing. Yeah. Something
yeah.
like that.
Heat is one of my favorites. Yep. Another
I
Mortal Kombat 1995. Ironically, I appreciate what you did there. I do appreciate it. The Wicker Man, followed by ha 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 ha. Agree if a movie title can make you sing the theme, it's got to be a 10. Yep. Speaking of Mortal Kombat, that one definitely got that song off the Mortal Kombat theme song on that one. They did very well with that one. A few more potential 10. Police Story, Legend of Drunken Master. Okay, there you go. Legend of Drunken Master.
I've seen that.
Fallen,
Seen it.
Exorcist.
Awesome.
Yeah, Paul would definitely pick Exorcist. I can see
Exorcist
that.
was the scariest movie I ever saw. I got
Carlos Senior will
kicked
back you
right
on
out
that
of me
one.
when it came
Carlos
out.
Senior will back you on that one. He saw it in the theaters, and at the time, because we chatted about it, and at the time they did the thing where they would jack up the air conditioner to create a little extra
Oh, that
atmosphere in the
cool
theater.
feel.
Yeah,
Wow.
they wanted to give the full immersive, which of course freaked people out.
Oh, that would,
Like
yeah.
because you're presenting the whole thing along with playing around with atmosphere to really mess about with it. So it's kind of interesting. So let me see.
Then it's cold, and it's like, it's getting cold in here too. Is this movie real, or is it Memorex?
That's right. But yeah, that was for the movie going experience. He swears by it as being a really big, like from the experience standpoint. But it was very memorable for him. So the joke always was that he goes, "I saw Exorcist in theaters in 1970, whatever it was," and they go, "After that, nothing scares me."
Yes, exactly. Yeah, true enough, right?
Yeah. So that's what he goes by, and I'll back him up on that. I can see it.
Except the circle. But anyways,
Good evening, gents. Shawshank Redemption / Goodwill Hunting are faves. Fair enough.
a Good Will Hunting is a Beckett 7.
There you go. Decent subgrids or no? So Paul's got Alien 1 and 2. Spirited
cool.
Away and Totoro. Okay, fair enough. Count of Monte Cristo, Beautiful Mind. You guys are into the movie thing here. We got a lot of them. Tango and Cash. As a cheesy movie,
I
as a
like
cheesy action
that.
movie, I like it. I like the choice for that.
Sebastian, just to prove to you that I'm also a fan, Fubar.
Okay.
Nice. The Gate terrified me growing up. Lord of the Rings, all of them are 10s. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
But what do you grade him on a tag scale of 1 to 1,000?
9.75.
Fight Club is even better now. I did enjoy Fight Club. I enjoyed it quite a
I
bit.
can't give it
Well,
a
then,
10.
if you loved it so
but-
much, why are you breaking rule number 1?
Because we're not supposed to talk about Fight Club.
Because we already talked about Arena Club. We kind of broke the seal.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
It's
We
kind of
broke-
done. We talked
broke
about
the
Arena Club.
Ring.
Get off my lawn.
Mm.
Oh,
Gran
the ring.
Torino, poking eye and a kid in the
Gran
hand.
Torino was good. Yeah. Not a
Yeah.
10.
Yep, Michael Hamm. I'm prepping for a possible hurricane. Well, best of luck. Hopefully,
Best of luck.
you guys take care of yourselves.
Hurricane. That was a good movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody over on the coast, and it's the same thing. I talked with Brad a little bit yesterday after the show and everything. So right now they're making sure they take care of their business. So hopefully you guys are out on the coast. Take care of yourselves. Obviously it's going to be pretty heavy for some of you. So hopefully you've prepared accordingly. Fight Club and Idiocracy is art turning in reality. True.
Another one breaking the rules.
American Beauty. Paul Caesars watched one thing with one of the extras. An exorcist suspects a serial killer. He was only convicted with one murder, but he confessed and recanted to others. Exorcist had a lot of things going for him, man. So
How
Brian
about
has it as
Kick-Ass?
989. So strong 10. All right. All right.
Kick-Ass 1 and 2. Well, my favorites.
1 and 2. There you go. Gangs of New York. Yep.
Oh, that's actually
That's something.
that's a
else.
10. That's
Yeah.
a 10.
Any fans of Grandma's Boy?
It is.
Mystic River.
Oh, that one hit too
Mystic
close to home.
Pizza, maybe.
No,
There
Mystic
you go.
River, because it was filmed in
300.
Boston, and it's
I wouldn't
just
give.
we had a lot of issues with the church around here, and that was just that I don't ever want to watch that movie again.
Sparta.
It was too
Anyways.
good.
Diehards. There's a time and a place for those.
I think the first one
We'd
to me,
call it a 10, 20 years ago, but maybe not today.
I enjoy the first one. The other ones are fun for what they are, but you can really tell the decline in it versus the first one that I thought was really well executed. I will say I actually enjoyed. I want to say the fourth one because there's like Die Hard. There was like a when they tried to bring it back. The very first one they did. The very first one they did after the original 3, I thought was pretty okay. But then they kept going, and I was
The
like,
one with
no,
Justin
please stop.
Long,
Yeah,
about
please
the
stop.
the computers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
not,
like
not super keen on that one. So I will say that it's a mixed bag for me. The first one to me is solid. I like it, and I like one of the ones post the original 3. One of them, I can't remember exactly which one, but there was one I liked. Maybe it was Live Free or Die Hard. There was one of them specifically that came in the
Die
second half.
Hard. I think.
Yeah,
that
I thought that was solid because he was a fish out of water. He was out of phase with technology, and he
Right.
played that into the character, and that worked for me. So I thought that was okay.
And Justin Long sometimes bothers me, but he actually did a good job there.
Yeah, where has he been lately? Right?
I don't know.
No, he's gone. Like finished. I think my favorite movie growing up probably was Conan the Barbarian.
All right.
When
Yes.
Arnold, you never seen a guy so big, and it was just like, what?
Arnold.
He was cool.
Yeah,
I can't
Halifax.
speak
We just started to
English,
whip
and
him now.
he's-
I will
Can't
also
speak
add
English,
another
just-
10 and we'll debate till I die, and I don't care about it, is The Princess Bride.
Okay, next.
Mm-hmm. Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder, boy.
Uncle
As a
Buck, well, 9 out of 10
comedy?
is a great movie.
Uncle Buck?
Yeah.
I'm not a 10.
And he did give us a tag
Tag
grade, which is important.
946, yeah.
He did
I
give
think
us a tag grade,
I
which is
give it a
important.
type. Yeah, 946. I'd be fine with that.
Super Troopers. Here's one for Eric. Debbie Does Dallas. Anyone? Eric?
My mother's watching, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a heartwarming story about Debbie and Dallas. Moving on.
I'll have to
I
check
think
it
you
out
can say
sometime.
Debbie did Dallas now.
You
Anyways,
probably can, yes.
it was the Dallas show.
Question. So, Michael Ham, question. What are your long-term thoughts on Judge? I feel like selling, as he may not be a Yankee. Would you sell or give back a record-breaking? Would you sell or give back a record-breaking home run ball? So, record-breaking home run ball. Sell all day. God bless you, young man. I'm selling. Sell gone. Long-term thoughts on Judge. I'm a bit of a mixed bag. So I will begin qualifier. I hate the Yankees. However, with that said, I can appreciate how well he's playing this season. He's playing extremely well. The problem that I have with Aaron Judge is not that he's not playing well, not that he's not capable of maybe replicating, not necessarily this season, but still having some very successful seasons. The problem is he started late as a player, so racking up the career totals is going to be tricky. So because you asked long-term thoughts, right? So I'm not just thinking this season. I'm thinking a couple of seasons down the road. So he's playing extremely well. If he finishes with a record-breaking season this year, that's going to be a big feather in his cap. Hopefully that's enough for the MVP. I don't even want to hear about Shohei Ohtani. Please go away. I don't care about him right now. If he finishes with a triple crown and 60-plus home runs, that's extremely impressive. That's a historic type season. For me, short term, great. Sell, get some money out of it. Long term, I don't know about his health. The problem has been he started late and he consistently gets hurt. So, like, can he, being as big as he is, can he stay healthy long enough to rack up the statistics that look good in the end? Because here's the problem. He could have an amazing still run in his career, have 450 home runs, and that still feels like a disappointment. But he could have a 60 home run season in there. So it's like, so is it good or bad? Long term, I don't know. Long term, that's tough. So that means his apex, his peak could be spectacular. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that still gets him to Hall of Fame because they'll look at it like, oh, well, he just started late and he got hurt a bunch. So we'll still give him some credit because he put up some great seasons. That's what concerns me. But as the last question, it's a sell for me. So we'll have to see. Let me scroll through real quick here. Comscore, what kind of autocorrect is that? Met Comedies, there you go. Lethal Weapon greater than Die Hard. Yeah, I said it. Ooh, it's a bold move, sir. Bold
The first
move.
Lethal Weapon was good.
The first buddy action movie I ever saw was Lethal Weapon. I think it came out in like 1986, and that was my favorite movie for decades.
There you
Not
go.
Good Will Hunting.
Just as long as in the movie now, Barbarian, Mad Max, Hudson Hawk is greater than Lethal Weapon and Die Hard.
Hudson Hawk.
Look at y'all. Look at y'all. Turning on each other.
No,
I'm favorite younger is Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Still enjoy it. There you
Yes.
go. American Ninja. Sean here agrees with you, Eric. Princess Bride could not have been better. Also, I'm actually left-handed.
Anybody want a peanut?
Oh, you beat me to it.
Sorry.
Yeah, you got to get your references in early, man. You're the one who brought it up, so you should have got
I
your
know,
reference in right
I
away.
know.
All right, Big Lebowski, The Dude
Shut up,
Abides,
Donnie.
I didn't like that one so much.
Kathy
I know.
Ray, The Jerk, my autobiography. Sorry, go on.
The Jerk was my dad and I's favorite movie. We know it word for word, and we would laugh just as hard, even if we saw it 10 times in a week. So, yeah. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah. So Michael Ham here. He's capable of 10, 40 home runs. Now, hold on. You got to play 10 foolish seasons to get. Could he? Theoretically, yes. Could he? Sure. But you got to play 10-ish foolish seasons. Look, he could have this amazing season, come out next year out of the gate hot again, and then get hurt and miss half a year. And then he's not hitting 40. And then that wrecks your whole plan here. That's my concern with Judge. And it's going to be the concern that all the teams that are looking at him, look, in concept, he should be in line for a major payday right now. He should be in line for a huge major payday coming up. But I think a lot of teams are going to look at somebody I think will pull the trigger and do it, but they're crossing their fingers like, oh, please, just give us some healthy seasons. At least at the front end of this before you head into your mid-30s. Please give us some healthy seasons. Because I think he's 30 now, or right about there. So it's like you're hoping between 30 and 35, you can get a couple more seasons like this-ish. It doesn't have to be as good as this, but somewhere in the 40 to 50 home run range, that would be amazing. And if you could get 4 or 5 seasons of that, you'll take your chances. and hope for the best.
If I had Judge cards, I'd be selling them like crazy right now. I wouldn't hold on to
It would
them.
be very difficult. Yeah, it would be very
He's
difficult for me not to move a lot of my stuff.
Going to be more popular than he is at this very moment.
It's hard to say that you'd be wrong on that one. I think that's probably a fair assessment.
He goes
Bob-
out, he hits 65 next year. So what? He's done it twice now. The first time you do it, the first time you break the record, if you have them and you're an investor and you're doing this for money, sell the hell out of every Judge card you have.
Yep. So Judge greater than Trout. They're both similar injury wise. This is baiting me. Such bait. And I like it. Moving on. Big Lebowski, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Kingpin Tin Cup. All fantastic. Definitely don't want to make weird random good movies anymore. There you go.
Yeah.
Aaron, 25-year-old rookie season. His stuff will never be worth more than it is now. It'd be very difficult to do much better. Mallrats. Yep. Young Blood. All right. Hockey 66. There you go. Training Day. American Ninja is amazingly awful and entertaining. Yeah. Sometimes that's the best. My favorite is Wayne's World. Bobbles here. I said I doubt he hits 450 home runs. I see Judge being a Maris type player. Had a magical season, but remember for a couple of good years, but not enough. Now Maris did win 2 MVPs back to back, so it's kind of an important note there. Eric shrugging off Debbie Does Dallas, but earlier saying he'd take a look at these and look at my slab is adorable. His inconsistency is noted. Inconceivable. Favorite as a kid was The Three Amigos, Too Dumb but classic. Dumb and Dumber. I heard The Jerk was based on a true story. Yeah, my autobiography. So Michael Hamm. Trout had almost 40 home runs this year, and he's not a home run hitter like Judge's. He hit 40 home runs in the minor leagues? In batting practice?
I think it was batting practice.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I know what he's referring to, but I like poking some fun at some of the guys that talk about Trout. It's like, so what are they, 20 games back now? 25? 30? Right. I may as well have shown you a highlight reel of people hitting home runs in batting practice because it means about as much.
Exactly.
But it counts, I guess. So good for him. You are correct. You are technically correct. Judge does not see full seasons to hit 40. That's true. But I need him to play like more than 100 games. My concern is that he could have some seasons where maybe he hits half a season. And then even if he sells out for the home run, that still might not be enough. We'll see. Like I said, we're speculating on injury histories. That's impossible to predict. Nobody knows. 4x5 Rubicon. Hello, gentlemen. Maybe you talked about this before, but what's your take, Carlos, on the Favre controversy and how it'll affect his legacy and card prices? I know you're a fan, but what are your take on it? Okay, so I'll elaborate on a little bit of that. I did do a video recently specifically about this. What was the name of it? It was directly about player collections and stuff like that. That was the focus of it. And it focused, the Favre was the example that I used for it to talk about part of that question. Let me get it here. Do players' personal issues affect your collecting? That's what it's called. Do players' personal issues affect your collecting? It's directly pertaining to this, but I'll quickly give you a little bit of a synopsis, but you can get the fuller version on that video if you want to check it out. So my take is I don't care. Not because I think it's good. No, it's terrible. I hope he's prosecuted to the fullest extent and they get either fines or jail time or whatever. Like from a personal issue, I have no issue. The law should do what it needs to do. I'm completely good with that. It does not affect my memories of him as a player because my collecting of him is as a player. It was when they won the Super Bowl and went to back-to-back Super Bowls. And when he was a very exciting player to watch and I started following the team. So that does not get erased because of this. I know he's a jerk as a person. Even towards the end of his playing career, he was a diva and he created problems everywhere he went. So he's not a good, that's why I made the joke when I did the video and I said, he's not a swell fella. And one of the guys in Discord had a good chuckle about it because he's like, not a swell fella, it's a glorious understatement. It's like, yeah, I know. But it's like, I don't collect these people because they're good people. That wasn't a criteria for me. He was a very good player in his day who also made horrific mistakes. And as a human being, he's extremely flawed. He's horrifically flawed. And he's done some very bad things. And he should be held accountable for those bad things. Now, your latter question, how it'll affect his legacy and card prices. That is, I think, a little more straightforward. I think it hurt. I think there are folks who will be turned off by it. And anything that softens the market on a retired player is not going to help card prices long term. To be honest, to be blunt with you, and this came in the mail today for me. Funny you mention it. So there's your Favre. These are still available relatively inexpensively, and it would not shock me if they're available more inexpensively going forward. Because, in all honesty, some people are going to get turned off. And deservedly so. And as a collector, you should collect for any reason you see fit. If it doesn't work for you, don't collect it. So if this bothers you to that degree, then sell off your stuff or don't collect it anymore and just stop. Which is fair. I think that's completely fine. I wouldn't argue with anybody that has that take. One of the guys that commented on that video talked about Michael Vick and the whole dog thing, and he's a big animal lover. So like for that, like Michael Vick committed like a cardinal sin that he cannot be forgiven for from his perspective, which is fine. I get it. There are other guys who collect Michael Vick and don't care. It's up to your personality, but will it hurt? It will hurt, at least for a while, for sure. And card prices will also hurt as a result of that, at least in the short term. Long term, maybe people will forget. Maybe they won't care in the long run, depending on what happens with him going forward in court. Bobby, just a question.
Yeah.
If you were more in line to collect a player, and post-playing days, some stuff came out that they did some very bad things, would that have any, personally, do you care about that? Is that impactful to you in any way? Or
Yeah, I have a high sense of morality when it comes to stuff like that.
Sure.
It would bother me to a degree.
Would it mean that you would want to get rid of the stuff, or just stop collecting? What would be your preference in that regard then?
Yeah, probably get rid of it. For the most part, I would probably get. It really depends on the level. Like not Pete Rose-ish kind of stuff doesn't bother.
Yeah, sure.
OJ,
yeah,
but
Pete Rose is more of a broken rule than anything else. It was a broken rule.
Well, I would agree with the Pete Rose scenario up until about 2 weeks ago, and now I have maybe a different point of view of the man. I've always thought that he was a little out there, and
He is.
he has a gambling issue, and
He has a lot of issues.
He didn't cheat. He didn't, he didn't gamble against his team. Okay, so I was always making excuses for him that he's just a unique cat. But the stuff that came out a couple of weeks ago, that was, I can't really look past all that stuff.
regale us on that. What came
It
out
has
a
to
couple-
do with sexual assault and something that happened in the 70s, and it might have been statutory, and he kind of just blew it off, and it was like, that was then, it's no big deal. So basically he admitted it, but he's like, I don't know. I don't get me started on that stuff.
So do you remember when I said that Pete Rose's cricket cardinal sin is that he never shut up?
Yeah.
It's like literally Pete Rose would make his own life easier if he just became a mute.
Yeah.
Just stop speaking. Dude, don't say anything about anything. Just stop talking.
Yeah.
Just sit there and don't speak. He causes his own problems in that regard. So anyway, fair enough.
He was asked about it. He should have said, I don't have a comment at this time, and walked away. But no, he's just an idiot.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. And like I said, remember when I said that when we talked about the Hall of Fame, I think, look, my thing is that he's an idiot. I like idiots not being rewarded. So, and Pete Rose, he's an idiot. So it's one of those things like, look, after you die, you can have a plaque. But while you're alive, forget it. You're a moron. Shut up. Go back in your corner. Back in your hole, Pete. And by the way, speaking of the same thing, also, we talk about the Favre thing.
Yeah.
One of my other favorites is also implicated in the same thing, in that whole thing. Our good friend of the show, and this is what makes me sad, is friend of the show, was also implicated in that.
I didn't think he had like real money in pull like that. I thought it was just an act.
I would have blamed it on Virgil.
Yeah.
If it was me. But,
I would.
to each their own. That would have been my suggestion. But again, like, look, another favorite of mine. This is, like, I can't be ditching all my favorites because they're horrific people.
Yeah.
Like, at a certain point, like, man, like, y'all, do I have to watch you 24/7? Do I have to watch you 24/7 to make sure you don't do stupid shit to ruin this for everybody? Come on, man. Animal House, Fletch, Three Ninjas is also 10. Bob's going. That's an interesting choice, Bob. I don't know if I can get behind you on that. Guys like Dale Murphy and Dave Parker are the best player in the world conversation at one point, but if you leave your original team and don't compile numbers, you're not a long-term play. Yeah, I would say Dale Murphy had 2 MVPs, I think. 2 MVPs if memory serves me. So he was definitely a solid player. But the problem is he did it in Atlanta, and that hurt a lot because they just weren't a good team at that time. Dave Parker also had some amazing seasons. But yeah, I think if you don't have the numbers, it gets really tricky. Being a Yankee actually helps Aaron Judge. It could sustain him long term, but it's still going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. Sebastian here. Trout cards are a great investment, though. Absolutely. I think you should pay 10 times what they're going for right now. Actually, 100 times. Carlos, why are you suggesting that? Because if you keep going higher and higher, eventually you're overpaying, and then it crashes, and I laugh. And then I play the clip. So I actually think you should pay 1,000 times. So that Trout 2011 Topps update is a $47.8 billion card. But Carlos, there's 2,000 in PSA 10s. $48 billion each. Elon, get one. Moving on. Back injury and swinging a baseball bat doesn't seem a good combination. No, not so much. Anyone seen Godfather? Scarface. Yep.
Of course.
Yeah.
Fair. Fair. Valid. Valid. I collect some Kobe, but I do think he had some major problematic issues on a personal side. Yeah, I agree with that. He did.
You know, and again, I don't want to turn people away from our show here by coming at them, and I'm not. So I want to make sure that
You've been consistent on your Kobe love.
my opinion is I anyone who's still a Kobe fan after what he did years ago is I don't understand it. I respect it, even though he was a Laker, and I'm when I'm out of Boston, I respected him as a player. I could tell this kid was great. What happened in that hotel room? I don't understand how Mike Tyson went to prison and Kobe Bryant didn't. I'll never understand that. Either Mike shouldn't have gone to prison or Kobe should have. I don't understand it. And if you read his statement, he pretty much admits what happened. Why does someone apologize? You apologize because you know you've done something wrong. And the very first sentence in his statement is, "I would like to apologize to the woman."
It was a plea.
It's just I don't get. And then it's horrible the way he died and his child and everyone else.
Well, that was the wash away of everything.
Yeah,
Like I said, because of the way he passed away and the whole bit. It's like, and now he's a goat. Moving on.
I don't get it.
I got it.
I own nothing. There's nothing in my house with that man's face on it.
I think it would be awkward if there was. It doesn't seem to fit the brain.
Cards, nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. So Michael Ham here. Players' personal issues do affect me. Ray Lewis, Lawrence Taylor, OJ, R. Kelly, all bad dudes. I'm out. That's fair. Yeah. But remember what I said a minute ago. I'm being consistent on my point. I would never, if somebody asked me the question, like that question was asked earlier, I gave you my answer. That doesn't mean it's the right answer. That means it's the right answer for me. That's the decision that I made. That's my call. If you say to me, oh, that person, I can't get behind that. It's like, makes sense. Sounds good. I'm not going to argue against you. It is how you personally feel about it. And that is completely fine and completely right. Look, I'll argue with you about a million things. I enjoy it. It's fun. I'm never going to argue with you about how you feel about a specific player because of how you feel about something they've done. Because that is a personal thing. I can't argue with you. That's how you feel. That's what makes sense. Barkley said it best. I'm not a role model. Your dad should be your role model. I can't afford to gamble, so I'll gamble on one, which is fair for him. And for some people, that's not going to work, and for some people, it is. Dave here. I'm turned off. Only a casual football collector, but doubtful I'd pull out a Favre from a $5 to $10 box just because it looks nice. Completely fair. I'm with you. It might be in the dollar box soon, and maybe I'll pick it up then. It'll be good. It'll work out well for me. Bubbles. I have a Ray Rice deal you bought heading your way. Yeah, exactly. Sure. I mentioned the Ray Rice example in that one too. Same as OJ. Yep. Pete Rose is a scumbag. I know. Horrible stories. Yep. For sure.
Sure, there's plenty.
Yep. Sold my Tiger Woods autograph because of his extramarital affairs. Well, in the grand scheme of things, extramarital affairs is kind of low. It's kind of the low end. It's kind of the jaywalking of heinous acts on this one. But fair enough. Like, again, I'm not going to criticize.
Oh, right. So stick to what you said. We're not going to criticize people.
No, we're not.
But I also understand what you're saying when you're talking about collecting sports memorabilia and sports cards, and you have people like Aaron Hernandez, OJ Simpson.
There's like scales. There's levels of like heinousness.
Right. And those are the murderers. Then we got, the Ray Rices of the world and several others who have, beat women and such. Yeah. So unfortunately, we have to scale our professional athletes, our heroes like that. Well, he didn't kill someone like Aaron Hernandez, but he also didn't, do this. So, we're going to forgive the.
Well, that's why I said I'm gonna classify this under the jaywalking category. You can 100% give him a ticket, and you are completely valid in doing so. It is an infraction, but it is not the most pressing matter if an emergency is happening over there and a bank robbery is occurring. We're probably going to focus our attention over there in the grand scheme of things.
And that's unfortunate that we have to look at it that way because, well, he didn't kill someone like Well,
I think, to be fair, I will say one thing on this, just because I want to read a couple more of these. But I will say one thing. I think I've always thought it odd that people somehow believe that professional athletes are somehow immune from the issues that most people have. If you take a demographic of people, some people are just bad people. Yeah. And also you take somebody who may have character flaws to begin with and give them access to money and power. I'm sure that'll make it better. Yeah. that'll exacerbate where you already were to begin with, right. and make it worse potentially and amplify it. Just
They're
bear that in
not
mind.
immune.
No, not at all. Piro's a scumbag and a narcissist. Hey, I resemble half of that remark at least.
Yeah, exactly.
Minimum. How dare you? He
Yeah.
has done and said horrible things. Maybe I should be a fan of Piro's. He said horrible things. He's the perfect person to say when you say never meet your heroes. Yep, that's fair. That's fair. How many people have Kobe Bryant cards and bought more after he died? Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Oh,
What?
I can't even tell you how many people I've talked to that just were Kobe crazy after he died.
His cards literally went like this immediately, immediately, like moments later.
I just don't get it.
And by the way, this was just before the pandemic started. So but Kobe cards literally did this immediately, and then the rest of the card market followed right after the pandemic started. But Kobe cards like beat them by weeks, and they're already starting to do that because
Kobe started it.
Blame Kobe.
It was basketball, right?
It was Kobe or Virgil. One of them is responsible for all of this. One of them. I'll let you all decide which one you think it is.
I like Virgil more.
Fair. Why is Fred McGriff not in the Hall of Fame? Bad timing. His problem was that he was an excellent player, consistently very good, but never spectacular. He didn't have that like one season where like he was always like a candidate. He was like a borderline candidate for like MVP, but nobody ever looked at him and go, Fred McGriff is the best player on this team. They said Fred McGriff is an excellent player. He's a consistent player. And statistically, his problem was that he didn't get to 500 home runs. He was really close, like really, really close. But he's a guy who needed that number. He needed that number for people to remember him and think about him and go, wait a minute, that guy hit 500 home runs. Because I think he hit like 495 or something like that. It's super close.
How do you not come back for one more season?
It's one of those things like I think in the long run it was a bad move because he needed that number. He needed that to like remind people to really look at the rest of his body of work and see that he was consistently very good.
You go to the worst American League team, get the max, you get the veterans minimum, and you're a DH, and you retire after you hit number 500. It's simple.
Well, I know he's older now. Maybe he should do that now. Just go play wherever Mike Trout is.
Yeah. There you go. Works for him.
He can hit some meaningless home runs over there and get to 500. Yeah. Not a 10, but I love Big Fish. Okay, fair enough.
I hate it. I walked out of that movie.
Did you really? Literally walk out of it?
I couldn't stand it.
That's serious protest. All right, fair enough.
It's a love it or hate it kind of movie, I imagine.
I guess so. Very polarizing at that point. That sounds like it. I can still listen to Kiss knowing that Gene Simmons is a goof. I can still collect cards of the scumbags. Just me.
All right. And that's fine. And Gene Simmons is a goof, and I wouldn't want my daughter hanging out with him.
But you would hang out with him?
No, not really.
Are you sure?
My sister hung out with him.
No, you talk about egotistical. He may be number one.
I've been trying to inoculate. I've been trying to inoculate you on this the whole time. Maybe you develop an immunity at this point. My favorite baseball player was Canseco. Turned me away from collecting in baseball for a long time. Then I got over and decided not collecting based on character. I'd be really limited. Yeah, basically, yeah, for sure. Tyson definitely got played. Yeah, Tyson needed better team around him, for 100%. Now knows how to play pranks on the collectible space on Eric. Care packages. Facts. There are lots of nice guys who suck at professional sports and people don't want to collect them. Yeah. At the end of the day, people like performance. They like winners. Yep. That's why no one likes Mike Trout. I personally find it offensive that people are inducted into the Hall of Fame without my blessing. I think you might have to add that to the criteria. Give it a go. See if you can get that in there. Fred McGriff isn't in the Hall of Fame yet because he's 7 short of 500, so it's 493. I knew it was somewhere in that range. Isn't synonymous with single team? Yes. All those things kind of hurt. It was that he wasn't specific to one team, just fell shy of that milestone number, which would have really helped him. But also never had like, and this is a joke I always use with, like I said, when I want to make fun of Trout, and I have plenty of ammunition. But my question is always, okay, fine. If he's a great player, give me the signature season. We can always pull all the great players. We can cite what we believe, and maybe we've got a couple to choose from. The point is, though, you can at least tell me this is this player's signature season. We talk about Mickey Mantle in his era, 1956. He was a Triple Crown winner that year. So, and they had a bunch of World Series around him, but he was a Triple Crown winner there early on in his career. That was a feature season for him. 1961, you could also argue was a feature season for him, except he got hurt down the stretch. It would have usurped 56, but it was really close. 61 and 56. Both excellent seasons for him. And then he had other ones that were very good in between and really up there. But those were two like signature seasons. Fred McGriff, we would struggle to think of what they are. And he had excellent seasons. But like, what is the signature season? And that's tough.
Uh-huh.
And all players, hopefully, if they play that great, they have one. You could take Gretzky and you could be like, okay, so do you want when he scored 92 goals? Or do you want when he got 215 points? Or do you have a different one that you think is the case for a different reason? Your choice. But we can pick one. Scan through. Extra medical fails happen every single day in sports. This is considered a normal thing like Hollywood. Everybody sleeps with everybody. Yeah. Let's offend the vintage baseball guys. Ty Cobb, top tier player, top tier collectible, murderer.
Oh,
Does Pujols get 700? And if he ends up short, does he come back next year? I hope he doesn't. I would love to see him get 700, but if he does not, he should still retire. Because this was actually been a good season. It's been a good swan song season for him. It would be a really good time to walk away with goodwill. The people in St. Louis have been giving him standing ovations every time out, and he's actually played decently well. Like, it's actually been decent. He's taken a run at it. I think it's good it's a good story. I think it would be terrible if he came back next season just to get 2 or 3 home runs and played terrible. It's like it would be like limping to the finish line when right now he's actually getting a chance to like move at a decent pace to the finish line if he chooses to do so. And they're still, I think, in playoff contention. I think they're in the playoffs, so maybe he could have a couple of big moments in the playoffs, and that'd be great too. It'd be a better way to walk out, in my opinion. Marshawn Lynch was changed his image pretty well in Seattle until his recent arrest. Back to running back skills, he was drunk, crashed into a pregnant woman and left the scene while still in Buffalo. I remember that. It's been a long time, but yeah, pretty bad. It's even worse than some bad people. The money attracts bad people, and many aren't equipped to realize that. Yeah, fair enough. Shaw Cards, good evening. Crime Dog will get in Veterans Committee. I think we'll get another look. Yeah. 7 home runs, the difference with him getting in. Yeah. Look, the voters are very petty, and they're very basic. You have to give them these things, otherwise they out of sight, out of mind, because they don't even think about them.
I still say, and I will always say, that when it comes to the Hall of Fame of anything, I don't care if it's cooking or hockey or anything. Name
cooking Hall of Fame?
And if you're in a room with 10 people, and if 9 out of the 10 don't say, "Oh yeah, definitely Hall of Famer," then they're not. You know who a Hall of Fame player is. If you have to have a discussion and convince a bunch of people they're not a Hall of Fame player, if they have to they go 20 years and can't get in, and they have to go to a Veterans Committee where their friends and former players sit on, and then they get in. How is that a Hall of Famer?
But
we know who Hall of Famers are. Joe Montana, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, we got it.
Boom.
Yeah.
Gretzky, Hall of Famer.
Yep, 100%. But those 10 people in the room might not be Hall of Fame worthy of selecting Hall of Famers. How's that?
But everyone knows who a Hall of Famer is. Ovechkin's going to get in. Crosby's going to get in.
Mm-hmm.
Hall of Famer. Boom.
Yeah.
If you go 20 years on the ballot and don't get in, you're not a Hall of Famer.
How about Paul Henderson? Should he be in the Hall of Fame?
No.
Why?
Because he had one moment in his life.
No, he had actually quite a few moments in this.
He was a good player.
Series.
Listen. The guy was not a bum.
He made the
he's
team
known
Canada.
for one thing.
No, more than one thing. He got 2 winning goals in the series, and a third one. I think that's closely. He got the first goal. I think the very first goal in the series as well.
Listen, the guy was a good player. Hall of Famers are great players.
Yeah, but it's great moments too. You could be
I
a
don't
long
think
jumper.
You should get in the Hall of Fame because you had one moment.
Let's say you're a long jumper and you're in the Olympics and you set the record and beat by 2 feet. Should you be in the Hall of Fame? You have a standing record from one jump, and they get in.
I think I don't know if I agree with that example because I've coached track and field for so long. I just look at it differently.
Cycling.
Okay.
The guy wins the Tour de France and beats everybody by 3 hours.
Okay.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
Does he only do it once?
Well, shit. For 3 hours and beating everybody?
Well, that's the
best of the best of the best.
The true legends have the number as a true cycling legend is 5 Tour de France wins.
I got you.
So if he wins one,
did Eric have his whole soapbox moment? Because I needed to walk away from
pretty close. Yeah. But yeah, okay, you said that, and that record is still standing though. Then what?
Okay, well, it
You
goes back
bypass
to
him?
Maris. Then Maris had one good year. I know he had the 2 MVPs.
I was going to say the other year was actually really good as well. He did literally win 2 MVPs.
But Joe Average knows Roger Maris hit 60, hit 61 and 61. And what else do you know about him? Nothing. He's not a Hall of Famer.
A lot of people say
He
he
should
should
have
be.
a place in the Hall of Fame commemorating that remarkable event for that time. We all know, like, his hair was falling out. He had ulcers. He was miserable going through that. What he went through was horrible. People were threatening to kill him and his family if he broke Ruth's record. I mean, the stress the guy was under was immense. That whole story should be in the Hall of Fame. His bat, his uniform, blah blah blah. He's not a Hall of Famer though.
Interesting. By the way, great comments, guys. I was scanning back on it. But what it made me go in is, number one, I wanted to fill up my beer. I had it ready going. But then number two, I got an email literally that I had a delivery, and I was like, I literally just got it a minute ago, and I was like, right now? And then I opened the door, and the thing was right there. I was like, you sneaky bugger. Well played. Well played. All right, fair enough. So with PEDs, he would have had the numbers. Without PEDs, too many people outperformed him. Yeah. What also hurt Fred McGriff at the time was that a lot of people were putting up really gaudy numbers. At the time, he was putting up consistently good numbers.
Yeah.
But he had been doing it for years, and yeah, it looked pedestrian by comparison. But in today's game, he would actually be right up among the league leaders because he was consistently very good. So his game would translated better to today's game, or the era that came just before him. He would have been fine. But in that era, he got screwed over in that late '90s period and early 2000s.
And I think, and that might be something you factor in. And
Yeah.
you say, okay, we are not going to let steroid abusers in the Hall of Fame. They already have with David Ortiz. And they look at guys that probably didn't cheat and applaud them.
Well, that's where hopefully, now the problem is because of the way they do it. That's where the Veterans Committee is supposed to come in and take care of that, because they're supposed to have a better context of the era. The joke with the Harold Baines thing is Harold Baines got in because of the Veterans Committee. It was the Veterans Committee who made that call. Harold Baines did not get in on the original ballot from the writers. The Veterans Committee said, like, he performed consistently well. The problem with Harold Baines is he was also never spectacular. He was good for many, many years, and he racked up pretty good statistics by being pretty good for a long period of time. So I don't remember what this one is, but what if Marcel Dion invited you to dinner supper with Gene Simmons? There's a mix for you. It's your old buddy Marcel. He's even willing to drop the restraining order. You're going to dinner, Eric. Don't lie to the people.
I hope you guys can pull some strings in November, because I'm not allowed to be at the same show as him. And I think
if you agree to the Gene Simmons dinner, maybe that might be the end for you.
Possibly.
McGriff also played during steroid. That's right. Doc Gooden. I think Doc Gooden could have been if he had played longer. His problem is that he had some really great seasons, but he basically dropped off too quick because of drugs.
He's going to a ton of shows doing signings.
No doubt. Because he was extremely popular. Like, Doc Gooden was extremely popular. Dr. K.
Here a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Signing.
I don't like the steroids era argument because it's not like the ones who were using got any votes to be put in. Yeah. But the thing is, like, everybody, so it's a double-edged sword. The guys that use steroids, they weren't comfortable voting for them. But the guys who did use steroids looked pedestrian by comparison. So they were just looking at it and going like, okay, you had to really find a way to stand out, because otherwise you just looked average because all these numbers were destroying you.
Well, Tom, you don't like that argument because you said that none of them are getting put in. David Ortiz just got in. He's a known steroid user.
No.
It's documented.
The thing that helped David Ortiz is that people like him.
Oh, he is beloved.
Yeah, so it was one of those things where it's like, but we like David Ortiz. Then let's look the other way. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
And nobody likes Barry Bonds. That's why he'll never get in.
Well, nobody liked Alex Rodriguez either. And it was only afterwards he goes, maybe if I had been less of a douche. They were like, yeah, probably you would have gotten a pass if you'd just been, because his numbers were really good. If you'd just been a little less of a douche, probably you get a real shot at it.
I think record breakers and record setters should be allowed in the Hall of Fame for certain particular ones, of course. But if you set a record or break something that has never been done for another 50 years or something, let's say in 1950s or whatever, Satopek runs the 4-minute mile in 1 minute, and that'll never be broken. Does he not be a Hall of Famer? Or?
Yeah, but
okay. My question would be kind of your point, kind of your question. Is it a situation though where at that stage, like there's Hall of Famers who maybe it's a Hall of Fame career. There could be somebody who has Hall of Fame moments or had a Hall of Fame season or did something where like, because remember the words Hall of Fame. You did something extraordinary, something notable, something significant. That is still that's why their artifacts are in the Hall of Fame. Like Roger Maris is, I don't know the specifics. I haven't seen it, but I'm confident that like his bat, maybe his uniform and stuff like is in the Hall of Fame because the achievement was historic. He was a record breaker. That differs though from a guy who's being honored for his overall career, which is a bit of a distinction. But at the same time, it's like, well, you could still respect somebody who was a record breaker and accomplished something amazing, and acknowledge it and give them some space. And at the same time be like, but as a career, you were pretty good overall by the time we were done. And I think you could still do that. And I think that's kind of a middle ground that still accomplishes kind of what you're shooting for. Still honoring somebody who did something impressive and spectacular. But then saying like, if only you'd been able to sustain it a little bit longer, you'd be in this other section. But here you are, you still deserve some credit for what you actually did.
Anyways, I vote for Henderson for the Hall of Fame. I think there's been more stuff done on him than any other player.
I think so.
For that series or for that Olympic series, it was a phenomenal series.
I think that's fair. Baseball and basketball are a lot easier than football, though. Only getting 5 spots a year. Yeah, but there's like 400 people in the Football Hall of Fame. It's not like there's a shortage. There's a bunch of guys who's like, really, dude, you? All right, if you say so. Baseball used to be a lot easier. Then they have some years where they get weirdly picky. And then other years they're like, 5 of you, 6 of you can go in. And then other years like 2 of you.
Yeah, see? Me and Paul last week.
I know. I have you sent that to me. That's why I think you're prejudiced right now. You still have.
Are you suggesting horrific bias? How dare you?
You have a Paul Henderson hangover.
No, he's just a nice guy.
I wish I was there.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah, based on the example, Maris Hall of Famers, not Hall of Fame of the very good. Yep. Nice underrated set for the 55. I'm not sure which one he's referring to. Probably I missed that one. After the season, is Judge Hall of Fame retired? No. No, absolutely not. No.
He's in the same position as Maris.
No, he's not, because Maris had 2 MVPs.
No, hold on. He's in the same position as Maris after he does it. Now you have to wait to see what he does going forward.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying he won the first MVP before 61.
Okay.
He won an MVP in 60 and then won a second MVP with 61 home runs in 61. He was a back-to-back MVP guy, and the 61 season was the second one.
Well, he's probably going to win MVP this year, so
more than likely, yeah. It'll help his case. But I love how people suddenly throw in like, it's this amazing season. It's like, you don't get in the Hall of Fame because of one amazing season. And he had the 50 home runs in his rookie year. Also very impressive. But we've got a couple of years in between those 2 performances. So like we gotta level set a little bit. Where are you falling? You're not 60 home runs every year, but where do you actually fall consistently? Let's figure that out.
I was watching a little bit of the game against the Sox yesterday, and they were showing that the Maris family was there. We all watched the Maris family travel around with Mark McGwire. He breaks the record. He goes right over to him. They're all crying and hugging, and then you find out for sure, which we all suspected anyway at the time, that he cheated to do it. Well, that must have really hurt the Maris family. And my hope, my sincere hope for them is that now that they're being paraded out again, and this is happening again, that Judge is doing this clean, and the Maris family won't have to go through what they went through with McGwire.
But what if we find out he was wearing lifts and he's not actually that tall?
Maybe.
Well, then he should.
It's a bedrock of lies.
Yeah.
It's just terrible. It's terrible.
No, I can't stand when people wear
hard to walk on 3-inch pumps,
So do we give him more points for difficulty, or do we deduct the fact that he's lying about his height? Because it would be harder to hit elevated in that way unnaturally.
Lifts, no good. If they're stiletto heels, and he's doing
again.
We're finding out a lot about Eric's kinks tonight. Debbie does Dallas and stiletto heels on a 6'7" man. Gotcha.
If he's doing it on those little spiky stilettos, Hall of
he's
Fame.
being particularly specific. This is only getting more disturbing. Somewhere Bob Jackson is like taking notes. He goes, "Oh, I've got so much material now."
I'm writing right now.
Man, he's firing. Like I can see smoke coming up from the typing that's going on so fast. Okay, here's one. Judge hype is massive right now. Yes. And the Hall of Fame conversation churning based off the season. Yes. However, Pete Alonso is 3 years younger and will likely have better stats judged by age 30. Yeah, possibly. Yeah. And he's the one who re-broke the rookie home run record. But that's the thing. That's why I say, like, I'm appreciating, again, Yankee notwithstanding, I am appreciating Aaron Judge having an amazing season. And he's having an overall amazing season. It's great. But like I said, Hall of Fame, I'm like Jim Mora. Playoffs? You want to talk about playoffs? No. Calm down. One thing at a time. Let's finish the season and see if he can follow up with let's see if he finishes and actually gets the MVP as well. If he can finish with the Triple Crown, that's great as well. It would be another feather in his cap, but like let's actually start stacking up real accomplishments one after another. Right now he's got a couple, but there's opportunity still for more. I'm not counting his career as over yet. He is 30, but he's not 38. Like let's give him a little bit more time here. Ivan Rodriguez and Andy Pettit users. So Andy Pettit's not. I think it's mentioned earlier as well, but Ivan Rodriguez, yes. You guys think Clemens will get in eventually? He will eventually. Eventually, the steroid thing will drop down as a consideration, and probably a veterans committee will put him in. That's kind of where I see it happening. And I think it'll also be with Bonds at the same time, and probably Kurt Schilling again. You know, with all the complaining and stuff. Probably
But
eventually.
again, we've talked about this. Schilling, to our knowledge, has never cheated. He's just a douche.
Yeah.
So it's not, the douche Hall of Fame. It's the, Major League Baseball Hall of Fame, and the guy's a Hall of Fame.
Well, he's also kind of a douche.
He is a huge douche.
Yeah. So listen, I'm in the again. If there's a trolling Hall of Fame, I'm in the inaugural class. So I'm for keeping him out just because.
Just
It's like you look like an idiot. Shut up. You get nothing. Get out. But out. I enjoy Ray Rod's recent message to become a good guy when he's commentating on Sunday Night Baseball and other media. But yeah, the problem is he did the rehabilitation program late. He should have started work. Look, if he had started working on the rehabilitation of his image just before he retired, and then a couple of years immediately after he retired, Kobe Bryant. Moving on. Clemens and Manny are also coming around and trying to fix their image, specifically here in Boston. I believe that. Yeah. And by the way, I enjoyed Manny Ramirez. I thought he was great. Steroids or not, he was fun to watch. He was a hell of a character too. Baseball loves characters, and Manny was a character.
He was a horrible outfielder. It
Yes.
was just laughable what he was doing out there. He got busted for steroids 2, if not 3 times. And his last moment in Boston, he shoved like an 80-year-old clubhouse attendant into the floor in a roid rage. So I got no use for the man.
Hashtag good guy. Used to be enjoyable argument about Hall of Fame. Then May's gone and it's all over. Yep. Kick Selig out if you're letting Bonds and Clemens in. For the record, I have both of them. They should be in. Fair enough. There you go. Excellent. This explains why Eric's such a big fan of Gene and Paul. Nice.
Just hold. I got something for you.
Go ahead. While you're doing that, I forgot about you guys for months. Missed this channel. There you go. You should hit your notification bell. Then you won't forget.
There you go. There you go. Right there, Bob.
Look at you.
That's for you. Right there.
Yeah. Judge's rookie season was huge as well. I think if he was on steroids, he would have strung together a full season by now. Well, not necessarily. That was kind of the issue with McGuire. He actually struggled to put together a full season until finally he was able to get a couple together, and he had that problem for years. The problem is if Clemens and Mack gets in, Canseco should probably get in as the first 40-40, being a whistleblower who helped being a major league in steroid era. The problem with Canseco is that even though he had the 40-40 season and everything, and an MVP as well, he ended just short. The thing with McGuire, minus the home runs, McGuire wouldn't even be in consideration. He was actually not a very good hitter for the majority of his career, but he was an amazing home run hitter. Like he could hit bombs. And even from his rookie year, he set the rookie record for home runs. He could hit bombs. And then he became even more ginormous and was even more able to hit home runs. But he was actually a terrible hitter, like a horrifically bad hitter at times. Canseco was an okay hitter, but again, a guy who could hit bombs. But he needed that 500 home runs and plus to even maybe Veterans Committee down the road. As it stands now, the Veterans Committee won't even put him in. So they need that number. I thought Schilling was a PWCC now. Hey, who knows? The fact that Schilling isn't in is a joke, just like the Baseball Hall of Fame and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Roger should get in. Cabo's racist and he's in. No bigger juice than that. Cap Anson. He was the original racist guy to get it.
I mean, listen, we all know that's horrible, but you can't judge stuff from the past because everyone.
Even guys who were on old Judge cards?
everyone who played in that era was a racist. It was a horrible time for humanity.
That would be one fun museum. Manny Ramirez, the Oakland A's legend. Facts. And yet Eric collects Bobby Orr, aka the Boston Strike.
Ban him.
Facts.
Ban him.
Facts.
Block him, ban him.
He's
is
against
no
he's
longer
against sexual
allowed.
assault. He loves
Out.
Debbie Does Dallas, and
Out.
but he's fine with murder as long as Bobby Orr did it.
Out.
I'm
Ban.
sensing inconsistency by you,
Block.
sir.
No,
The inconsistency is palatable.
I demand that Paul be banned now.
Mm-hmm. And maybe if you were paying full price for the like button, I'd think about it. But you're only paying half price today, so you have no voting power.
Damn.
Useless baseball facts. Kurt Schilling was a huge gamer and loved to play EverQuest. Although, yeah, MMO nerds will remember that game. I don't think it's going to help his case, but I do appreciate the tidbit. Rafael Palmeiro numbers are crazy. They are. But again, Rafael Palmeiro also an idiot. He's in the Pete Rose camp. If you just shut up,
He got
shut
caught.
up. I understand. But even still, if Rafael Palmeiro had never stood in front of Congress and did that whole grandstanding thing, guess what? If you just shut up, gone into his corner, by now, some people would be like, Rafael Palmeiro should probably, yes, he did something, but like, we should give that guy a break. Give him the big poppy exemption. There you go. But he should have shut up. He screwed himself 3 ways from Sunday because he's one of the few guys who had 500 home runs and 3,000 hits. By the way, steroids or not, 3,000 hits is hard to do. So, like, that doesn't necessarily help you with That's why I said the McGuire thing. McGuire, I don't think even had 2,000 hits. McGuire actually kind of sucked as a hitter. Most of what he did was home runs. Rafael Palmeiro could actually hit. So, obviously, it helped him hit more home runs, but he was also a decent hitter. So, he actually got 3,000 hits. And now he's one of the few, he's the only guy in that category on the outside looking in. Because even Bonds, as scary as Bonds was, never got to 3,000 hits. Home runs for sure, but just shy, but didn't get to 3,000 hits. And Rafael Palmeiro did. He stole Mike Greenwell's MVP. There you go. Rafael Palmeiro's numbers should make him a lock. Yeah. And under normal circumstances, 500 home runs, 3,000 hits, he would have been. 100%.
100. You know what numbers I pay attention to? Like the 100-game suspension.
Well, Rafael Palmeiro was never suspended.
He got caught, didn't he?
I think he did the thing with Congress, but I don't remember if it led to an immediate suspension.
I'm pretty sure. All right, maybe I'm
I
wrong.
have to take a look. I don't remember. It's been a while now. I know he did the silly grandstanding in front of Congress.
Yeah.
I know he did that, but I don't remember if it led to a specific suspension. I have to think about that one.
I think
You guys fill in the blanks on that one. I don't remember what happened with Palmeiro
maybe I'm
specifically.
wrong.
Jose Canseco.
I think he got dirty.
Yeah, Jose Canseco had his twin brother signed for him. Yes, good old Ozzie Canseco. Any thoughts on the market for Black Panther cards leading up to the new Black Panther movie? That's a bit of a Neo Cards and Comics question. Normally, I'll just say in general terms, normally, if somebody's going to have a movie coming up or another movie coming up, it normally is helpful. However, to be clear, a lot of that's already baked in. Because a lot of times, if they anticipate another movie, it might already be baked in. I would just monitor, what I would do, honestly, DR, seriousness, I would just monitor what the price has been already recently. Because if you haven't seen any kind of a big spike, maybe then it hasn't been baked in yet. But if you've already seen kind of an increase, some people might have already baked it in. Just bear that in mind. And
it depends how well the movie does as well.
Of course, yeah. The better it is, the better it'll help the character.
But they did make Sharknado.
That's a cinematic classic. Well, I didn't even include Sharknado in the 10 specifically because it's like a 12 out of 10. Easily.
I'm not really looking forward to the new Black
A 997.
Mm-hmm. Well, on 1,000-point scale, like what's over 9,000? Is that like pristine plus?
That's a BCCCCCG plus.
Love it, fantastic.
Could be 25. Yeah.
McGuire was above average defensively too. Yep. I remember him a little bit. I don't remember. Maybe earlier in his career. I don't know about the tail end. The tail end, he didn't look like he could move that well, but he was big. Bonds was going to get 3,000 hits, but baseball basically blacklisted him. Yeah, his last season was actually pretty good. He should have been able to play that season out, but yeah, he was messed up. That's because Barry Balloon had Bonds got walked a million times when he was in the juice. Yes, but that meant he's kept his average high. Good batting eye.
There you go.
Yeah, Siri McGuire, 1,626 hits. Worse than I thought. Like barely even halfway. Not great. His name is on the report, meaning Palmeiro. Palmeiro failed the drug test. Yes. I just don't remember. Was there a suspension associated to it, though? Later on, a positive test was a suspension. But if you were on the report, did you get suspended? Rafael.
I think he just retired.
I have to see.
because 100 games for a guy at the end of his career is too much.
Well, I think your first offense is 50. Or might have been a different number at the time, but you did one where it was a smaller number, then a second one where it was a much bigger number, and then, or maybe a full season for the second one, and then the third one was your third strike, you're out.
I think he just walked away, if I remember right.
Yeah. Over 9,000 Super Saiyan, that's right. McGuire was a better hitter than you gave him credit for. No, he wasn't. He got better. He got better when he got on the juice. McGuire was struggled to hit his weight a couple of those years, and he's a big dude. If Bo Jackson stayed healthy, does 450 home runs and 1,800 hits get in the Hall of Fame? Not 1,800, 2,000 hits. 450 home runs is great, but 2,000 hits is not that great. I think what would have helped Bo Jackson was that if he had stayed healthy and somehow been able to play. I think if Bo Jackson wanted to be in the Hall of Fame, it would have made more sense to him being in the Hall of Fame in football, just because as a running back, he was so scary good. As a baseball player, he was good. And he was getting better. And I think he would have continued to develop and been an all-star multiple times. I think, again, I'm projecting if he stays healthy and continues to develop his game the way he was doing with his athleticism. But I honestly think his capability to be the bigger Hall of Famer would have been as a football player, because he was so elite in his capabilities and what he could actually do. Run over guys, run by guys. It was just scary.
And I agree with you 1,000%. Just a quick memory and point out. So he gets hurt. He has these surgeries. He's gone for a super long time out of baseball to rehab. He still, can't sprint. He has to be a DH. He limps when he walks. The White Sox, I think, brought him in, and his very, very, very first at bat after coming back, he hits a home run. It was unfriggin' believable.
Good for him.
Yeah, it was and he has to go around the bases, and he's limping this slow limp all the way around the base. Looked like Kirk Gibson. No, he could barely walk.
But that's what happens when you have to basically have your hip replaced. Like at that age, it's like you're not going to be able to do you're not going to be able to half of what you used to be able to do.
But first at bat, after all of that, he just destroys the ball. It was crazy.
Yep. Now, real quick here, I'll just scroll. Will says McGuire sucked before roiding. He was on his way to early retirement. 230 average back when it was actually bad. It was worse than that, Will, because I was trying to remember. I remembered that he had a run where it was like horrific. Again, everybody always says like, oh, batting average is everything. I understand, but it is a metric you can use as part of the other metrics, and it's actually worse than I thought. I knew it was bad, but it was like, oh my god, it's horrific. So I can quickly show you guys. So McGuire's stats, you won't be able to read all of them, but I'll just point out a couple. So here's McGuire breaking the rookie home run record, rookie of the year. Great. He's still a pretty good home run hitter, still pretty good. Starting at age 25, he hits 231. And by the way, he's playing nearly full seasons, 143 games, 156, 154, and 139 games. 231, 235, 201. He's almost hitting 200 in 154 games with 22 home runs. That's trash. That's actual trash. He's 330 on base and a 383 slugging. He's a slugger. That's horrific. That's just terrible. And next season, 139 games, he bumps it up to 268. It improves. And then right around a couple more years, injured. 1995, he suddenly finds a fountain of youth at age 31, hits 39 home runs. Then suddenly he leads the league at 52, 58. And then things start getting really interesting for Mr. McGuire. And he becomes even bigger. So it's like,
What's the final record with him? It was like 71, or was it 70?
So his best season was 70. Bonds broke that with 73.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was the final one. So let's scroll here. Bo Jackson was running over Brian Bosworth was awesome. Yes, it was.
That was awesome.
George Brett was convinced Joe Jackson would have been a first ballot Hall of Fame. His career was allowed to progress. I think for baseball it would have been tricky. Again, we have to assume health. That's the number one assumption we're playing off of. I don't know. Like I said, as a football player, for sure. In my opinion, if he had been able to play a healthy career as a football player, I have no doubts. As a baseball player, would he have been a perennial all-star? Would have been fun. But who knows? It's hard to say. Who knows? Will we ever see 3,000 hits again? I really doubt it.
I think if you get another player to come in with the skills of an Ichiro and he plays enough years, then yes, because that's what's going to take a player at that skill level.
Yeah. So here, Bo Jackson is an ass. I like that Michael Hamm has an opinion on Can't get behind a guy who's a what if. Most great athletes are what ifs. Even a guy like Griffey, who had most of his career, he's a what if because he could have been even better if he had been able to be healthy the whole time. What did Bo do? He was an actual phenomenon as an athlete. He literally had marketing campaigns built around him because he was scary good as a player. Did he break any records as a player? He didn't play full seasons as a player in either sport.
I'll ask this, and I'm being honest and respectful.
And by the way, real quick, just to answer his question partially before you continue, he was an all-star in both sports at the same time in the same season. Deion Sanders, by the way, was able to do that, but Deion Sanders is a very different style player, but also a great athlete. But it's actually very hard to do to be a Pro Bowler and an all-star in the same calendar year. So you were considered to be good enough to be in that category for both sports simultaneously, which is very good.
I would ask, and I'm out of no sarcasm, I'm asking seriously for Michael Ham. How old are you, and did you have the ability to watch Bo live and everything that went with, like Carlos said, the ad campaigns, the
Bo knows.
Bo knows the stuff, and he was a
Here's
freak
Bo.
of nature, an absolute freak of nature. I have never seen an athlete like that in my lifetime.
Yeah.
But if you are, roughly the same age as myself, and you were old enough to watch everything he did, and you still weren't impressed, then that's okay. But if you're 25, you had to be there.
I think it's fair. Steroids don't affect your ability to hit a baseball. They don't. Yep. Helps with recovery and strength. Not so much hand-eye coordination. It's probably more Adderall or cocaine territory. There you go. Fred McGriff should be before McGuire. I really don't think McGuire's a Hall of Famer. I really don't. Outside of the home runs, I can't make a pitch for him. I really can't. Fred McGriff, yeah. I think Fred McGriff was solid long enough, and I think his era hurt him. If you give him more fair treatment, I think in lieu of the era that was in, given that no one ever accused him of doing any steroids, I think he probably deserves a second look. And hopefully the Veterans Committee gives him that. I'd like him to at least have a fair shake, and then we'll see what happens. But I've pitched for a couple of guys. Like for me, I would like the Veterans Committee to look at Delgado again in context for his era. Because Delgado was excellent. He was very good in his era, and he was very consistent. And he literally had a degenerative condition that ended his career a little bit early. And he was actually playing well in his last full season before he got hurt. So it is not ridiculous to believe he would have had 500 home runs because he was right on track with it. And he got hurt. And it just happens sometimes. So he was still playing well at the tail end of his career, and he didn't get a chance to tail off like a lot of other guys. Otherwise, they would have looked at him differently.
Also want to add the greatest two-sport athlete of all time is Danny Ainge. So.
No bias at all?
All right, maybe there's some bias, but for those who don't know, played a couple of seasons for the Toronto Blue Jays and then quit, came to the Celtics and won a couple of championships. So,
yeah, explain why Don Matting's not in the Hall of Fame. Retired a little bit early because of injury. It hurt. It's one of those things. Like he was a guy who was tracking. He was right there, right on track, and it just. And in the 80s, he was right there. It's one of those things. That's why I say a lot of times that we talked about this before. A lot of times we talk about these players who are who will have these amazing runs, even a decade of great play, and it's like, but it's not done. The story isn't over. You need a totality. Don Mattingly on paper, right? If you look at the end of the 1980s, you look at Don Mattingly and say, "Oh man, this guy's going to Hall of Fame." Like, yeah, for sure.
Him and Boggs, 1-2 and best hitters of their generation. Yeah. George Brett, Robin Yount, Paul Molitor. I would say those are like the top 5 best hitters.
Yeah. And he was also a multi-time Gold Glover, so he had the ability. He had some ability in the field as well. So it wasn't like he was a liability.
I would say Mattingly belongs in the Hall of Fame.
And you can make the case. And but you know what hurt him? Don Mattingly almost had the worst timing possible. He was a New York Yankee, a lifelong New York Yankee. He had to retire at 34. The very season after he retired, the Yankees won the World Series and broke their run. The Yankees won 2 World Series in 76 and 77. I think it was 76. No, 77, 78. It was 77, 78. Were hovering around in the 80s. Couldn't quite get over the hump. Couldn't get there. Don Mattingly retired in 1995. The Yankees won the World Series in 1996, 1998, 1999, 2000. Right after he retired. By the way, if he had played to 40 years old, he would have been on all those teams. How bad can your timing be? How different does this, even if he's just a platoon player? I'm being serious. What if he's a platoon player and the best he can do is just play off the bench? pinch hit a little bit. But he walks out with the career he had, some spectacular performances, an MVP. He was clearly a great player who just got hurt and declined. So he was a role player, and then has 4 rings. And I don't think there's a debate at that point. Like, everybody's comfortable. It's like, yeah, Hall of Fame for you, sir.
Yep.
But that's just bad luck. It's bad timing. It had nothing to do with him. It's just like, you picked the wrong year to retire, my friend. Yeah, please pull up Betty Anderson's stats. His stats were pretty funny. Although, here's a fun little game for you guys.
He got
Brady
a little big.
Yeah, he had that one big year for himself. By the way, though, how many stolen bases did Brady Anderson have? The answer may surprise you. It's actually a decent amount.
Wasn't Brady Anderson like leading the league and going for the Triple Crown when the strike hit? Wasn't he like one of the top players that year?
No, he was a couple of years after the strike. He had his one big season. So he basically wasn't a home run hitter at all in his career. In 1996, he hit 50 home runs.
Yeah, he got huge. I think he may have cheated.
And then the next year he had 18, and the year before he had 16.
Yeah, I'm
Whatever it was, it only worked for 1 year.
I'm pretty sure he cheated.
Yeah, just a little bit. It was subtle. It was subtle.
He was a big boy.
The joke with him was that he never hit more than 24 home runs in any season ever. Outside of that one season, he hit 50. The other seasons, he would hit like in the teens, or even below 10 home runs. He was not a home run hitter, really.
Yeah, there's no way he could have put the same jersey on the previous year that he was wearing, the year he hit 50.
And but funny enough, he had 318 steals. 315 stolen bases.
How many did he have the year that he was huge? 6?
Let's see. Stolen bases. 21. Not bad. He was a 2020 man for that year. So not too bad. He actually had 53 stolen bases 4 years earlier, but he only had 21 home runs that year. So he actually almost flipped the numbers. He went 20 stolen bases but 50 home runs, but then the year he had 50 stolen bases, he had 21 home runs. So he flipped them. I was at a Bo Jackson game in left field as a 10-year-old.
Nice.
There you go. Hobby champs. I don't care about the Baseball Hall of Fame anymore. I look at players around 50 jaws. I don't know what that means. I've heard of the stat, but I have no idea what that means. Those are the best players. Hall of Fame is inconsistent. Jabberwocky, full of Reuters, yet omitting Reuters. It's nonsense. I like that you include Jabberwocky. Well done by you. 1991, year McGuire got an all-star nod. American League first baseman, weak class. Donnie Baseball, because he left 1 year too soon due to health. Yes. Otherwise, he got one of the best pure players of the 80s and 90s. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep. That's a fair statement. Big Mac is supposed to say baseball, but not in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, but they don't deserve to be. They weren't that good. They weren't good enough. Freeman can get there on that Dodger team. Needs to stay healthy, though. Yeah, if you play long enough, sure. Deion Sanders, best athletic. He was a supreme athlete. Like, I'm just saying, Michael Ham, I think you're downplaying Bo a little bit. Like, Bo was scary. Deion Sanders actually had a good story about Bo Jackson basically clowning him. Because he tried to play defense, and then Bo literally, like, stiff arm and just, like, shoved him out of the way like it wasn't even there. Deion Sanders wasn't a guy who could handle contact. But was he a speedy guy? Yes. Super athletic guy? Yes. No doubt, no question.
Best
Great athlete.
back in history.
Great athlete. Huge. But even he's like, yeah, Bo basically just threw me out of the way like I wasn't even there.
Yeah. There is nobody better in his position in the history of the game.
Yeah, for 3,000 hits, but yeah, the point 3,000 will be very, very tough. 300 wins is out. I think 250 is now the metric for pitchers. I think 250 is the one. If you can get to it, it's kind of your automatic. For hits, maybe 2,600, 2,500 and change, maybe for guys now. I just they don't pile up hits anymore. There aren't the 200 plus hit guys with consistency. It's really tough to get to 3,000 hits otherwise. A little known fact: Bo Jackson is on an 87 Fleer football card. Yeah, for sure. MLB stat line is lame. Gotta pay to compare players. Okay. I'm not sure about that one, Bob.
I have no idea.
Brian Jordan was also a good dual sport athlete, but was amazing. Yes, absolutely.
Played for Atlanta, right?
Yeah, Deion fastest player seen in pads. He was close to him. Yep. He was faster than Deion as a go. Yeah. So Bo Jackson down. Man, you guys get into these topics, eh? Movies or Hall of Fame candidates. Because I'm literally trying to get. I'm still 7 minutes behind in the comments. Like I'm trying to zip through them. Bo Jackson, Danny Chernobyl, spring training. Yep. Did you ever see Rocket Ishmael play? Yes. Delgado's a Hall of Famer. I agree with that. In my opinion, he is. But again, I'd like them to take I want them to take a serious look at him. Again, if you disagree, that's fine. But I want them to take a serious look at him. Hard enough to cook an awesome breakfast and awesome dinner the same day, let alone be an all-star two sports. Yes. I feel like we need to do scientific experiments and have Carlos go hit in the cage before and after snorting some coke. Well, why don't you do it? You're the doctor. You try it. Why do I have to do it?
I really don't want to see Carlos on coke. No, him on caffeine is bad enough.
Well, the problem is I don't have caffeine. This is a downer.
No, I understand. I don't mean at this moment. I meant in general. Just you.
Look, I'm just concerned that with Will as a doctor is like scientific experiments. Listen, experiment on yourself, man.
That's right.
I got a show to do.
He's
You keep on the commenting.
Frankenstein's monster. He wants to work on you.
Focus, man. Pulling those Gretzky, Bo Jackson, MJ cards at the Pro Stars at zero bucks was probably the high point of my life. All downhill after that. Fair.
Yep.
One of Bo Jackson's teammates at Auburn.
Wait a minute. Hold on. There was also a cartoon. They had the cereal.
Yeah, it was the cartoon. Yeah, it was the Pro Stars. I think Gretzky was one of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Gretzky, MJ, and Bo, and they had their own cartoon.
Yeah, which should tell you something of how Bo Jackson was regarded at the time.
There you go.
One of Bo Jackson's teammates at Auburn once told me that Bo was the most immaculate human being he'd ever seen naked. I asked him to stop talking, as you should. It sounds like something Eric would do. Don't forget Tony Gwynn, Eric.
Absolutely. I know I made that list. I profoundly apologize. Ted Williams himself said Tony Gwynn was the best hitter of Tony Gwynn's generation, and there's no doubt about that. Gwynn was the best hitter of his generation, hands down. No argument. Ted Williams said
he had a pile of batting titles for a reason.
Yep.
Should Ozzie Guillen get into the Hall of Fame as a player, manager, and broadcast entertainer combo? I think if you combine them all, maybe you can make a pitch, but as any of those things individually, no.
I would say no.
Yeah. Look, the fact that you have to make it into a combo feels like a no. It feels like a no. Bo was great for 2 years. Bo was crazy athletic, but I think they made it better. He wasn't made better than he was, Michael.
No, I'm sorry.
You're pushing a little too hard. Wasn't getting a total asshole. There's a lot of people total assholes though. I'm almost 43 years young. I need you to go back rewatch the tapes. Go play Bo in Tecmo Bowl. He should be in the Hall of Fame just for that.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Yeah. Brady Anderson, Luis Gonzalez, the most egregious steroid boys. Yes, very much so. Chicago race kid in the 90s. My favorite stat is the most Hispanic player in the 90s decade. He's not a Hall of Famer either. Most hits of any player in the 90s decade. I have to think about that one. I'm not sure. You guys can answer that one. I'm still trying to get caught up in comments. Brady Anderson perfected launch angle for 1 year. Yes, exactly. Speaking of Chicago, not mentioned yet, Frank Thomas. Yes, absolutely. Good old Wheaties. Yep. Probably could have eaten wheelies that year.
Every time I hear Frank Thomas's name, all I can see him saying on these stupid commercials is, and she'll like it too. I don't know up in Canada, Carlos, but down here, you cannot go 10 minutes without this commercial that Frank Thomas and Doug Flutie are in, promoting this testosterone pill from GNC. And it's on constantly. And he ends it with pointing to the guy and say, and she'll like it too.
Interesting.
And kind of gives him a wink.
Interesting.
So every time now I hear that guy's name, that's all I see.
Interesting. All right. I like this question. Would you rather have the money like Ryan Braun or way less money but be a Hall of Famer? The Baseball Hall of Fame at this point is worthless. I'll take the money. Good day.
I like money. Money's good.
Yeah. The Arizona player could shut down half a field against a quarterback, unless Bo Jackson was there, in which case you threw him into the third row and he didn't matter.
Dion's the best of his position ever, no question.
Yep. Compare anyone to Harold Baines, I'll get in. Yes, fair enough. Batting titles, Bill Madlock, yes. Super Tecmo Bowl, Bo Jackson, Thurman Thomas, Jerry Rice, Lawrence Taylor, Deion Sanders, all max speed and fear of the game. Yes.
Yep.
Oh my God, I caught up the comments. Jesus. Oh my goodness. That was a lot of comments. Man.
No, great audience tonight. Wow.
Yes, thank you for all the comments. I try to get to as many of them as I can. Usually I'm pretty good at it, but tonight we were able to get a lot of them in there. Obviously, you opened that up, you opened that topic up, and people are into it, so fair enough. But yeah. Okay, so I actually, with all the impressive number of tangents we got into tonight, I don't remember if we actually covered any other sports card topics. We did the Topps Chrome thing off the top, took care of that. That's fine. That's done for now. If anything else happens, we can talk about it there. Actually, you know what? Can we do? Did you do your Beckett rant? You got 43 people watching. Now's your chance.
Okay.
Go for it.
Before I do my Beckett rant, though, I would like to do our
I got my cold beer.
I would like to do our weekly check-in on where is named Cardinal. We have not done that. We usually start the show off with that, but we got off to such a hot start that I haven't been able to tell people where poor Name is this week and why.
Name, I think, is trying to read all the comments. I think he's just trying to get caught up.
So Name, unfortunately, cannot join us this evening for tonight's show because he is in deep, deep Rocky montage training for the world's Quidditch championships. He is getting his broom ready, and he is working very, very hard. And hopefully, he will have a good turnout at this year's World Championships.
Interesting. I did not have Quidditch on my bingo card tonight. Well played by you. Well played by you.
That is where he is. He is like total Rocky montage training for the World Quidditch Championships.
Interesting. Beckett rant time. Hit me.
Okay, so this is one of the most disgusting, frustrating Beckett rants I'm gonna do, and
I agree. The hiring year is pretty egregious, but you may be on that.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to try to stay calm because I want people to hear the story. If I start getting too crazy, stop me, let me catch my breath, and I'll try to get back to making sense. All right. 2 days ago, I am on Clubhouse with about 20 people. There is a newer member of the card group in the room. Super, super nice guy. Asked if he could ask us a question. We was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And he was looking for some advice. This is the first time he has ever submitted a card to any grading company. He sent one card. He had a high-end National Treasures card. I think it was Josh Allen. That part doesn't even matter who it was, but it was a high-end, low-numbered, serial-numbered National Treasures card worth a lot of money. And he chose to send it to Beckett.
On your advice, go on.
Sends it to Beckett. Time passes. It returns to him. Opens the box. What does he see? He ends up with he has a 9.5 on it. No, I think a 9 or something. Okay, but he has the metal plate up top.
Mm-hmm.
It is so far pushed to the right that it's obstructing the autograph number.
The actual label you're talking about.
Yes.
The label.
Okay. Now we've seen this before. We've seen Probstein bang on.
I was going to say, Probstein has a seminar on how to fix this.
So this guy's like, I'm kind of new at this. I've never done this before. He doesn't know what to do. So he tries to call Beckett. No, nobody answers. He leaves a message. They don't get back to him. He sends them emails. Time goes by, nothing. He went on their Instagram account, left a message on their Instagram account asking for help and how to resolve this issue. Nothing. He is completely down on the hobby and grading, and this guy, I'm telling you, you could have heard him. I mean, it really almost upset the rest of us, almost like a broke our heart. Super nice, super, super, super nice guy. New to all this. This is his first experience, and he can't get this major company to respond to him about how they're going to fix this problem. Come to find out, now this is the part that gets me going, so I got to stay calm. Come to find out, in this room of 20-something people in Clubhouse, an upper executive of Beckett was in the room listening to this story. As this kid was like, can you guys give me some advice? What do I do? How do I fix this? I'm really disappointed. Do you think this executive spoke up? No. Do you think he gave him, sent him a message? Hey, this is so-and-so. Please let me help you. I want to fix. No. The guy clicked out of the room and disappeared. The company has shown us time and time and time again, they do not care about us. I come on here every week. We joke around about it. I give you more and more examples. This one is it. I'm done with this piece of shit company. They sent this busted ass flab to this guy. They didn't care. It didn't happen in the mail. It was pressed that way. Their quality control went, yeah, good enough. Throw it in the box. Sent it to this poor kid. He gets it and is like, well, this isn't good. How do I fix this? He tries 3 different ways to get a hold of these scumbags, to get help. What do? Nothing. Will not acknowledge him. An executive is in the clubhouse room. And instead of reaching out, instead of speaking up, he clicks out of the room and runs. There is nothing left that is positive about this company. They do not care about us. I cannot explain it anymore to people. They are just the absolute worst. And thankfully, in that clubhouse room, there are a lot of well-connected people. And somebody who knows one of the top Beckett submitters in the world or the country or whatever the hell it was is going to get that top submitter hooked up with this guy, and hopefully he will be able to help him because nothing else is working. So hearing the sadness and displeasure in this young person's voice, and almost like the hobby innocence taken away, it was really frustrating for the rest of us. And just once again, their quality control, they don't care. It was pressed poorly. Someone picked it up out of the machine and went, yep, that's okay. Threw it in the box and off it went.
So you're saying you're disappointed in Jeremy here, is what you're trying to say.
I'm not only am I disappointed in that piece of garbage, I'm greatly disappointed in the owner, who is the true owner of Beckett, who's where he belongs, which is in federal prison, because he's a criminal.
Interesting. So kind of to cover this, because once Eric started going, I wanted to analyze. I wanted to analyze where Eric was going with this. But once he started going down this direction, he's like, no, you let it breathe. This is why I host this show. You let that thing breathe. You let the moment happen. And that is Jeremy from Beckett. He is the one in charge of said thing, the overall. It wasn't Jeremy that was in the clubhouse thing, was it?
No.
I was going to say, careful. All right. So let me read a couple of these comments. So Hockey Barn gave you the hashtag. Will says, I feel like Eric said Live needs to divulge he's sponsored by BGS. His name is literally newly minted Beckett Chill. How much more disclosure can we give you, man? Come on. Shockars, no one's perfect, Eric. Off topic. I'm thrown out by the Syracuse kicker wearing 91. Aren't kickers always like number 3? Thank you, Paul, for the thoughtful words. SGC is number 2. Maybe in your heart. Maybe in your mind. But not numerically. Is that Kevin Dunn's cousin? He wishes. Get the pitchforks and torches. Eric is just jealous of the BGA guy's dye job.
Yeah.
That could be. That could be.
Yeah.
I think that's a valid point.
I just don't understand. This company continues to do this over and over and over again. And there's still people who are dedicated to them and still send stuff in. And I don't understand it.
Maybe you're not meant to understand it. That's it.
So what you're saying is that you can get a really good discount on buying Beckett now. We talked about buying Beckett earlier tonight. Maybe the discount is really good. Maybe like you're really gonna have to talk it down.
Or maybe they'll pay you.
Yeah, might have to ask for more. Originally they were going to pay you, but you might have to ask for more at that point.
I wouldn't send a card in there if I had 50 free submissions. I would say absolutely not. I don't trust you with my stuff. There's no way I'm sending it to you.
Why 53 specifically?
I don't know.
That seems like an oddly specific number.
I said 50. Free. Free.
Oh, you said free. I thought you
Free.
said 53.
Free.
Yeah, I literally thought you said 53. I was like,
Right.
why?
What if I had 53 free? I still wouldn't do it.
Well, if you had 54 free, would be good.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just figured. I thought so. Hockey is asking the right question here. You might be related to Hockey 99 for all we know. We never know. Why did you click and run, Eric? That's a valid question.
Huh.
The story's all well and good. He's like, and this guy killed him, and then he used this mallet. Wait, it wasn't me. It's like, why are blood in your hand? You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Just saying, you seem to know quite a bit about. Do you know about the mind state of this Beckett executive that ran away? And did you know that he was having a tough day that day? And did you know that somebody criticized his poopy pony? He's like, no, I will never tolerate this.
Yeah.
And then he's like, screw you, kid. And then he was just really mad that day.
It is. Yeah, I'm not sure what his mindset was. I think it's like, I better get out of here before someone asks me to do something like my job.
Interesting.
Hall of Fame worthy.
Facts. Not to mention the slabs look at bowling trophies. True. Eric, most of the time, these executives know less than the general employee at the company, which is true. I do agree with that. That is a fact.
100%. That's everywhere.
Yes.
That is everywhere. All right. That has been at every job I've ever worked. However, you can reach out to them and say, hello, my name is so-and-so. I'm this at Beckett. Please call this number. And, for our helpline, and if you have any issues, DM me.
If you have any issues, do you want a 24/7 hotline turned on?
No.
You fool.
It's one guy saying, DM me on Clubhouse. It's, so what?
Even one guy who has issues might be a 24/7 job. I have issues. I have a lot of issues.
But I just start repeating the story again. So I don't want to do that with people. But
By the way, I mentioned it earlier. So the package was from our Fanatics Overlords.
Oh.
So I was able to open it up. And it was funny, they mentioned earlier tonight.
Juan.
Yeah. So I got the San Diego. I got the chocolate San Diego jersey.
Oh.
I actually think it's a nice jersey. I liked it. I actually wasn't expecting it until like November. So that's why when it just said delivered, I was like, what the heck? Okay. If you say so.
951. That was crazy.
That's pretty good. It's all right. Fine. Good job by you guys. Another win for our Fanatics Overlords.
Wonderful.
Late nomination for 10. So I Married an Axe Murderer. That is
Hey! Move.
Speaking of bowling, Kingpin is a 10 movie.
Oh my God, that was so good.
It was a good movie, yeah. Well, apparently, a great piece of trivia that I enjoyed from it is apparently Bill Murray actually rolled a couple of those strikes. So the crowd literally did start getting into it because he was supposed to throw it. They were supposed to cheer, but he actually threw some real strikes. So the crowd was like, yeah, go Bill Murray.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
So it played really well into the reaction that the audience gave to it. It's like he actually rolled a couple of strikes in there. It's like, hey, good job by you.
The Bill Murray and Woody Harrelson's comb overs and their fake hair.
Oh, they were amazing. Yeah.
That was the best part of the whole film. Is the hair like standing straight up on one side, and oh my God, it was so much.
And the car was good too.
There you go. So there you go. Now you're getting some new NFT ideas. So we got the Poopy Pony one. Pretty good. Robin Hood Men in Tights is a 10. I enjoyed that movie. I'll say for me, I struggle to put comedies as 10s just because it's really subjective. If you feel it and it's the right time and it's the right kind of humor and it works for you, then fair. But it's really tough. I think some of the movies that are a little bit more,
They never get nominated, right?
yeah. But I think part of the reason I would look at movies like some of the other ones we talked about tonight, where it's like you're trying to follow these breadcrumbs and you're like engaged in the content. A comedy, I just kind of want to watch casually and just kind of enjoy what it is and what it's delivering, hopefully. So it's tricky for me to look at a comedy the same way, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's like if it's a 10 for you, it's a 10 for you. White Man Can't Jump. Speaking of movies, can we make a good comedy anymore? I feel like the whole woke censorship has squeezed the joy out of the genre.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. Look, woke for somebody is not woke for you, and woke for somebody else. So the whole idea is comedy, right? So what line is good and what line is bad? And remember, I said movies are subjective, comedy is subjective. I actually think a lot of stuff that people think is good comedy was lame then, it's lame now. It's not about woke or not woke. I didn't think it was funny then either. I just didn't think it was funny. But then somebody else is rolling in the aisles, peeing themselves. That's how funny it is for them. And other people are somewhere in between. They're not quite to that degree, and they're not quite on my end of the spectrum. They'll put somewhere in there. But the thing is, I've seen there like, okay, well, great. Then come up with fun. If you're concerned about woke censorship, it's like, so you can't come up with anything funny
Well, the whole
because
thing,
you can only hit on because the woke censorship only kicks in if you're going into certain areas. So you're saying you can't come up with anything if it doesn't go there. That's all you can come up with.
I
Yeah.
hear
You're not very
point.
creative, are you?
I hear your point, but I'll tell you this: many, many, many famous comedians will not work colleges anymore
yeah,
because of that same issue. It's like they go up, they do their set, and they're getting booed off the stage. But they go to a comedy club, and they're cheered.
Mhm.
Like Seinfeld will not go near a college. I mean, this is Jerry Seinfeld. This is not a raunchy, racist, dirty comic. He will not play colleges anymore. He hasn't for like the last decade.
it's just
Because
nothing should be out of bounds for comedy because it is
No,
comedy.
it's
It's
comedy.
satirical. It's not actual. So if
Yeah.
anybody's offended, don't go see a comedy show.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's
I've seen
definitely
some pretty
become
bad
an
ones.
issue.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Or good ones actually.
But I also don't think you need to be a filthy as a comedian either. If that's your only go-to,
Yeah.
like I never liked Andrew Dice Clay. It's like, yeah, I come up with
Come on,
something
I
else.
saw him in concert. It
and
was great.
and
Really.
we can go on a tangent after I say this. I know, but
Does it end with O?
no,
Oh,
it begins with Bill Cosby, and the guy never
That's
swore in
different.
his life and had a hell of a career.
he had a bit of an obsession with pudding.
Yes.
Mhm.
It was unfortunate.
So,
Hey kids, get out of the jello tree.
the guy never swore once, and
Take
he's
your girl
probably
out
the
there.
greatest, stand-up comedian of all time, possibly. An argument can be made. So,
Well made, yes.
Yeah, I
A
think
very good comedian.
I think the way
Wow.
I would present it is I think it's a fair enough point. I get what you're saying. I don't care. I at this point I don't watch comedies at all. I don't care about them, the old ones or the new ones. I just don't care anymore. I'm done with them. So it's like good, enjoy them, have fun with them. I don't care. Shaw
Well, they're
Cars, new
done now,
member.
so there you go.
What's that?
They're done now anyway, so there you go.
Well, but I'm saying even the old ones, I'm not going back to watch them either. So it's like no, I'm done with them too. I don't really care about them either.
Caddyshack comes on, you gotta watch it.
I'd rather do something else with my time. Shaw Cards became a
I'll watch
member.
Caddyshack.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Caddyshack was well done. It was a good movie. But like I said, once I watch a movie, I really don't need to watch it for a very long time. Caddyshack will be on my rotation 2038. I'll get back to it eventually.
If it's a straightforward movie, yes, but if it has a lot of twists and turns and stuff like that, you can come watch it again because you kind of forget what happened.
I think Caddyshack. To be clear, I think
I know there's a lot of
Caddyshack is
things
fine.
going
I think
on.
Caddyshack is fine as a movie. I think it's well done, executed. I just don't need to watch them all the time. It's one of those things where like I can go decades without having to watch the movie again. It's the comedies don't hold up for me for rewatchability. It's like I can watch it once, enjoy it for what it is, and it's like all right, I'll see you in 20 years. Blues Brothers, we're a mission from God. Pretty much Eric pumping Beckett. Facts.
love Blues Brothers. Yep, me pumping Beckett. That's right. I'm on a mission from God. You have to say it with the Chicago accent.
The accent, exactly.
Dan Aykroyd. We're on a mission from God.
Yeah, I think it'd have to be something. It'd have to be something in the vein of like a Caddyshack. It'd be movies along that vein. I enjoyed the Naked Gun movies because you got Murder O.J. Simpson in there getting destroyed all the time. Because they were so slapstick. Airplane, Hot Shots Part 2. I like those because they're so stupid because they go so over the top with the parody thrown into it, thrown into a mix. So I found that style to be to my liking. So I thought that was pretty solid. Something like Kingpin, though, I enjoyed that too. I think Kingpin was really well done. So
Kingpin was
that was
great.
that was a good solid choice
That's
as well.
another one. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's stupid, but I mean, it was good stupid.
But that's the thing. Like my comedies generally, I'm okay with them being stupid. On a comedy, it's like, yeah, okay, it's a comedy, it's stupid, fine.
Yeah.
That's perfectly okay. Yep. Yeah, but Will wants a lot of expression. I don't know if we should let Will express himself. Well, you don't get to express yourself. You're banned. Made my 18-year-old son and 6-year-old mom watch Wedding Crashers. Super extreme for today, but
was
super tame compared to mom's generation. Police Academy. Police Academy was good for not all of them because they got progressively worse as he went along.
First one was
First one's good. First one's good.
second one
Just
not
leave it
bad.
there.
It gets progressively worse from there. Yes.
Well,
Yes.
after Steve Gutenberg left, I mean, it was just horrible. But the first one, they should have just left it alone.
Bachelor Party, Steve.
Yeah.
So
Oh, no,
LA
Tom
Pat,
Hanks.
LA Pat's here. I wish Richard Pryor and George Carlin were alive to put people in place. But here's the thing: you don't have to watch them.
I
All right,
wish
you put people in your place in your own room.
also.
Like, here's the thing: I like George Carlin because George Carlin was extremely clever.
Oh,
He was
well,
very
yeah.
smart. He was he was a wordsmith. He was a maven. He understood how to use the language. He understood how to execute the language. So you give him his credit for that. He deserves it. But here's the thing: like, look, I'll put it this way. I always push back against the guys who whine about woke because it's literally whining. I don't care if you don't like it. I also don't care about the woke people either. I think you're both idiots for different reasons. I think though, if you don't like the comedy, great, don't watch it. You don't have to react to it one way or the other. If you don't like it, don't watch. To me, that's actually worse because then you're getting silence. You're not getting a reaction at all, and then you're just standing there like an idiot. Go ahead.
Oh.
It's a much more effective. If you don't like it, don't say a thing. Don't react. Don't do a thing. Just quietly leave, and you can talk to an empty room. So that's why I say, like, if George Carlin put people in place, well, what if they followed my advice and it's like, you don't like it, and it just walk out, and now George Carlin is talking to an empty room? You look like an idiot.
He still gets paid.
But it's comedy too.
Yeah.
Like I said.
But again, comedy is subjective. If it works, it works. I enjoy George Carlin because, again, I enjoyed how smart he was in his approach. I thought he did an excellent job. He executed well. I thought he did a great job. But there's a lot of these other guys that folks are thinking very funny. It's like, I look at it, it's like, it's nothing. It's garbage. But you enjoy it. Have fun at it. It's fine. After watching the Hobby Reaction Tops Chrome Packs, wait, scroll here. Do you think there are many folks at Fanatics who are wondering why they wanted to move into sport cars? No, they don't care. Genuinely, they don't care. No. Yeah, and the hobby whines about everything. So if that was going to throw them off, my God, are you in the wrong business then?
It gets the
That
greatest
should
click,
be-
does it
that
not?
should be rule number 4, right?
Yeah, very much so. I agree.
We got to start right.
We can nominate it. I think we're gonna have to create, maybe put it into an NFT. We're gonna have to decree the rules and put them in an NFT.
Yeah, the bill of rights, the 10 commandments, something, right?
Yeah.
We're up to
We need
4
Victor.
now.
We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. Here you go. Hickory
We gotta
hickory
start
dock.
writing
Beckett
this
sucks. Oh,
Yeah, I saw that.
There you
Bob,
go.
that's
Perfect.
good. Especially since I said I didn't like Andrew Dice Clay, and yeah, I like that though. That was good.
yeah. So that's why I say, like, well, that's why I like having fun with this thing. It's like, Will is like, LA. It's like, why do you guys obsess about LA? It's like, here's the thing. If you were obsessing about it, I agree with what they're doing. I don't even care what you don't like about it. I agree with what they're doing if you're whining about it, because it's whining.
Huh.
If you don't like it, don't live there. Problem solved. Don't be a menace in South Central. Yeah, that was a
What
one.
was the full title of that?
It was "Don't be a menace in South Central while you're drinking a juice in the hood" or something like that. Like
Yes.
it's something in that something like
Yeah,
that. It was really long. It
Right.
was really long. Twilight
my
Zone's
wallet
episodes are
melted down
realistic
the door.
nowadays.
Always loved Twilight episodes.
Yep, Twilight Zone. Worst sequel to Police Academy or one of the other ones. Could you be more specific, Carlo? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
No, worst sequel. Slapshot 2.
That's pretty bad.
Wasn't so bad.
You like Slapshot too?
How about
Yeah,
Slapshot 3?
I don't even think I saw that one.
Don't.
Okay.
Yeah. So here, Bob. The reboot thing of Ghostbusters. I never understood again, this goes back to the whining thing. It's not a good movie, but it's also not for you. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. Here's the thing. To me, there is no sacred cow. They want to do a reboot and you don't like it, great. Oh, but it ruined my childhood. Why? Go watch the original then. Quit your whining.
I hear what you're saying. My problem with Hollywood now is it's lazy. Like the other day, I saw a commercial for Quantum Leap.
Oh, I like that show, man.
Yeah, with Scott Bakula years ago.
Yeah.
It's on reruns every day.
Yeah, they're doing a remake with this other dude. Yeah.
Stop making remakes.
Why?
Come up with new ideas.
There are no new ideas.
There's-
We're out of new ideas. New ideas are dead. It's over.
No, it is absolutely horrible. Why in the world are you doing Magnum PI again? And why are you doing Quantum Leap again?
Yeah.
And Hawaii 5-0 again.
Yep.
Oh my good God, come up with something new.
Absolutely not.
Some are okay. Some are okay.
Don't
but
come
I mean,
up with Ghostbusters and make it all women. No, come up with don't come up with something new with those women.
So then, but the thing is, your answer to this,
movie.
your answer to this was very simple. Don't watch it.
That's just my opinion. Don't take from the past and redo it. Come up with something new. Entertain me.
They're not going to come up with anything new. There hasn't been anything new in decades. What are you
And
talking about? Like,
my
there is no new.
complaint-
Entertain me while he eats grapes.
That's
Entertain
that's
me.
right.
That's right.
That's
No,
the House
have
of Brian,
grapes,
remember?
have grapes fed to me. So you have to say it right.
Bob Multiplicit, Men at Work, Weekend at Bernie's. So many good comedies, only a single watch. Yeah, as long as they work for you. I've watched a couple of those if memory serves me. I think a couple of them. Enjoyed them. Good unless passing knowledge to the sun. There you go.
Man at Work. Oh my
Cool
God.
Hand Luke was always a fun picture every 7 years. As long
Oh
as you got a
God, I
system.
love that.
Yeah. So-
Multiplicit denominations, such a great stupid movie. I love Pizza Steve. There you go. Favorite hockey movies. So which one of the Mighty Ducks are you putting in,
Oh
Eric?
my God, none of them.
Slapshot is in. Slapshot is in. Hockey movie, right? What else do you want?
Young Blood's good.
Okay.
That was really good.
You got a third? Or is that good for you?
I'm gonna go with Slapshot and Goon.
Goon. That was really good. Yeah.
That is
Not
Did you
Goon
see
2,
Goon?
not Goon 3.
No, Goon was
Goon.
good. Yeah. Very good.
fair enough. You didn't pick any of the I think what wasn't it Miracle? Like the one with the 80
Which one? They
year-
did two
Oh
of
my
those.
God. They didn't even win the cup. It was like they had to play somebody else. It's like, come on. Get a 72 or nothing.
You are
Paul
such
Henderson.
a
Paul Henderson for
anti-American. All you
8
care about is your Canadian hockey.
It's mostly Canadians, yeah. At this point.
Yep.
Still, I think we're getting
Wait a
close
minute. Hold on. Can we freeze this somehow? And we do an end.
I'm giving you the moment right now if you want to take advantage of it. Like this is it right here.
If we do an end of the year episode where we have highlights, this needs to be on it.
So then it is on you to remember the episode number, the timestamp. I'm not doing it for you. You do the work, and I'll think about it.
And you'll think about it.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
And then New Year's
I have final editing. I have final editing authority on that year-end review. It's like it made it in the original cut. Unfortunately, it didn't make it in the final cut.
Oh, on the cutting room floor.
It's like also in the original cut was access to Needham. Oh,
Oh, there you go.
Hollywood has been there since the 60s. Yes. It's been a long time. Let's see here. Agreed, Eric, 1000%. There was Knight Rider remake. Yeah, there was Knight Rider remake. They threw that shit.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't see that. That's disgusting.
Yeah. Simpsons killed the idea of new ideas. You can just recycle and get away with it. The thing is, like, you can. It's been proven over time. Here, free market speaks for itself. Nobody did watch it. Yeah, but that's still not enough. Again, I'm back to my thing. I don't care if let me explain my position a little bit more clearly, just so we're on the same page. I don't care if somebody makes a movie that's a bad remake of something. I don't care if somebody makes a movie you don't like. That's fine. That's their right. You're right also not to watch it. And if enough people heed that, then it goes back. Then the studio goes bankrupt, and somebody else learns the lesson. The point is, you have that ability. I don't watch a lot of new movies because honestly, I don't care most of the time.
It's not much good.
Yeah, there's very little. And by the way, honestly, there's enough stuff that I haven't had the chance to watch yet that might be all right. That if I have enough hours in the day, yeah, because I don't watch
Well, you
movies
still
very
got-
much anymore.
You still see Squid Game.
Of course, absolutely.
That's not a movie. That's
never
a series.
seen
But
it.
the point is, there is content, Bobby. The point is, there is still content I have yet to watch,
Content.
and there's plenty of it. And so I am not. If they never make another thing ever again, it's fine. I got more than enough to keep me occupied. I'll be fine.
Oh, what about Ford Fairlane?
Yeah,
What?
back to Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh,
Yeah.
then there you go.
You remember that one?
The name doesn't. The name it rings a bell for him. It doesn't ring a bell for me. I can't help you.
I watched it
You know
at someone else's house. I watched it. Yeah.
At someone else's house. What's that mean?
Well, when it came out, on TV or whatever, on cable, I was at someone else's house and it was on, and I kind of was forced to watch it.
So
Time
Bob here.
down.
Bob here. I was gonna say Matrix in reply to what Carlos said, then realized that was 20 years ago. By the way, I saw the new Matrix. On the one hand,
Oh, I didn't.
I didn't see it.
terrible. On the other hand, also like perplexing in the sense that I just kind of had to sit there and watch it. I'm like, why does this exist? And at the same time, like, I'm not overly concerned that it exists because in some ways it's still better than the second and the third that were trash. So I'm like, I don't think this movie's good, but it was better than 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Mm.
The first one was epic, and then the rest was crap.
Yeah, it was like that's why I say, like, I can't say it's good. I really can't. But at the
I
same
didn't-
time, I've seen
I
worse.
did not understand the third one,
I don't
and I
think anyone could.
and I still don't understand
The first one.
the when they go to what the hell they call it? The black woman in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Like she's the one that knows everything. I don't understand any of that.
Well, they
I
also replaced the actress, I believe.
I could
Oh,
I could
maybe.
I
Yeah.
could watch that scene 100 times and I don't get it.
Fair enough. Cool Runnings, yes. Blazing Saddles was a classic, not really PC nowadays.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, one of my top 10 favorites.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll put it to you this way. There was a song that I was watching that YouTuber I've mentioned before who does music reviews. And one of them he did where it was like a one-hit wonder and then what they did after to try to recapture it. This was in the 90s. This guy did a song in the 90s whining about people being too PC and used Blazing Saddles as a reference. And then wondered why the song didn't work. Because number one, you needed to know Blazing Saddles, and you're in the 90s trying to play to like a 20-something crowd, and they're like, what the hell are you talking about? And also, you're in your 20s. Why are you whining about like being censored? Like, that was basically, and it was like, dude, you're a terrible pop punk band that had one hit, and you're whining about being censored. It's hindering your artistic integrity. And he made a song about that. And Blazing Saddles was his reference.
Well, shame on them because it's a great movie.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Well, didn't they do one later also? Didn't they do like one later also?
They
Keanu Reeves is doing all the great. Look, just stick to John Wick. I like John Wick. I think John Wick is fun. I enjoy that. And I'm looking forward to the next one. Give me the next series of John Wick. Give me that.
All three great movies.
His bad acting, it just works on those ones.
It works perfectly. He is in his element. He looks so comfortable. He can do it in that setting.
Guys, go on YouTube. He can shoot like that for real life.
Oh, he was doing training for it. Yeah, for sure.
Go on YouTube and watch him train and tactical training. And he's out there. He's just nailing everything fast. Everything like in the movie, he can do in real life. It is friggin' nuts.
Oh, he takes elements of that seriously. He has trained and actually. So the point of with the John Wick movies, they trained so that when they would reload the weapons, it wouldn't look wrong. They actually train with people who do it professionally, and they're like, no, this is how you do it properly. This is how you hold. This is how you do the reload, so that you don't look like an idiot just pretending. At least you look the part.
Yeah,
he's still a movie.
I would not want to mess with that guy in real life. I'm telling you, he's similar to that character.
We'll have to get Keanu Reeves to the expo and see if we can instigate a fight between him and Eric.
He's actually the easiest going guy.
He's a very nice guy, but I feel like, look, if Eric can incite anger and fury in the Len Potties of the world and everyone, he incites anger and fury in everyone. Like Keanu Reeves would be like, boom, boom, boom.
I said hello.
That right there, like punch to the face, buddy. Punch to the throat, straight to the throat.
That's all I said.
Deserved punch to the throat.
Sometimes.
What's the Paris ice skating movie where Paris one skated with a hockey player?
Oh, I like that.
I've heard of that one. I don't remember it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. I like that I'm currently sick.
Well, that's two movies. You talk. Oh, that was a Limit. What was that? Limit with what's his name? He took that pill and made him smarter. And
Limitless.
Limitless. Yes, that was an amazing movie. I love that. The Permit.
By the way, this is Carlisle trying to help you, Eric, if you want it. He's trying to help you with a timestamp and an episode number.
Okay.
I agree with Eric. A day to live in infamy. There you go. Bob Jackson, have you been taking medication to prohibit you from operating heavy machinery? And is that why you agree with Eric? Facts. Good Money is a ripoff of My Little Ponies. Yes. Matrix 4, give us money. Being better than 2 and 3 isn't saying much. Yes. I'm just trying to get caught back up here. I'm only a couple minutes behind. Yeah, my free time when I watch TV. By the way, there's a comment that is going to be fun that plays right into this beautifully. Yeah, my free time when I watch TV goes to YouTube these days. Yeah, I really do. Honestly, I just watch a lot of YouTube now, so it kind of keeps eating time from it. And honestly, I've got enough to kind of keep me entertained. So for me, it's like, and I've still got like another 50 Blu-ray movies that are still wrapped. I have to unwrap them and actually watch. So like, I could literally just go back there and watch some movies without having to look for anything new. It's there. So Hockey. Has there been any sports I've talked to? At the beginning, but we've kind of followed with what the audience wants. How many comments do I have on the movies and these various things?
What
like
about my Beckett rant?
Your Beckett rant, yes. But it's like, dude, I'm following where the comments are going. What do you want me to do with that? Like,
give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want. Exactly. Sorry. I guess you don't want to talk about sports cards again.
I guess.
We do it all the time.
Yeah. We just did. 10, 15 minutes.
Look,
Baseball for 15 minutes.
We've only, like, this is episode 103. The vast majority of these episodes have talked about sports cards pretty much from front to back for hours on end. This week, other than the Topps Chrome thing, which we already talked about, what would you like to discuss?
Movies.
Exactly. But exactly.
Food, songs.
Bobby, in a nutshell, literally, yes.
Hockey.
Yep, exactly. And
Oh,
that right there
so
answers that
vote
question.
for Hockey Hall of Fame.
Yep, we did that.
Team
That's
USA's lackluster, 80, big win, but not really won, but they won later. Yeah, that one.
It's called Hobby Talk, not Sports Card Talk. All this is spoken about affects in many aspects of different cuts of the hobby and market. Yep. If you got a good sports card topic, throw it out there. Exactly right. Yeah. Like, look, y'all can choose kind of a little bit of the direction it goes. I'll monitor it, but like, no, if you got a topic, we can talk about it. But otherwise, look, we'll talk about movies and stuff happily. It's fine.
They want to talk about how Beckett sucks. Everybody, that's all they want to talk about.
It is what it is. Keanu Reeves has Shane Falco Oscar worthy. I did enjoy the replacements. It's not, I wouldn't put it at the top tier, but it was a fun movie. It was a fun movie for what it was. Picture, if you will, a remake of John Wick, but with Steven Seagal.
Oh, good God.
He might try that direct to DVD. He might try that directly to DVD.
It would have to be on a widescreen.
If you like sharpshooting, exactly. Look at you. Fat shaming. Disgraceful. If you like sharpshooting, watch Enemy of the Gates.
Oh, great movie.
I see Carlos has to watch the movie stack. Yeah, I really do, and I have to get to it at some point. Watch Keanu and Bram Stoker's Dracula compared to Hopkins and Gary Oldman. It's scary how bad he is. And no one said he's a good actor, but he's got a certain lane though. If he enters into that pocket, John Wick falls right in that pocket for him.
Matrix falls in.
I can't explain it, but it's exactly what he needs to do, and it works for him.
And Bill and Ted.
Yeah, exactly.
Funny enough, worked.
Yep. Okay, so Bob here. Thoughts on AEW Metal being announced? I can give some thoughts on that real quick. I'm okay.
I gotta check out, guys, because I gotta get up very early tomorrow.
Sounds good.
And we'll have a good night.
Sounds good. Have yourself a good evening.
Buddy.
Take it easy.
Ciao.
Okay. So I'll quickly touch on this. I'm glad, I'm interested, but I also kind of, I was chatting with somebody offline about this, and I said, okay, cool, but AEW Upper Deck has only released one AEW set. Just so we're all level setting. They have released one AEW set, 2021 flagship. So far, they have announced AEW Spectrum, hasn't been released yet. 2022 flagship hasn't been released yet. And this is 2023 Metal. And they still haven't released the second one. And I think the last conversation I had, I'll get Billy later to quote him fully properly, but I believe he was saying, basically, it was supposed to be at the end of this month. We'll see. But from the sounds of it, it might be closer to Expo. And I'm like, dude, you've announced 4 products and released 1. 4 products and released 1. That's not good.
No,
that's bad. That's very bad.
Very bad.
And by the way, I have a pre-order on 1 box of Spectrum, 1 box of 2022 flagship. By the way, I don't have to pay until it shows up. So like my money's safe. But at the same time, like, really? Okay. Sure. Look, if Metal becomes a pre-order available, I'm happy to, I guess. But could you give me Spectrum? Let's start there. Can you give me Spectrum so I can have physically in hand? And then we'll go from there. Like, you got to release one of these other products, man. It's real bad right now. It's real bad. I'm not blaming Upper Deck because I understand they've got certain logistic problem. Dude, we gotta start getting some of these products out there. Again, I joked about it. I don't even have the AEW first year flagship retail. I never got any blasters up here. Think of how much time has gone by. A lot. It's not good. Worst sequel: Indiana Jones, Kingdom of Crystal Skull. The OG trilogy is my favorite. Yeah, that's fair. I got it.
It's I think, in my opinion, the only time that the third movie of a series is the best.
Okay. So you like the third one of the trilogy?
Oh God, that movie's awesome. I could watch that a couple times a year.
All right. Sounds fair. I like it. Looks like from the comments as well. Pujols hits $6.99. Love it. Good stuff. Paul here. Circle back to cards. Maybe the viewers will understand non-sports cards a little more now. The connection level is higher. The population non-existent. The upside. I love how you always find a way to circle it back to non-sport. Fair enough, Paul. Fair enough. Crystal Call was decent for what it was. Bloodsport and Kickboxer, same movie, but loved them growing up. Got to see JCVD. Heard it was good. I think I saw JCVD. Obviously, Bloodsport and Kickboxer I've seen, but JCVD, I feel like I watched it, but I don't remember now. It didn't really make much of an impression on me if it did, though. Yep, super on point in that movie. Listening for a bit, maybe I missed this. Carlos, how happy were you to receive the Country of Origins? Yes, quite. Especially with how long it had been. I did do the pickup video earlier today, and it'll and I'll give a little bit more of the story for that, but we'll get into that there. But this is the one in question. So that's the country of origin. So there's with the USA patch from the flag. So that's from the All-Star jersey. So this one I've been waiting for a long time to get my hands on. There was a bit of a story in getting this one in hand. Eric knows all too well.
Yeah.
We had our fun getting it this way, but
Just
we
glad
managed.
it's up here.
We managed. So I'm glad to have it in hand now, and it shall go in a place of honor right there. So I've already got the little holder for it, and I'm going to put it there, and it shall go in a place of honor.
I just was, it looks like he's done training for the night. I just want to know how Name's training was. Did you have a good session tonight? Think you're going to be on target for accomplishing your goals?
Important. So AWPMGs. So this is going to be interesting. This is a good point I wanted to make as well. So because they're doing the Metal Universe product, they're going to have PMGs. So, but here's the problem. I can't get excited about it. I am intrigued. Okay, I'm intrigued because again, I do enjoy AEW and I do enjoy the cards. But again, we're on the 4th product and you've released 1. And it's been months and months and months and months. I'm like, seriously, dude, you have to get product number 2 out the door. Get product number 2 out the door, please. And then we can go from there because this next one is a higher end product. And then we do a flagship product, which is again, more baseline. I think the price point has been pretty reasonable for folks. And then we got this metal one that I have no idea where it's going to fall. I assume it's going to be moderately high end with what they do. The PMGs would be really interesting. I would love to see it. I really would, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say about it. But it's like, I can't even care until you've released the 2nd product. I can't worry about the 4th product, but I'm intrigued. I'd love to see some more, but we'll have to see what the checklist looks like. A man of the peasants. I am. I do acknowledge my peasants. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Eric knows.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Careful your next words, otherwise we can increase the invoice again. You got a half off tonight. By the way, Eric is sponsoring the like button tonight. It is half off. I've taken it easy on tonight, but it is free for all of y'all who are watching tonight. Thank you once again for your support and your comments. Pujols is 1 away. Excellent. I did catch that. My top scoring target blasters are coming tomorrow. I love the rip, but I'm so worked up about Topps' absentee landlording over the hobby that I kind of want to send my little message and return them. I get what you're saying, but it's not going to send a message. You know, they don't care. The other thing also is the absentee landlording you're referring to probably wasn't going to affect your blasters realistically. If you were interested in the blasters before, where the odds of you pulling those short prints were long odds, you're probably going to get about the same out of them that you would have otherwise. But it's your call. Like, obviously, it's your money. I'm not going to tell you what to do with it. But I'm saying it's not going to send much of a message. Some people were being really weird about it and being like, well, I'm going to return all my stuff. It's like, okay, so you're saying the product sucks. That's what you're saying, because you most likely were not going to get these short printed cards. So, okay, good to know. But if you didn't like the product, I don't know why you bought it in the first place. That would have been when you send the message. Don't buy it in the first place. Returning it is, okay, it was good enough for you at first, and now you've decided that now this is your excuse to return it. Which is fine. That's okay. All good for you. Thoughts on Soraya K. Page's AEW debut? Will she be a face or actually get in ring? I think at first, yes, to the first question. Actually get in ring, I think yes, but I think it's going to be very limited because she has had a lot of injuries, and it would be very wise not to have her try to do a full-time schedule. I would be very careful. But I think she's still very useful because she can do a couple different things, and she can actually talk. Heaven forbid you need that on that show. So the more people can do that, the better. And if you can have her be in the ring a little bit, that's like a great bonus. But she is perfectly capable of being useful in other ways. And I will say the theme song that she got from her boyfriend is actually decent for a lot of it. But again, how many licensed songs are you going to get over there? You're paying for all that crap. Jesus. So anyway, fair enough. Where does Pujols rank all time? I've got him pretty high up there, man. As a fielder, he was never great, but like as a hitter, he was amazing. Like, especially in his prime, he was scary good. This late career renaissance he's had, maybe enhanced, maybe not. But regardless, we got a little bit of taste of the old Pujols this year, a little bit. Like, not quite to the time to his prime, but in his prime, dude was scary good. For me, he's right up there. I don't know exactly where I'd rank him. I have to really think about it, but he's up there. He's up there. Pretty sure I've touched San Medeno. Maybe you have.
Burn it.
Because of America.
Burn it.
Of course, I didn't waste time in my training. Facts.
He doesn't even know what I accused him of training for.
No, he doesn't. He's doing what somebody does in school. Yes, I agree with your words. I did
Aren't you-
read the textbook.
Aren't you at all curious of what I told people you were training for?
Who
As
knows?
you-
Maybe. Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't.
Maybe he is, maybe he isn't.
Fun Pujols stat. He joins Aaron and Bonds as one of 3 players to hit 18 seasons with 20 or more home runs. Nice. Nice. And that's consistency right there. In addition to having obviously better seasons. Her boyfriend is a piece of trash. Yes, he is.
I don't know who her boyfriend is.
He's the lead. The name is.
I don't know
I think
who
it's
she is.
Ronnie Radke. He's the lead singer of Falling in Reverse. But he's kind of trash.
Okay, don't know anything about any of that.
You'll know him after he joins Kiss. 357. Hey. Name is training at being better than Eric. Name says, I just know you wouldn't make something up because you're such a nice guy. I was trying to butter you up.
Yeah,
I see what's going on there.
No.
But,
All right, so I guess I should tell him.
you should tell him.
I let the entire world know that you were unable to join us this evening because of your Rocky montage type training for the World Championships of Quidditch.
I think that's fair. Pool's 700th is much bigger than Judge's 60th. 60th. Than the 60th? Absolutely. 100%. Now, if Judge can get to 62 or so, I think that'd be really good. I'd be very impressed with it. It'd be a great season for no doubt because Judge is kind of competing for Triple Crown, so it's pretty sweet. But 700 is, that's a career milestone. That's a big one. It takes a long time. You can't just do it in one season. In terms of the top scoring debacle, I agree. A couple $100 of blasters, nothing burger on its own. We hobbyists are glutton for whatever punishment our tops overlords dish out. That's been the case for so far. Yeah, for sure. Would you rather catch Judge 62 or Pool 700? 700. Not even close.
Really? Because I'd rather have the 62 and sell it the next day for a crazy amount of money.
I think you could. I think you would do well. I just don't think. Here's the thing: 62 would be very impressive, but the problem is it's the American League record. 73 is still the record.
No, it's Maris's record.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean as much anymore. Most people don't actually care.
Yeah.
They know somebody. They know multiple people hit more.
Everyone knows that everyone who hit more cheated. Maris was the last person to hit that many, which we know he did not cheat. If anything, like I talked about earlier,
and he did it in 8 more games than Ruth. So those people would consider people would say Maris doesn't have the record. Asterisk.
Exactly. That was that whole thing. But we also talked about earlier what poor health he was in at the time. So he wasn't on steroids and had extra health. He was actually sick and had less health.
Yeah, but he was sick because he was getting stressed out and people were sending him threats and booing him in his own stadium in pieces. So even at the time, the people were backing him. They didn't want him to be the guy to break the record. They wanted Mantle to be the guy to break the record.
Exactly.
So
we know he didn't cheat, and he was the last one to hit those numbers that didn't cheat. And I think purists recognize that. And I think that ball breaking and again, hopefully Judge is not cheating. For the sake of the Maris family going through this nonsense again, this circus that they're being dragged through, that they've chosen to drag through.
But let me kind of throw this back at you as well, though.
Okay,
I'm definitely feeling obviously the crowd's into it and stuff, but I was watching a couple of the games where Judge was hitting some of the ones in the high 50s and they're not necessarily sold out stadiums. People are not chasing Aaron Judge the same way they chase those other, even the crowds themselves. Yeah, the crowds are jacked up when he hits a home run, but the point is that it isn't the same. We're not getting the live look-ins and whatever. Even they don't treat it like that. It's a great accomplishment. And I consider it to be the legitimate record. I do consider it to be a legitimate record. But the thing is, it's not the same. We're in 2022. It is not, we're not in the era anymore where you're going to get the live look-ins necessarily. If I go to MLB.com, I get live look-ins, but I got to go specifically to the MLB website. It's not like when they cut out from coverage, whatever network it was on to show the at-bat. It's not the same. I think the 62 would hold great value. I think it will sell for less than the 62 McGuire. I think it'll sell for less than the 73 Bonds. I think it'll do all right. And I think if you take into account inflation, it'll actually sell for a lot less, relatively speaking. Doesn't mean it won't be worth anything. It'll still have value for sure. I don't think people are as excited about it. That's just kind of the way I look at it.
Baseball. I don't know everything about baseball. Obviously, it's not my thing.
Other than the 86, Boston Red Sox, that.
How many people have hit 700 home runs?
Right now, I think that would make him the fourth. Just thinking real quick. Hold on.
So it's
Bonds, Aaron, Ruth, and he'd be the fourth.
it's a small club.
All time. And the outside of Bonds, obviously. But Aaron, Ruth,
Yep.
and the Pujols would be the third dude. That's iconic. That's all time.
Yeah, and we know the two other guys didn't cheat. Matter of fact, Ruth probably, could have done a lot better if he was a healthier human being.
Yeah. But that's the thing. And for me, when they were saying where I would rank him all time, for me, Hank Aaron is just very impressive for what he actually did. Because, and this is, remember we talked about the 3,000 hit was one of the questions here tonight? If Hank Aaron hit 0 home runs, he still has 3,000 hits. That's a hitter.
Yeah.
Who also could hit home runs. And he was consistent. He was a machine. Well into his 30s, he could still hit home runs. Even as he was getting older and he was slowing down, he still found ways to do it. He was consistent. So that to me is a hitter. Pujols obviously dropped off quite a bit, but he was still very good for a long time. He was exceptional for 10, 11 years. Elite, top tier. And that's what helped him. And that carried him through. And then he was able to hang in there long enough. And he's on the precipice of an impressive statistic.
The last two guys that we talked about breaking records with Maris and Aaron, both of them were receiving death threats. Both of them were under a huge microscope because of Ruth's records. And I mean, they had extra security around, and they literally were afraid that, the house was going to get firebombed and their families were going to get killed because the letters they were receiving were just horrific, gross, disgusting letters. Both of them. Nobody threatens Judge to kill him.
Yeah.
No, nobody cares.
Yeah.
So
most people are pretty chill about it. They either enjoy it or they're not paying attention.
Right. These guys have it so. Sosa, a man of color. No one threatened to kill him.
Well, Sosa today might be whiter than you.
Well, we all know that.
That's a different issue entirely.
I mean, Aaron, the things that were being said and done to him because of the color of his skin, and he still performed. Sosa was an American hero when he was doing all that stuff. He's not even American. I mean, he was oh God. I mean, it was crazy what those two guys did.
For sure. And it was a big one. Yeah. So Will here says, don't forget the comic buy. Was it Todd McFarlane? Will? Was it Todd McFarlane, I think?
Yeah.
And yeah, I was thinking it was $3 million for the McGuire ball. So that's what I mean, like comparison. Do you think the Judge ball 60? Let's assume he hit 62. Do you think the Judge 62 would get $3 million?
No, I also think it's a
he did that a little while ago through 5-7.
It's a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me situation. And I don't think people want to get fooled again with that. That's why people aren't as interested. The networks aren't jumping in. The commercials, aren't paying more. And I mean, you look at the size of the guy. You have to think, knowing what we know about the past. Oh, come on, that guy's got to be juiced. I mean, he is a freaking monster of a human being. And even if he's all natural, people, we've already been burned before. There's like this little tiny, like skinny Wade Boggs 1984 type player is doing this.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, on that Yankees team, you've got two guys that are giants. Stanton is huge. Stanton's gigantic, and he can hit bombs because he had the I think he had 58 home runs before he went to the Yankees. I want to say it was 58. They were about 57, 58. So he was the last guy to challenge 60. And obviously now Aaron Judge is 60 and potentially a couple more. So we'll see if he's able to get there, but he's close. He's right there. Let's scroll through here. Here Tom says, Eric, some Boston fans are probably giving death threats to Judge. Yeah, but that's because he's Yankee. And then they do it to 60 home runs.
That's different.
Yep. What did the Brady last TD ball go for before he got refunded? A lot. Yep. Todd McFarlane, bought the ball because MLB wouldn't give him the time of day about him making his figures. He made all $3 million back plus extra touring the ball around. Yep, that's fair. With age, I have more respect for guys like Ripken, Aaron Rose, who produced for a long time. LeBron and Kareem are the NBA equivalents. They have had long careers. They've been very consistent. Stan is the size of LeBron. Yeah, he's gigantic. He's huge. Yeah, most people can't stand the Yankees too. 100% right. That is 100% right. But that's what I mean. Is that
we hate the most.
True. There you go. Yeah, Sosa's no longer a man of color. That's probably accurate. If
That
we
is
forget our
true.
color wheel, that is probably a factual statement.
He is probably whiter than me.
Yeah, it might be true. It might be true. I say it in jest, but not completely in jest. There might be some fact to it. We'll have to get the color palette out and really double check that one.
Yeah. He totally went Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm. They're like, at the end of the day, your life to each their own, but it's weird, man. It's real weird. And that's the thing. Like Sosa was beloved. Like even with everything else, he was beloved. People liked him. So it's like, yeah.
What was there not to like? He was always smiling, happy.
Yeah.
He was David Ortiz before David Ortiz, like just joking around, happy, jovial, great hitter. You know, he was great with the press, great with the fans. You know, McGuire was more business. Like he didn't really want to talk to anybody, sat in his locker, answered yes or no. You know, Sosa was out screwing around and laughing and having a good time, you know. Fans loved him.
Yeah, absolutely. And the shame for him is that if he had been able to kind of avoid some of the pitfalls, I will see. 1 second. Yeah. Let me scroll through. I think what's going to be interesting is as it goes forward, if he had been a little bit quieter about it because people liked him, the writers might have given him a pass down the road. This might have been what would have happened there. Okay, so I'm just going to scan here. It looks like they're saying... Just wanted to double check that I didn't miss a comment there. Yeah, so it looks like Pujols hit 700. Let me double check that myself as well. Scroll it up here.
So
that's pretty good, man. 2 home run night. I like that. So is that right? Pujols 6. I see Pujols 699. Maybe they haven't put up the clip yet. Okay, I'll take your guys' word for it because right now, if you're catching it, I did see the clip for 699, but if he's hit 700, impressive. I like it. Yeah, I don't see it yet, but maybe I have to put it up there. Okay, just scanning there. Yeah, so Paul says it. CC says he just hit 700. Sand is batting 212 this year. 5 more seasons, 25 more he hits 500. Yes. Yep. Sosa running with the flag iconic. Yep, he did it. Okay. I'll have to take a look. I don't know. You have to let me know if you can see it. I haven't seen it here. I just got MLB on, so that's all I can see. Mind you, maybe they're doing a celebration. So that would be probably what I would be doing. Let me see here. I'll see if I can put it on here for a second for myself.
Yeah, I'm trying to find ESPN or something.
They literally did Apple TV for this? Jesus, Apple TV, good Lord. Anyway. Oh, for God's sake, Apple TV. Screw that. I've got the MLB streaming package. Why on earth would I want to see it on Apple TV? Good Lord. What's wrong with you people? Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I'll take your guys' word for it. I can't see, so I'll have to take a look. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, I got it. It is.
Yep. So he hit 2 tonight. Wow. Okay.
Albert Pujols becomes 4th player with 700 career home runs.
That's great. That's actually really good. I'm glad they didn't drag. I'm glad it didn't end up dragging out too much. That's amazing.
Boom! He hit that thing smooth.
Yeah. No, like I said, this year he has actually been playing extremely well. He's actually been playing extremely well.
Yeah. Oh, that thing was smooth. Center field, just a rope. Oh my God. Looks like Dave Winfield was there.
So for the record, it was maybe a year and a half ago. I said 2001 Topps Gold. That was a play. That's all I'm saying. Because they still had them available, but if you get one in decent condition, that was a play. Fortunately, I've got a couple of my Pujols rookies still here, so that's nice. But I don't think I'm going to be able to get my hands on any of the other ones that I like.
Sell them tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Goes getting Pujols rookie for a couple more years. Yep. Look, but you had time, man. Come on. Yep. Zach Campbell will catch it. Yep. The clip is on Reddit. Yep. So got it. Yeah, MLB 2 to 700. So thank you all for confirming it. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm watching.
How many does he really have? Don't they ignore postseason home runs? They don't count postseason home runs at 700. 700 is regular season. He does have postseason as well, but 700 regular season.
It's like Gretzky. I mean, if you put every single goal this guy ever scored in professional hockey from WHA regular season, NHL regular season, playoffs, I mean, Olympics, Canada Cup. I mean, the numbers are just absolutely insane.
Yep. And I got it. I got it here. I can pull it up. Postseason. If we count postseason as well, that's another 19. So it'd be about 719 with postseason. And he's got multiple World Series rings as well, so pretty good. Yep, so happy past A-Rod. That's all I want as a bonus, yeah. Paul and I have actually chatted a little bit. On the side in Instagram about this. Once he was starting to get close, number one, I wanted to see him pass A-Rod. That was number one.
Because
that was
what did we say?
Sorry, first thing is we wanted him to pass A-Rod in home runs. So
because
that was first.
A-Rod is a
swell fella.
I believe the term was douche.
No, a swell fella.
No, pretty
look,
sure.
Look, he's no Brett Favre.
Super douche.
Yeah. But the thing is that after that, then whatever came after that was bonus. But then I was like, yeah, it'd be great if he hit 700. I think that'd be awesome. Look, at this point, if he can hit a couple more, that's great. He got to 700. So anything he does from here on in is like a beautiful bonus. I'll take it. Sounds good. I better get an Ovi before he breaks Gretzky record. You got a little bit of time still, but like he's tracking well. If he has another good season this year, the following season would be very interesting. We'll have to see. I knew the X-ray tech who took the radiograph of Sosa's cork back. How much cork was there? Him? A lot. Yes. Turn the screen, Eric. Get this demonetized and pull from YouTube archives so Carlos can't use the clip of Bob agreeing with you in the year end. Ooh. So you want Eric to get it removed so he can't use the clip of him? So Bob agreeing with him? It's like, I thought Eric wanted that clip to be shown. I don't know. Seems like counterproductive to what he's doing. I'm a slacker procrastinator 8/10 of my life. What do you expect? Fair enough. Well, at least get on the Ovechkin train if you're going to do it. Pujols could have passed Ruth if there wasn't a COVID-shortened season. I don't think COVID messed with him too much because he wasn't playing well. Like in Anaheim, he just wasn't playing well. Especially compared to what he did this last year in St. Louis, kind of rejuvenated him again. He might have taken some Hogan vitamins. I don't know. But
they left over from McGuire, maybe
it might have been. Look, all I'm going to say is that I've been watching a lot of Pujols home runs, either in games or in clips. He obviously has a gut because he's gained weight over the years, but that swing looks good, man. That swing was looking classic Pujols because when he was hitting it, he was crushing it. The stuff he was hitting was like classic Pujols. It's like that thing's out. It's gone. Oh, it's not a cheapie.
No, he's smooth.
Yeah. So like all of a sudden I don't know what you did over there, Albert, but you found the old swing. He left it in St. Louis and then came back and then found it again. So anyway, we'll see. Sorry, Matt Pujols, long day. There you go. Postseason may have helped him recover. Let's see here. Incredible collapsing Pujols is like 53 years old. Got to add 10 to those Dominican birth certificates.
Yeah.
That doesn't. Here's the thing. I always laugh when people are like that. It's like, I don't care if he's 153 years old. He played X number of seasons at 700 home runs. It's legit.
The only time it matters is in the Little League World Series. Other than
correct.
That,
yeah. No, but the other thing though is like, so imagine like, good old Julio Franco. And I love Julio Franco, by the way. But Julio Franco was playing for Jimmy Moyer, played forever. Pujols, I don't care if he was 55 years old when he started. He has played 20 seasons, give or take. 700 home runs in 20 odd seasons is extremely impressive. However you want to slice it. So it's like still very impressive. So there you go. Yeah, ESPN is obsolete. They're still not reporting it. Yeah, there was a lot. But yeah, considering. Yeah, no, that's fair. Look, at the end of the day, this season, he's hit 21 home runs this season. At the tail end of his career, however old he is, I'm very impressed. This was a really, that's why I'm saying like retire after the season. Please just retire. This is really good. I'm very impressed. This is great. It's a feels good story. Just retire on this one. Right off into the sunset. Have a good time.
I want to see if he goes over to the Maris family.
There you go. We'll have to see.
That's what I'm looking at.
So glad to pass A-Roy. Pujols seems like a legit good guy. A lot of people have good things to say about him, so I have to see. Okay, they listed it long after it broke. Yep, working. Wish I was juicing right now. There you go. I mean, the clip already has $1 Million Man. True. 2001 traded Pujols SPX auto away from Adam Dunn, Topps traded Chrome rookie. You might have been on the short end of that deal. You might not. It might not have turned out for you. The old Hulk Hogan vitamin S. That's right. Yep. How about the cable ESPN on? There's still no mention of the sports moment. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like right now, they're not on the ball on this stuff at all. Who's the GOAT card in tennis? Federer? Maybe. I suppose in terms of accomplishment, you would have to say yes. The GOAT card? I think there's a couple of net pros. Yeah. So Paul will be your guy to answer that. I know there's some net pro cards that are definitely popular with the tennis folk for sure.
I have Serena's rookie for Net Pro.
Oh, NetPro? Gotcha. TSN Sports Center is taped during fall, showing Yankees highlights, Phillies highlights. Yeah, it's not live. Yeah. 700 runs is insanity. Barry Bonds and his age inflation skepticism this generation for the achievement. Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Friday night's Apple TV had the rights to baseball. No games can be shown except by them. Yeah, that's the issue I was having because I've actually got the streaming package for MLB. And as soon as I went in, it tried to get me to log into Apple TV. And I was like, I had Apple TV, but I don't have it right now. I'm not paying for that shit. I'm like, I'm not adding Apple TV on. Like, give me a break, man. Come on. Many variations set as an international edition, elite edition. Yes, good stuff. Well, I'm glad that we were able to be on when he hit 700, so that's pretty sweet. I'm gonna have to check out some of those clips myself too. 500 off of righties, 200 off of lefties. I'm ecstatic. Best player I've watched. Yeah, I think as a hitter, if we're talking about as a hitter, he is one of the most elite hitters of all time in Major League Baseball. He had the biggest run, especially his early Pujols. Early Pujols was legendary. And I got a chance to watch that, and I'm very happy that I got a chance to watch prime Pujols back then. I'm enjoying this late run for him. I do hope this is the swan song. It's a great way to go out. I think it's wonderful. Hopefully, I think they're in the playoff contention. It'd be great if he has a chance to do something in the playoffs. That'd be awesome. It'd be a nice little exclamation point on the whole thing, but then right off into sunset. Win, lose, or draw. Get out of there. Enjoy the parade. They'll give you one. They'll build a statue for you in St. Louis. Just enjoy it, bask in it, and then right off into Cooperstown. It's a good an ending to the story as you can have. He's already got championships. He doesn't even need anything else.
See, and that goes back to what we were saying earlier. Pujols, Hall of Famer. Boom, done.
Yeah, there's no debate on that one. Everybody's comfortable and everybody's
That's
good.
why you know he's a Hall of Famer. Anyone you have to debate and convince someone of, they're not a Hall of Famer.
I will say now, my only question that I have for myself is I've got a couple of Pujols rookies, and there are a couple that I probably will move. I've got my favorite one of my favorite ones, the Bowman Best. I have that one. That's a keeper. I'm going to keep that one. I've got a fun underrated one. I'll do a video on it at some point. Just a spoiler for you guys if you ever check it out. It counts as a rookie, I think, technically, but it's kind of an unusual one. There was MLB Showdown. They produced that collectible card game from Wizards of the Coast, and Albert Pujols had one in his rookie year, which I think Beckett does consider his rookie. But the thing is, it's pack pull, nationally distributed, MLB licensed. Hard to say it's not because it meets all the normal criteria, but it's kind of a fun card because it's unusual. And I have one of those, and I think that's kind of cool. I want to send that one in for grading. I don't think it'll get a super high grade, but it's a cool card. I like it just because it's a bit unusual. It's kind of a fun card for a rookie card. The Bowman is a classic. That one, I've got an extra one, but it's really off center. I would love to get a centered copy maybe and swap that out. But I might want to get one or two Pujols rookies to keep in my collection. The other ones will probably go. But we'll see. Pujols rookie year stats were unreal. He came out of nowhere. I remember fantasy baseball that year, no one drafted. Yeah, I think he had 37 home runs in his rookie year. It was impressive. Just whatever independent drug testing organization immediately asked for Pujols' blood after the game. I think at this point, I don't think they're going to bother with it. They do drug testing now, but I don't know. We'll see. Crazy jump in production for Pujols this year, but I'm tainted as a fan of preceding era. Sort of.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Here's the thing. He hit 18 home runs last year. He's at 21. Is that a crazy jump in production? He had 18 last year. I think it was 18. I'll double check, but I think it was.
Tell you.
Yeah, I'll double check, but I understand his point. I'll say his average got a big boost this year. He actually hit decent average, but yeah, last year in 2021 he had 17 home runs, and this year is 21. Is that really like a night and day jump in production?
No,
not crazy. Obviously better. It's been his best season in years for sure. And what I would say is average, he's hitting like 261, which is good. It's solid. So he hasn't been a liability the way he's been years before, but it's not like a crazy jump this year. It's better, obviously. 2001 Topps card with Pujols and Ichiro on the same card is awesome. Yeah, that's a great card. It's not a rookie for either, but it's an awesome card for the rookie year. And both guys are going to be first ballot in my opinion. So that's an awesome card.
Ichiro's the best overall player I think I've seen in my life.
Yeah. And I love that both guys came up at the same time. They started in the same year, which is impressive. It's really good. I want to get the 2001 Fleer 999 to match my Ichiro, but definitely going to have to settle for an 8 or lower. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be tough now. Federer, Nadal. Djokovic may end up with the numbers, but his game personality would keep him from being the most popular. Fair enough. I like it.
Well, he just missed out on what? two or three of the Grand Slams this year because he didn't want to get a COVID shot. So he missed Australia and the U.S. Open because the New York said he had to have a shot, and Australia wouldn't let him in because he wouldn't take the shot. So there was opportunities to add to his Grand Slam totals, but because of his choice, he couldn't participate.
Right.
So his numbers are going to be affected by that.
I think that's fair. I think it's tricky though, because with tennis, unless you're the top guy, if you're up there, it's like close enough. Because I guess it kind of depends. Tennis has always been tricky for me because you see that there's these guys that are these stars, and then you kind of look at it, it's like, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, he is the best player in the world right now, and he probably would have won those tournaments.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah, no, that's and to be clear, Chris, you're fine to be skeptical. I have no issue with it, but like I said, it's not. If he was hitting 35 or 30 or 36 home runs this year, I'd be like, interesting. You haven't done that a long time. But this year, yeah, he literally just hit 20 tonight. So, by the way, comparatively to where he was and where we expected him to be this year, very impressive. But not like this crazy number that jumps off the page and makes us all go like, But he's done well. And he's been showing, and he's put some good swings on some pitches and crushed them. So, it's been good. Yeah, no worries.
No, don't. I agree with you, Chris. You don't have to lay off anything. I have very strong opinions about the steroid era, so maybe we're on the same page.
Yeah, but I think it's fair. I think it's fair to question. I think it's reasonable to question because you have to at this point. I've enjoyed Pujols' game. I've enjoyed him as a player. I've appreciated him for what he is. Hopefully he's just a little overaged, and that's his biggest transgression. If that's the case, I don't think anybody's gonna hold that against him. I think that'd be perfectly fine. We'll have to see though. Who knows? Cool. All right. Anything else you guys want to touch on? We can do that. Otherwise, we can wind her down. We don't need to just extend it for the sake of extending it. I will share though a couple of cards that I did get in. One that I picked up at PwC. I feel like I shared this one, but I don't remember for sure. But I've got the picture loaded up, so I'll do that. So we'll have to see. The 700 feels more fun than bonds. Yes, I would agree with that. I think it's a more feel-good story. I think people are feeling
someone cheated and they hit those numbers, and you're like, yeah, but. It's the first thing out of your mouth is yeah, but. I mean, now it's like maybe.
Yeah, I think it also helps that people like Pujols. It's been a feel-good story this year, and his numbers dropped, kind of the way you would expect them to. He got older, he got hurt, and his numbers dropped. And they stayed down, and
his head never got bigger. I mean, I don't mean his self-worth. I'm talking about his actual size of his skull.
Yeah, he didn't suddenly grow to gargantuan proportions. The biggest thing on Pujols right now is his gut. He's definitely put on some pounds.
It was shaking as he was coming around the bases.
Yeah, sure. But regardless, like we can live with that. With baseball, that's acceptable. Like that's fine. You're older. That's fine. So this one here was one that I won at PWCC. I want to say maybe the auction before this one. I actually have the Stan Musial in my binder, but this one's a bit of an upgrade on it. It's a nice clean shot though. I like the image. It's a good clean shot. And I love the 53 Bowman colors for the photographs. So I think that'll be a sweet addition, and I'll get that in from PWCC. I want to win one or two more auctions and we'll do that. So I think that's a fun card. And then the other one that I picked up is not as exciting, but it was fun for me. I actually won that one today. I mentioned it to Eric. And for me, this is one that I've been eyeing for a while. Chrome tab, there we go. So this is the 97-98. It's the Leaf. They have a couple of variants of this one. And for whatever reason, this one doesn't seem to come up too often for me. And I literally found it on my search tonight. I saw it there. It's just been listed. $5 with free shipping. I was like, mine. So that one should be coming in, and I'll be good. So yeah, absolutely. Mine. Not even a question. No debate on that one. I had to pick that one up.
Yeah.
But it's fun when you can still get excited about a $5 card. $5 card that you need for your collection is like, no, that was exciting. And like I mentioned, I do the story and the video for the country of origin thing. I've been chasing this thing a long time. And this was very exciting for a different reason. It had a great story to go with it. Awesome. But it's like, I got great enjoyment from picking this up. This one cost me $625 plus shipping, plus aggravation and sitting there waiting for everything to get through. But that $5 card, I appreciate almost as much, just because I've been searching for that one for a while as well. So it's one of those things like, Different things if you're collecting the players. So let me go here. I got a 7.5 game lead in division, so in their playoffs for sure. 7 RBIs away from passing Root for second all time, but he has nothing left to prove yet. So it's good. Hopefully one more nice little playoff run. Who knows? We'll see. Modern pitching shit. Yeah.
Yeah, especially for the Red Sox.
There you go. One sport I'd be most concerned about steroids would definitely be combat sports like UFC. It's scary, especially with guys like Uberim and Lesnar when he's going to get gorillas smash guys into the mat. Yes. Combat sports is scary because you're actually hitting somebody. So if you're getting extra enhancement that makes you stronger, you can literally hurt somebody. These guys, the worst they're doing is hurting a baseball. Like that. There are worse things. That's not the end of the world. But no, if you're in a combat sport and you've got an unfair strength advantage and you can literally harm somebody, that is worse, in my opinion. So I agree with that. Cool. All right, guys. So anything else you guys want to chat on? What I'm going to do is, regardless, I'm going to go grab my other beer because I wanted to enjoy it tonight. So I'm going to do that regardless. But and by the way, we've been talking about the other stuff because that's what the chat has wanted to do. There's been a ton of comments tonight, by the way. Thank you all for the comments. It's been very active chat tonight. Do appreciate that as always. But yeah, if there's anything else you guys want to touch on, obviously we got the Pujols 700th home run, so that's awesome. Hopefully, that ends up being the one more little exclamation point to him as he finishes off what I think is his final season? Question mark.
It should be.
I hope so. I think that'd be better for everybody. But it's been fun. It's been fun to watch him do that. And like I said, I'd like to see Aaron Judge hit 62. I think that'd be good. Be good for the sport. So we'll see. Hopefully that's an opportunity. Baseball's still my favorite. Even Major League Baseball tries to make it not fun for me. They try real hard to make it not fun for me, but I still enjoy it for what it is. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate that. Thank you, Name. Don't forget to hit the like button. It's sponsored by a millionaire. Absolutely. After the Beckett money came in, that sweet, sweet Beckett money. I don't know.
Oh, he's something else. Yeah.
There you go.
He needs to go back to his Quidditch training.
True. Okay, so let's do two things here. Have you been keeping an eye at all on football? You watching any of it?
Yeah, I've watched some. I actually, as people know that my mom lives with my wife and daughter, and I, the four of us, live here. Mm-hmm. And I watch football traditionally with my mother every Monday and Thursday and Sundays. So that's kind of a thing that we do. So all the nationally televised games, we watch football together. So
nice.
Now yesterday, we actually missed that game. We had some other stuff going on, mm-hmm. but all the other nationally televised games this year, we've been able to catch.
Nice. Okay, let me actually set you up because we can kind of wind down on this. This is kind of a fun topic to end on. Mm-hmm. So let me throw one right down the middle for you. Yeah. You got to be like Pujols hitting 700 now. This was an easy one for you. So you can touch on this one real quick from Tom. I'm going to get my refill, but let me set you up for this one. We're in late September now. We're close to the alleged sport that you claim exists. I don't believe you. I'm dubious. I like the PED thing. I'm dubious about the existence of this mm-hmm. sport. Mike Modano's my favorite actor, my favorite character method actor. He participated for over 20 seasons on this show.
I think he got like something like 15 Emmy Awards, I think.
It's a lot, yeah. It was a lot. So he's been my favorite from that long-running episodic show.
Yes.
But coming in, so first you can answer this one, and then after that I'll give you a little setup. So two things we can talk about. One, I'll leave you to do first, and then the second one I'll join you. Any thoughts on the upcoming hockey season, the season of the Hockeys? And one I'll leave you, one that I'm thinking about is I'm an Ovechkin watch this year. I really want to see what he does this season. That storyline intrigues me. So I will come right back, but I'll leave you those two softballs. Go for it.
Yeah, I think the Bills are probably going to overtake the Dolphins. I think their defense is just, it's like a bunch of rabid dogs. So, if you guys have been watching the Bills play at all, I don't know who gets to see what games and whatever location you're at. The Bills offense is strong. I do think though, that if Jake Allen doesn't stop running on so many plays, he probably won't be in the league for a total of 3 more years. You cannot continue to take hits like that and be in the league for 20 years like Tom Brady. We all know Brady has like no athletic skill whatsoever, and that's why he's been around for 20 years, because if the pocket collapses, he just falls down. He doesn't want to get hit. Allen wants to go out and hit people. He's probably built more like a tight end, and he's not gonna have a long career if he keeps doing this. But right now, I definitely think that the Bills defense alone could probably get by the Dolphins. I know Tua had a great game, and had, just unbelievable. I think he had like 400 yards or something. I don't think he's going to be able to do that against the Bills. I think the Bills is too strong. What do you guys think? Let me know. You guys, for the Bills, Dolphins, I think it's definitely going to be a good game, but I got the Bills. How about you guys? I see.
You staring at people?
I see my stare. No, I just was asking them what their opinions was for this game. I think the Bills over the Dolphins due to the defense.
Yeah. By the way, I'll just say separately, I have been enjoying, and we talked about this before. I'm not the biggest Bills fan, but I love going down to see Bills games. That's a fun thing because if you're over near the border, and I think the number might still be close. I think there's 15,000 season ticket holders from Canada for the Buffalo Bills. So there is an appreciation and enjoyment of it. I enjoy the tailgate. I enjoy the environment. I have no ill will towards the Bills fans. I genuinely root for them to finally get some good. The Sabres, skating the crease is not a thing. I will always, forever hold it in my heart. No. That dagger, you're keeping. You're keeping that one. But for the Bills' sake, no, you guys don't deserve that. Like I root for the football team to do well. I really want them to do well. I'd be super happy for them if they were finally able to get over the hump and win. And I love Josh Allen. I think he's great. So I enjoy watching the kid. We'll see if his style translates to long-term career sustainability. But I enjoy watching him play. I think it's fun.
Well, enjoy it because I don't think he'll be around in 3 years.
No, probably not. That might be why my Prism rookie is on eBay already. Buy it now, best offer. But I'm enjoying. Like I said, in the meantime, I am enjoying watching him play. I think he's fantastic. I think I believe it's Von Miller that they picked up on defense. Yeah. Like he's scary. That dude's good. So right now they're kind of scary on defense a little bit too. They got a little bit going on over there. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Von Miller was in Denver and was I think a Pro Bowler there. And then of course he went over to LA.
Won the Super Bowl.
Won the Super Bowl last year, and now he is a scary man.
Yeah, so like I said, I am genuinely rooting for the Bills. Nothing would make me happier. Look, I'll crack out my Bills cap if they're able to advance far enough. Like I said, I'm not going to lay claim to the team. It's not my team, but I enjoy. I've been down to Bills games. I've got a Bills replica jersey, and I've got the cap. I'll bring it down. It's no problem.
There you go.
I haven't got the Bills hoodie and everything. Don't worry. I'll join y'all. I'll happily root you on because they deserve something. It's been bad for so long. Like, cut these guys a break.
Right. I mean, I don't think their teams have been all that strong, but the dominance in New England, they didn't have a shot at winning, the division or the conference.
Yeah.
And now that New England's down, I think, this is their time.
I agree. That's the thing. Like, we'll have to see. And I'll stand by that, and we'll see what happens. I will root for them. I'd love to see them do well, the same way that I'd like to see my team do well. And I have no reason not to cheer them on. Hopefully it'd be great. I would enjoy it. Bill's guy looks like Homer Simpson. Yeah, he's definitely been having good eating. My team in defense is great. Both of us starting cornerbacks out with 2 rookies starting and our starting safety. Stillwater does worry me. Yep, that's fair enough. Hughes, Bill, Fence, and Sadier. Sounds good. Bill's the best roster in football right now. They're banged up though. Yep. McEnroe's best all-around player ever when you take doubles into account as well. Look at you. Yeah, quick before you have to pee in a cup. Yeah. Look, like I said, I want Albert Pujols to ride off into the sunset, get the celebration, get the statue, and let's all just enjoy it. That's all I would like. I think everybody wins. It'd be a good story. Let us have nice things. Just let us have nice things one time.
Yeah.
Von Miller going for his 3rd ring on a 3rd different team. Yeah. That would be impressive. That would be really impressive.
Absolutely.
Never been so high or so low like Chiefs divisional game round. Yes. 17-year playoff drought in football is a long time. Please, football guys, give us one. Yep. It's true. It's 100% true. All right. Your wheelhouse, buddy. What about the Hockeys? What are we saying about the Hockeys?
I don't know how you're gonna beat Colorado. I would love to see.
You feeling a repeat, are you?
I just don't know how you're gonna beat them. They're stacked everywhere. You know, you got Makar, you got you have what's the forward's name?
See, I can absolve myself. I'm not the hockey guy.
Yeah,
You're the hockey guy. You're
right.
watching.
So
You got the magazines. You got the shows.
yeah, so but I'm tired. But you got McKinnon up
Yep.
front, which is, you know, one of the top 5 players in the league. You got Makar in the back, who, you know, is probably the best defenseman in the league. They get solid goaltending, uh, and they're gonna want to defend their title. They're gonna want to come out and show everybody that it wasn't a fluke. Um, and Tampa Bay is getting older and older every year. Stamkos is like what 106, I think.
Mhm.
So, but I also think that the Lightning probably still has the best goalie on the planet. So when you
Now I
have
will say one thing. This is unfortunate. I would have been interesting. I'm okay with Colorado winning. I'm good with it. Um, but I think what's going to be an interesting case, just a little sports card angle for us. It is allegedly a sports card show sometimes.
yeah,
A little bit of a sports card angle on it. Stamkos is going to be an interesting case for me down the road. Like on an individual season, I don't think you're going to see anything crazy out of Stamkos now going forward. However, I think he's got what two rings now,
yeah,
and then pretty impressive offensive statistics. Like when we add it all up, should be like it should already be kind of Hall of Fame-ish right now.
oh,
Feel
absolutely.
pretty good about it. Can he add anything else that would make it interesting though from a long-term card wise? Two Cups is good, man. Like Two Cups is real good to go along with I think a 60-goal season once and like some other great offensive seasons and stuff. Like some great playoff moments. Like there's been some good stuff for
If,
him.
if all of if everything he has done, the cup rings, the points, the, you know, the highlights, the statistics, were all done in you know, Toronto, you know, New York, you know, for the Rangers, Madison Square Garden, um, he'd be a household name. But he's in Tampa.
Yep.
Joe Average has no idea who he is, um, and I think that's going to hurt him. Even though he's been one of the most consistent, best players in the last, you know, 10 years, you know, him in the playoffs, he's incredible. He's got 2 cup rings. He was in the finals last year, going for 3 in a row. Um, I mean, the guy's a lock for the Hall of Fame for knowledgeable voters, but Joe Average probably has no idea who he is.
Yep. And that's the reason I posed the question. I just said like as a player, I don't think we have too much issue. I think we're pretty comfortable with where we are.
Yeah.
Card wise, always is a bit weird though. It's a bit murky. We kind of have to think about that. And Paul Pierre's making the point. Stamkos is 19 goals away from 500, and he's a point a game player. So it's like that's what I say. Like the pieces are kind of in play. And again, he has the rings, so we're not even worried about that. So like we have that too. And even in the one year when they won the cup and he wasn't able to participate much, he had one shift and scored a goal against my Dallas Stars. I didn't appreciate it. But the point is, he at least participated, even though he couldn't participate too much. He was able to be a contributor in that way and give him like an emotional boost and then help them kind of lead them there. So it's like, it's kind of an interesting, he's going to be an interesting case study for future going forward. That'd be an interesting one. So Wes here invoking Thunderdome. I appreciate it, Wes. Thank you very much. Buffalo suffering the curse of Doug Flutie. Benched him, yep, for Rob Johnson. By the way, that was a stupid move. I remember, I saw the Music City Miracle. That was stupid. That was dumb. And frankly, they deserve that. Like I said, I don't wish any ill will on Buffalo, but they deserve that one. Doug, you leave Doug Flutie in that game. You let that little man do his thing because he was good. He was able to do it. Chris Hayes, no NBA discussion. Kawhi returned Canada. I'm just not an NBA guy. I really can't speak to it, and I can't pretend. I know a little bit. I'll watch a little bit here and there in the playoffs, but I genuinely can't pretend to know too much about it. So I absolve myself. I do, by the way, quick thing. I do at some point want to bring in a couple of folks that do know a little bit of NBA. I would be happy to be educated. I would be happy to have them talk about it a little bit, and I'm happy to listen, happy to learn a little bit. I do know a few folks that might fit the bill, so I may try to bring them in at least to join the discussion, and they can chip in a little bit of NBA.
This is my NBA comment. And it's just give me a quick second.
Good.
I grew up being a huge soccer fan. I played high school soccer. I played college soccer. I've coached high school soccer. I've coached club soccer. Soccer was a huge part of my life. I will not watch it because of what the game has turned into. The whining, the diving, the crying, the screaming at the refs, I can't take it anymore. I will not watch it. This World Cup coming up, I'm not watching it. I feel the same way about the NBA. I'm blessed that I got to watch Larry Bird play his entire career. I probably saw 80% of his games through his entire career. Um, Grew up with the Lakers, Celtics dynasties fighting, and the whole East Coast, West Coast. I watched Jordan's entire career. I cannot watch today's basketball. I can't. I cannot do it. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest uh, headaches I get is watching my Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum. He is a whiny little fill in the blank. Every complaint, he doesn't hustle back down the floor. I can't watch the NBA anymore. The Celtics were in the finals last year, and I had to force myself to pay slight attention to it, and it was painful. And Tatum completely crapped his pants. He wants to be a superstar. He's nothing but a whiny little fill it in, and he's a spoiled little brat. And I believe the number one reason he's like that is because Kyrie sunk his teeth into him.
Could be.
And
Kyrie has been known to be somewhat of a bad influence.
Kyrie ruined him.
Mm-hmm.
And it showed in the finals. He was useless, and he wants to be treated like Michael Jordan of today.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I can't stand the NBA. I'm done with it. It brings me no entertainment or joy. So when people ask me questions about it, I'm like, I don't know, because I refuse to pay attention.
Right. So real quick, Will here says you're right about Josh Allen. Has to change his style if he wants to have a decent career. Bills won't be close. We'll definitely have to see. How crazy was tailgate? So it's been a couple of years since I've been there, but I definitely had a lot of fun. It was a good time. Definitely. I got a chance to experience it a couple different ways. And for me, it's been a lot of fun. Now, mind you, got the crazy Bills Mafia guys who throw themselves through tables. So that's a thing. Otherwise, yeah, it's a lot of drinking, a lot of food, a lot of fun. Like literally, you could legitimately, especially being just across the border, you could drive down and just hang out at the tailgate and listen to the game or watch the game, because honestly, you could stream it if you really wanted to. I have been in the stadium a number of times watching different games. My buddy and I, this is years ago now, we even took the time to pay resale price, and we were able to get tickets to the Bills against the Patriots. So we went. I did watch, Tom Average, average quarterback down there. We did it. We were there and we watched the game, and I've watched it. It's been fun. My buddy, for whatever reason, has a fixation with the cold weather games, so he would always try to get a game in December because he's deranged. Psychological help is what he needs. Because outside, now in our 20s, it was tolerable. At this point, hell's no. Hell, there's not enough beer to get that to work. And we drank a lot of beer that night. A lot of beer. Man. But yes.
Scientifically, if you are drinking alcohol in the cold, you will get hypothermia quicker.
And trust me, we tried. The effort was there.
The last thing you want in freezing temperatures is alcohol.
You have to talk about Josh Allen like this. That's a reference. We know that one. Good on you. Only 32 coming off 106 points. Still damn good. Yeah. I'm not saying he's done. I'm just saying he'll be an interesting career for him. And already is very good. Already excellent career. Yeah. Already excellent career. Yeah. And Tom here kind of reading, words can't describe tailgating, especially last Monday night, last home time. I have no doubt. I have no doubt they're still rowdy and very excitable. Like I said, I enjoy them. I would go back to another game. I told my buddy a little while ago, because he's the one who usually arranges it and kind of plans it out. I said to him, I was like, well, so do you want to do another Buffalo thing? He goes, let's see. This year might be a little tough. We'll see. But we'd like to go back and do another Bills game. So we definitely enjoy those. Flutie got us there and gave us the playoff runs. Buffalo was still living, passing it broken like a curse. Could it?
You know what Doug Flutie did in professional football? Win.
Yeah.
That's all he did.
A lot.
Whether he was up north, whether he was here in New England, whether he was in San Diego, Buffalo, Chicago, all he did was win. Look at that man's professional football record. All he does is win.
Yep, I think that's fair. So Chris here says, so was the Raptors championship in total? Who cares for you a couple of years ago? Almost, for the most part. I did appreciate, like, I watched the games. Like I said, not a basketball fan, but I did watch the games, and I was happy for them because I actually know a number of like legitimately diehard Raptors fans, so I was happy for them. So I was like, I congratulated them on because they were following the team, they were actually paying attention and sticking it out when the team was bad. So those are legitimate fans, and you're happy for them to actually have that win. And it felt like lightning in a bottle that year, so it worked out. I was actually at work when the Raptors had their parade, and my office building was on the parade route, so you could actually watch the parade happening there. So it was interesting. It was quite a time, actually, I would say. So from that perspective, it was interesting. But yeah, for me, did it do anything? No. Was I happy for the fans that were legit? Yes. And was it an interesting time in Toronto? Absolutely, no doubt, no doubt. So I have some fond memories of it, but again, kind of from a peripheral, not really a fan of this, but appreciating what was going on kind of situation. So no doubt. Read this here. Your NBA team is the most relevant team in professional sports? Question mark. I don't know.
I don't know. They frustrate the hell out of me. I know right now our friggin' coach just got suspended for the year after bringing his team to the NBA Finals. Our superstar is a whiny little fill in the blank. Our starting center decided to have knee surgery like today instead of 2 months ago. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you should have finished that with is, how about them Bruins?
Yeah.
Yep. So Wes says, I feel the same way about the NBA as Eric. As soon as I saw Dirk win a title, was done. And that's fair. I get you. So Paul being dedicated. I like this. Sign up for Apple TV. Pull up the game. Apple TV live feed is horrific. Trying to replay. So Pujols 700 home run comes off relief pitch of 4.72 ERA who pitched a knee high floater on a 1-2 count. Paul, you don't have to. Paul, to watch the highlight is on MLB.com. You don't actually have to sign up for Apple TV for that. They literally have it on the site now. You can just watch it. But I appreciate your dedication. I'm hoping that Apple TV has something else for you. I tried to watch it a little bit. When I got this computer, it gave me like a year free of Apple TV. I could barely find anything to watch. It's not for me, and I'm certainly not going to pay for it. I need to stop buying NBA because I haven't watched since the early 2000s, yet I own KD, Tatum books. No. Look, unless you're trying to play a speculation play, if you want to buy basketball, buy guys from the time you watched. You just said I haven't watched since the early 2000s. Well, then that's when you should stop. Players who were playing at that time period and earlier, that's when you should. I enjoy my baseball, and I watch here and there. Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
1981. That's when I watched.
Yeah. I enjoy my baseball still, to this day, I do. But it's one of those things like I'm watching a little bit of games here and there, and I'm watching some highlights and stuff. Like it's nebulous. Playoffs is when I get into it a little bit more. But yeah, when I'm collecting guys, it's basically like I'll collect a little bit of this guy. But that's about it for the current guys. Otherwise, no. I'm collecting vintage. I'm collecting a variety of different other. Like I've got options. I don't really need to. I added this one, so I'll quickly show it. These are the '96 gold refractors. It's Greg Maddux. So that's another one of the good ones for that. So I'm working on this set, and there's a lot of good players in that, and it's going to be an amazing looking set when it's done. This is a fun project. This is 1996. This is right in my collecting like prime wheelhouse. Beautiful for me. I don't necessarily need to buy a lot of the new stuff. I can buy a little bit here and there that interests me, that intrigues me. So maybe some Sotos, I'll find stuff. But even like I said, the Jays and stuff, I'm having some fun. I've still got about 100 Vladdy Juniors, but honestly, I would want to offload a bunch of them. I did well with those, by the way. I made money on most of the ones that I bought, and I've got, honestly, the ones that I still have, I have zero into now because I already made my money back and then some. So, but again, don't buy something just because it's there. Like if you're not interested, don't do it. NBA is my favorite league, but I appreciate the honesty for sure. No, all worries. If you enjoy it, congratulations. I hope you're having a good time, and I hope you find what you're looking for. It's entertainment. It should be what you want it to be. And if you're still having a good time and laughing, that's why I say for some of these other sports, if I'm enjoying it, that's all that matters to me. That's why I don't worry about the rest of the stuff. If I was an NBA fan and I still enjoyed the NBA, well, then forget it. I'm watching it. Awesome. I don't let it ruin it for me. But that's why I made my distinction. I still love baseball. Still love baseball. It is my number one sport. Major League Baseball has made it a struggle for me based on the style of play they play. That is what is painful to me. But you tell me I can go watch a game, a AAA game, minor league game, I'm in. Let's do it. Because I still enjoy that. That's still baseball. I can have a good time, sit down, I'll have my beer, and I'll enjoy the game. They got a AAA game, the team over there in Buffalo, the Bisons. They're fantastic. Great little stadium, craft beer pavilion. You sit there, have a hot dog, have a beer, watch the game. It's awesome. That's a good experience. Happy to do it. I've been over 300 games at the Dome. I can't go again. Unless the Jays end up back in the World Series, I'm not going back to the Dome. I'm bored with the Dome. I'm over the Dome. I've been doing it for 20 years. I'm done. Am Singer from the MLB Network predicted Albert Pujols 700 would be on a road Friday against the Dodger Kershaw. Got the pitcher wrong, but pretty good prediction. They required 2 home runs to get there, so very impressive. Very impressive. Wait, are we complaining about the Boston Celtics championship history now?
No, we're not doing that at all. We're complaining about modern basketball and especially today's Celtics team. We're definitely not complaining about 2004, 86, 84, 81, 70, everything, 60, everything. No, we're not complaining about that at all. We're complaining about.
I don't think you can lay claim to all the 70s. There were some Portland Trailblazers in there, some rando teams. Like there was some weird stuff going on in the 70s. 70s was weird, man.
Well,
the Milwaukee Bucks won a championship in the 70s, man. It was weird.
Well, that was Kareem, and then
I know.
Then you had Bill Walton as Bill Walton's one of the greatest centers of all time.
Yeah.
If he wasn't injured, more people would acknowledge that. But he was dominant when the Trailblazers won that title.
Yeah, that's what I mean. 70s was a weird decade in basketball, man. A weird decade in basketball. Just saying. Weird decade. 357. Recently found out Ferguson was Canadian. Thank you for catching up. But the Toronto freaking Raptors won NBA Finals championship in 2019. How can Canadian sports be so laissez-faire? It's basketball. Meh. Again, due respect. It's your favorite sport. Love it. But
let them play. If you're in Canada and you're playing any sport, football, basketball, just put some skates on them and fill the pond up, and the people will pay attention.
Well, no, the thing is, here's the thing. There are homegrown, like legit Raptor fans that have grown up with the team, followed the team from the early days, starting with Damon Stoudemire, those early teams, slowly building up, the Vince Carter era, that whole bit in there, Chris Bosh after that, and then the team finally finding their way and actually being good. And the Kawhi thing was kind of a fluke. They lucked into Kawhi, and Kawhi wasn't going to stay for a long time, but it worked out beautifully for them. They got as much out of Kawhi as anybody has up to this point. Right. Obviously, the San Antonio obviously won with him, but at the same time, the Raptors probably got the maximum out of Kawhi, like the best version that they could have gotten. Yeah. He played long enough to really benefit them, and then they had the shot, right? So like I said, I was following the playoff thing peripherally, but I have no emotional investment in it. I didn't care about the Raptors when they showed up. And I watched games. The Raptors had games at the Dome. They did in the 90s. They played against the Chicago Bulls when Jordan was still playing, and they played games at the Dome and sold a lot of tickets.
Well, Jordan's there, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're thinking 90s Bulls and Jordan? Yes.
Yeah.
You're able to sell a couple of tickets that way, for sure. But yeah, but even then, this is like basketball at its apex here. Some 90s basketball, right? I still don't give a shit. Like, I just don't care. I just don't enjoy basketball as a sport. But I can watch some playoffs. It's on TV. I'll watch it.
Playing in the Dome must be like playing outside.
It's absurd. No, like if you saw it, like they did like a pan back shot. The court is literally in the middle of what would be the baseball diamond.
Yeah.
But it's like, it doesn't make any sense. This sounds like a terrible experience.
Yeah.
You're like 5 miles away from the court.
Yeah.
You got to look at for binoculars.
Oh, right. I mean, it couldn't have been good for the fans, and It's like playing outside. It has wind. Like there's a climate in there.
Yeah. No, I get you. But look, for me, I would think it'd be a situation where you have to be there. I would think it'd be a situation where like it was just so weird and it was just so different that I can't blame. I'm sure the fans that were there had a good time anyway, because for them it would have been an experience. Because again, you're watching the 90s Jordan Bulls at their apex, and you're getting a chance to see them in your town. You're going, right? Even if the venue is weird, you're going to do it anyway. You're going to yell and you're going to be part of it. Like I said, my favorite games at the Dome were some of the 90s Jays teams. I did enjoy some of that. I did enjoy some of the Jose Bautista teams. I did have some fun with that. But probably the best baseball game I watched was the World Baseball Classic, and it was Canada versus Team USA. The people were freaking out. They had like 47,000 at the Dome, and it was loud in that place. Loud. The place was shaking. So it was like, that was a great experience at the Dome, because the Dome can be sterile. The way it's designed, it's a cookie cutter design. It's this concrete thing. There's no personality to it.
Right.
They've tried to help it a little bit over the years, but it's still this boring circle. And I watched a lot of events in it. I watched a lot of historic events in it. But it's only okay. It's never been designed for baseball. It's not for baseball. It's like, it's a multi-purpose thing.
I think I told you before I watched Cal Ripken play there at
Yeah.
Orioles Blue Jays game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, the only time I ever saw Cal Ripken. I didn't see him when he came to Fenway 100 times. I saw him in Toronto.
Yeah. I don't remember the game, but I can tell you definitively, I can tell you for sure, the first baseball game I ever attended was in 1991, and it was the Baltimore Orioles. And that was the year Cal Ripken won the MVP. So I don't remember the game, but I do know for a fact that was the first baseball game I ever attended at the Dome. But that was good. It was solid. Let's see here. Yep, I appreciate the honesty. Just emotional 90s era Chicago kid. Seems like a Raptors team was fun as hell. Yeah, and for the fans, it was. No doubt. Look, the people that parked outside in the street and were like screaming and living and dying on every shot, it was a moment for them. No doubt. Street basketball is pretty big in Toronto. Fell down that rabbit hole during Rona. Yep, absolutely. Yep, 100%. Kawhi was a ballsy trade. The guy played for 8 games a year before. You traded to play for him. No guarantees. Yeah, that's why it was particularly special that it worked out. It was like lightning in a bottle. They just caught it just right. It just worked
He
out.
had to prove himself for his next contract.
Doesn't matter. You take it, man. If you're Toronto, like, look, I have no reason to believe Toronto will ever get back there again. You caught lightning in a bottle. You take it. You ride that thing until the end. And guess what? You still have a trophy at the end of the thing in the trophy case. You take that.
Yep.
Quiet super underrated. Got to be getting old. I remember watching in the finals. Yep. I was there. Me and a buddy from New Jersey came up World Baseball Classic Hockey Hall of Fame. Yes, absolutely. Fun tournament. Yes. The only not fun part of it is that being a Team Panama fan in the World Baseball Classic has not been good. Not great. No, not so much. No. I think they're playing in Panama as one of the mini tournaments to qualify. So we'll see if Team Panama is able to get back in the tournament. They have never actually won a game. They've never actually won a game.
Do you even have 9 guys to make a team?
The problem isn't having guys, Eric. The problem isn't having guys. Look, can I tell you a real story about the first World Baseball Classic that made me laugh? So the first World Baseball Classic, the first one, I was watching it, and I was just amused by the novelty of there being a Team Panama in this kind of a tournament. And I have a replica jersey. I had one made up for Team Panama, so I still have it. Maybe for one of these, now that it's starting to cool down, maybe I'll crack out my Team Panama jersey for one of these lives that we'll do. But anyway, so I'm watching this tournament, and at this point, I'm still in university. So I've got my time. I got my TV, and let me tell you, those are heady days. I had a 36-inch, not LCD television, not flat screen, the big old box. And that was over 100 pounds, and I helped Carlos Sr. take it down these very steep steps to put it there. But I got this big-ass television right in front of me, standard def for life, and I'm watching the World Baseball Classic. It's like, this is my moment. This is what I'm ready for. So I'm watching this, and Team Panama's playing, and basically they've got the team. They've got some major leaguers on it. Carlos Lee was on it. Bruce Chen, who was actually a major league pitcher on it, was the best pitcher, really. They couldn't get Mariano Rivera for whatever reason to play. He claimed he was playing for the Yankees, like they were a real franchise. Trash, garbage, garbage. But the point is, that traitor, that whole Rivera family is dead to me. Just to be clear, they're all dead to me.
Just Carlos, when a Panamanian says that out loud, it could be literal. So can you just clarify?
For which one? Oh, you mean dead to me?
Yeah, no.
The plans are in place, allegedly. I claim nothing.
Oh, okay.
The point is that we had the other Rivera. We had Ruben Rivera. The other Rivera. It was like, not even like the dollar store version. It's like, what's cheaper? What's like, the dollar store's about to throw it out because it's gone bad. That's the version we got. That's the Rivera. So fine, whatever, okay. So the team was undermanned. They had a couple of guys who did play professional baseball. They had a couple of guys who maybe had a cup of coffee in the minors and whatever. But look, here's all you need to know about Team Panama in that first World Baseball Classic. They brought in one of the relief pitchers. And they got the radar gun, right? So they put the gun on. The relief pitcher threw a fastball, and it was a fastball. Clocked in at a solid 71. And I was like, I could throw 72 when I was 13. My arm couldn't do much more than that. That was like me maxing it out. But I was 13. And he's pitching against major leaguers. I'm like, oh, that's not going to work. That's a BP fastball that you're going to send into seats. That ain't going to work, buddy. No. I was like, oh, no, this team sucks. Now, in fairness, that first World Baseball Classic, they did have one moment of near glory, and I say near glory.
Near glory.
Look, as a Boston sports fan, you should understand near glory.
Oh,
This is
God.
near glory, okay? Near glory. They were playing Team Cuba. Now, this was not the juggernaut Team Cuba of yesteryear, but it's still a very good team, a very solid team. And a couple of major leaguers did come out of that. So, like, they still had a solid team. In Latin America, Team Cuba is considered a legit team. Like,
Right.
the Dominican Republic, there's a few teams that are legit. Team Cuba is a legit team because they have professional baseball players. They're real players. So Team Panama, being as undermanned as they clearly were, even competing with Team Cuba was an accomplishment. Well, they went to the last inning, and they actually had and they were actually tied. They actually had a chance to win. They had a chance to actually, and I joked with it years later. I said, if Team Panama had beaten them and even done nothing else, there would have been statues of these people in Panama. Just the fact that they beat Team Cuba once. So they were down to the end. I think the bases were loaded, if memory serves me, and knock off Rivera, other Rivera. I can't believe it's not Rivera. Was at the plate, and one of the pitchers was going inside. It was going to hit this fool. All he has to do is get hit. Bases are loaded. You're tied, and it's bases loaded. And guess what? You win the game. This idiot gets out of the way, and he proceeds to strike out, and they lose in extra innings. And in the same World Baseball Classic, they get no hit by the Dutch.
The Dutch?
The Dutch!
Oh, come on. That's
No
not
hit by the Dutch.
That's not a thing. Come on.
That is the thing that in fact occurred.
No,
Do you know who the best player was on the Dutch? The best player on the Netherlands team, the Dutch.
Nobody knows that.
Bert Blyleven. He was coaching the Dutch. He didn't play, he was coaching.
Wait a minute. First of all, when you mention that gentleman's name, you have to add something to it.
What do you want to add for Bert Blyleven? Go ahead.
Hall of Famer, Bert Blyleven.
Yeah, he was coaching. He wasn't playing. He was coaching.
Because everyone knows he's the epitome of Hall of Famers.
Clearly, obviously.
Oh, absolutely. The guy had to wait 57 years to finally, get voted in.
The thing though is that jokes aside, Bert Blyleven was an excellent pitcher. He was a very good pitcher. He deserved it before that. It was nonsense that it got dragged out that long. It was silly. I believe he's a Hall of Famer. I think he actually was a very good pitcher. But the point is that they got no hit by the Dutch, and the one time they had a chance to do something good, this moron, this other Rivera piece of trash, who is also dead to me. The whole family's dead to me, all of them. And this garbage fake Hall of Famer pitcher cousin of his, all dead to me.
I'm very, very uncomfortable right now.
Dead to me. The point is, this idiot, all he had to do is get hit. What's the worst that happens? You get hit in your head and you die? A worthwhile sacrifice for you and your worthless family. You are nothing. Couldn't even do that. Couldn't even do that right. Nope, nothing.
You remember in Austin Powers when there says there's two things in this world that I hate? Prejudice and racist and people who don't like other people because of who they are. And number two, the Dutch.
Do you have any idea of the look? I can't even replicate it for you. Do you have any idea of the look on my face that I had when they were in fact no hit by the Dutch? And I was perplexed that the Dutch had a team. And I was perplexed. I was vexed. I was flummoxed. I was flabbergasted, bamboozled. And I was just like, what has happened? What is happening right now? I don't even understand. My brain could not process it. To this day, my brain cannot process it. To this very day.
I've never heard of this story, and my brain can't. I didn't know the Dutch even knew what baseball was.
Eric, the reason I'm the host of the show is because I don't waste all my best stories. Sometimes it's the right impetus, the right moment. Now is the time that I share with you my blood feud against the Rivera family and my anger at Team Panama getting no hit by the Dutch.
But I just... Did anyone else that's watching know that the Dutch had a baseball team, or are you just as surprised as me?
Just saying.
Because for $1 million, I wouldn't have said that the Dutch even know what baseball is.
All I'm saying, buddy, it was something special.
They play soccer, and they're a good soccer nation. But you'd figure like their second sport would be like pickleball. Like badminton. I mean, what baseball really?
Dude,
I definitely see the Dutch pickleball team is going for gold this afternoon. Okay, I could buy that. The Dutch baseball team? Yeah, I don't know if I could believe that.
dude, it was amazing. Like I don't even know what to tell you. It was quite the special moment. It was something. It was something. At that point, it's like I don't even know what to say at that stage. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what to say. Yep. Yep. But yeah, it's the thing that happened. Anywho. But yeah, it was at that point, like, you don't even know you can't even come back from that. There's nothing you can say. At that point, I was like, guys, I asked you to do one thing. Just don't embarrass me.
Yeah.
When I saw the guy throw 70, when the guy saw guys throw 72 in this tournament, I'm sitting there like, should I suit up? You guys are trash. God damn it. I literally could suit up for this garbage team. And I haven't played in years.
I got 3 pitches left in my arm. Yeah.
That might be all I need. So, Rocket, do you remember the first game in exhibition before my time? Because Dome started in 89. First game was 91, so it's before my time. Do they play the Van Halen song every time they play? Yeah, exactly. Kids don't kind of know the struggle trying to carry a 50-inch 2 TV by yourself, so heavy and awkward. Yes.
You get that
yes,
right.
Very much so. And I actually, we were only able to agree. We did agree to take it out of the place after I moved out, but then after that, it was like, yeah, we got to get rid of this damn thing. Stupid thing's super heavy. I'm not dealing with this crap anymore. Went to a wedding in Cuba 2007-ish. They wouldn't allow us to watch a game for fear we'd convince players to make the swim. There you go.
And how did you get around Cuba? Did you drive around in like a 57 Ford pickup truck?
I think that's a valid question. It's legit. But yeah, it was one of those things. I don't even know. But interesting. Very interesting. And the only good thing is, like, it's funny because in Canada, you obviously in Canada for the longest in the US you had the embargo with Cuba and all that, but in Canada you could go straight to Cuba and people would vacation to Cuba all the time, so they were used to Canadian tourists. But it was just kind of this weird thing. It was like, okay, whatever.
You guys could buy their cigars and bring them home.
Yeah, it's true. You definitely could. That's true.
And then sell them to Americans for like triple the price.
It worked, man. It
Yeah.
worked. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
It's like selling blue jeans to Russians. You can just be like, yeah, that's $1,000.
Dude, of course. Yes. Come on. Here we go. I found it. I wanted to make sure I got this. All right. Here we go. I want to share it because I need to I need validation for this moment, and I think it'll be. So here it is. CBC. Good old CBC. No hitter at the World Baseball Classic. March 2006. A promising 19-year-old Dutch pitcher made history of the World Baseball Classic on Friday. Sharon Martis, tossed the Fletching tournament's first ever no-hitter to lead the Netherlands to 10-0 victory over Panama. It was also 10-0. They were not only no-hit, they were destroyed by the Dutch. Demolished by the Dutch. By the way, Martis needed exactly 65 pitches. There was a pitch limit. He was able to no-hit them on the pitch limit.
I would get that flag off your desk and throw it in the trash.
It came from the actual embassy. It was technically a badminton ground, but there is so much shame. So much shame. I will never get over being destroyed by the Dutch.
I would just tell everybody you're just Canadian. That's it.
I should just claim what I should do is claim the Colombian side. I should claim because there was a team Colombia too, and they were less garbage than the Panamanian team.
Yeah, but they kill their own soccer players.
That's noble. Far more noble than getting no hit by the Dutch, Eric.
Play well. We're gonna kill you.
Eric, that is way more noble than getting no hit by the Dutch.
I think you're right.
I don't have much to work with here, buddy. This is all I got.
Scoring an own goal against the United States is, yeah, that's better than getting no hit by the Dutch.
Yep. That's right in their WBC. Yep. A great curve by Bly Levin. That's right. Panama, yes.
Did you or anyone else see the ESPN documentary, The Two Escobars?
I heard of this. I don't remember watching it, but I think I did.
It was like a 30 for 30 or whatever it was. And it was the title of the episode was the Two Escobars. And it was very interesting how Pablo Escobar, pretty much wanted that kid dead.
Well, as you do, man. Come on. I feel like this ran against the Rivera family. It's like the comic book evil villain explain why they hit the superhero. Facts. I don't know if this says more about how bad Panama sucks at baseball or how good the Dutch are. Yes.
Yes.
It
Yes.
does.
The answer is yes.
So you're saying Panama wouldn't beat the Little League World Series runner-up, let alone champs? Probably not. They might be able to play him to a draw. That might be the best I could hope for. Eric, us worldly Canadians are aware of the Dutch baseball prowess.
He's bald.
Pickleball, ha! Confirm Eric enjoys the lame sports.
Where's my sign?
Did the Dutch play in their Lederhosen? At least I would have added dignity to the matter. It's amazing how the free tube TVs are located in second floors or higher. Facts.
Yeah, it has to be. I think it's law.
Yep. Cuba might as well be North Korea for us United Statesians. Bob Jackson, hashtag truth. Modern tourist buses made by countries who didn't move have the hang-ups with communism. I'm kidding because I've never been to either, but I'd definitely take Cuba or North Korea, though. Fair. The Dutch slider is notoriously unhittable. Facts. The American slider is notoriously delicious and fattening. True.
That is true.
But yes. I thought you all would appreciate a little story time with Carlos. Y'all didn't know I would bring you no hit at the Dutch.
Listen. At no point in my day today did I think I'd be hearing a story about the Dutch baseball team.
And it happened. I didn't make it up. I watched it. I watched it with shame, but I watched it. And now you all know the story.
Yeah, I can't unknow it now.
Correct. These are facts. There you go. Martinez has a 6-7 record in the majors with a .6 WAR. Not even a full WAR. Terrible. Now we know where Carlos's true source of anger power comes from. That's right.
That's right.
My fury at getting no hit by the Dutch has never ceased.
For me, it's Beckett. For you, it's the Dutch.
So now you can appreciate that I have an unhealthy anger at the Dutch.
There you go.
And it's like, Carlos, why? Don't make me explain it. Don't make me explain it. I want to root this stupid garbage team, but they make it so hard. They make it so hard. It's like, can't you be good at anything? Just one thing. It's like, that was the joke. It's like, you guys don't understand. So I actually care about baseball. Could you just be good at this thing one time? One time. That was the same tournament where they almost beat Cuba, and then they got no hit by the fucking Dutch. Talk about two different swings of the pendulum. Cuba's actually good.
I think they were deflated.
Clearly.
Their hearts were ripped out. They had nothing left to give.
Clearly. The worst part about it is, like I said, it was also 10-0. They also gave up 10 runs to the Dutch.
Yeah, that's shameful.
It's nothing good about it. At that point, you have to invoke the mercy rule. Tap out. Carlos of the Netherlands, speaker of truths. It's a shame-filled anger. Much anger is fueled by shame. This is true. I get where Carlos.
I'm ashamed to be on the show every Friday. That's why I'm always.
And it's a shame. And it's a shame to have you on it.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's all mutual. I get where Carlos was with Bill too. Glad for pain. A lot of pain. Lots of pain. Yeah. But by contrast, though, it's very easy for me to deal with the Jays' literal plights. It's easy for me to deal with. It's like in relative terms, like, oh, the Jays lost today. They didn't get no hit by the fucking Dutch, did they? Nope. It's fine. It's fine.
It could always be worse.
Well, it's like what I said earlier tonight about The Exorcist. My dad said he saw The Exorcist. Now nothing scares him. I watched my countrymen get no hit by the fucking Dutch. There is no shame. There is no shame too great. I have seen it already. I cannot unsee it with my eyes. And I had to watch that shit in real time. No PVRing that shit. I saw it with commercials and everything. It's trash.
Oh.
Yeah, little lasting my ass laugh. Yep, that's passion dying now. Absolutely. Glad we were able to give some fun there. All right, guys. Fun evening. I thought I would share that story with you kind of to conclude things. I figured that would be a good way to put for those of you who hung out, hopefully that was enjoyable for you. Gave you a little something at the end, a little Easter egg. Maybe we'll bring it up down the road, but I figured it'd be fun to have it there at the end since I was having my beer and enjoying myself. Anyway, so that'll be fun. I'll read the last couple of comments. If you got any last comments, throw them in now. Type furiously. I'll read the last couple, and then we'll wind her down for the evening. Also, if you haven't already hit the like button, a lot of you have tonight, so appreciate that. I am billing Eric for it, as I always do. It is free for you to hit. Also, I want to thank... I want to scroll through and see if I can grab it. We did have a new member joining the channel tonight. Thank you very much for the support. Much appreciated. But I want to see if I can acknowledge you here, if I can find it quickly. I may not be able to. We'll see. I'm going to try. By the way, are you able to see any of the comments, Eric, as you're going along, or no?
I can see the comments.
Okay, cool. I'm going to grab the last couple in a second. I'm just going to try. Yes, thank you to Shaw Cards for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you. I wanted to at least acknowledge you there at the end. Okay, so now, Eric, are you ready for Dumpster Donnybrook versus that raccoon? He wants revenge and is out for blood.
Yeah, I've been. I got to do a little stretching first, but I think I got a shot at the title.
Love it. Love it. All right. Now we get to at least say, at least we didn't lose to the Dutch in response to Carlos. Trust me, I have already lived that pain. You cannot hurt me anymore. Besides, I gave you the fucking story. That doesn't mean anything if I gave it to you. I literally spoon-fed it to you.
No. That needs to be used moving forward.
Well, you use it as much as you want. Like it doesn't work. I'm inoculated from it because I already lived it. I lived it.
I don't know the rage that we all heard from you tonight. I don't think you're.
Oh no, I can. Eric, you're mistaken in two things. I can devise rage. Rage is very easy. Rage is easy. The shame has been absorbed. The shame has been accepted. Because honestly, it's been now. That was 2006, so it's been 16 years. And no matter what happens, they also have literally never won a game in the World Baseball Classic.
That's just sad.
They've literally never won. Not a single game. Not one. Nope. Much love. Stay safe. Enjoy Cardboard. Thank you. Gareth Mero. Go Paco. Thank you, Gareth. Glad I came back instead of watching the rest of the Pujols games. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you as always. You already lost to Dutch. There's no shame greater. Correct. 16 years living in shame. Yes. Indeed. That's what I'm saying. At that point, it either kills you or makes you stronger. And I live, you pathetic bastards. And you're all peasants. Great show, guys. Has Eric ever given a tour of his man cave on there? You mean the rolling truck in Manila?
No, because if I show too much stuff, he'll come down here and try to rob me.
You mean by going out to try to rob you mean leave a check out of pity? This Boston Bruins shit? Here's some money. Buy some good stuff.
Nah, Name will come down and try to steal my stuff.
Oh, Name will probably. Yeah. Name will steal your stuff. Yeah, that's fine. That's
Oh, no, you guys don't know this, but Name's been arrested 74 times for shoplifting at the local convenience store. So steals things like bubble gum, toothpicks, dental floss. He just can't help it.
Nice. Name here says nobody wants Brewers memorabilia, Eric. Dang. All right. I like how quick back you came with that. I like that. That was interesting. All right. So here, Bob says, how's the recovery going? You want to give me a quick update?
Yeah, I did my very first real mountain bike ride on Wednesday. Real trails, hills, rocks, roots. I went out with my Wednesday night ride, 20 guys or so. It was great to be back out there, and I'm very much out of shape. I'm about 20 pounds overweight from this year, but to be back out there and actually ride again for the first time since April was awesome. So, thanks for asking.
Good times. Once you lose to the Dutch, it's all uphill from there. Facts, Bob. Facts. That's 1 year less than the Bills' playoff drought. True. Canada's still mourning the loss of Queen Elizabeth. We're really not mourning. There are people that are interested. Most of us don't care. Think of the Raptors thing again. Most of us kind of feel that way. We can appreciate Queen Elizabeth. It's fine. But, look, it's not like she's here all the time. She's over there.
My country fought a war, so I don't have to care.
But it says here, we free folks in the U.S. We're not free. That's cute. You think you're free. Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, keep believing that, though. You fought a war. Yes, you did. That's true.
We fought a war so we wouldn't have to care, so I don't.
Instead, you can worship your new gods. Check your money. They're presidents. It's the same shit. Anyway, moving on. Nobody wants Bruins memorabilia. Yes.
Okay, we don't have to read that twice.
Oh, no, I had to read that twice. It's important we emphasize it with emphasis. With emphasis. Eric has his Gretzky PMG, pretend metal gems. Facts.
Boom! Look at that. That is worth $5,000. Right there. Bingo.
So with your inflationary dollars, is that like $1.95?
Yeah, $1.50.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Thankfully, World Football League is no longer around. I start worrying about the Dutch. Facts. Social Security numbers saying differently? Yes. U.S. makes the world turn. Yes, we turn and get nauseous. It's true. Britain and the rest. Yeah, nah, we'll pass. If you guys want to take off and just go into the ocean, we'll live without you. You'll be fine. $5,000. That's about right. Probably about right. That seems about the exchange rate.
Yeah.
I like it.
Listen, this is a card show. I still think that is a really nice looking card. I know that it's only worth $1 or whatever, but I really do like it. I've always liked it.
I think it's a fine card. I think it's a fine card.
And I think it looks. I mean, which I think is silly. Why one is worth so much, but it looks just as good as those PMGs, if not better on some of them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But whatever.
That is fair. Tom says, it means we are exactly what Carlos claims, sadly. Oftentimes this happens this way. No freer than any other free country, yes. But you have the hope, the dream, and the delusion. You've got that going for you. So at least embrace that. Take it in. Maybe 5,000 pesos? Facts. I am less than sober and more than drunk, so I hope you take my commentary as such. It's fine, Chris. No worries. Like I said, I've already seen defeat at the hand of the Dutch. None of you can hurt me now. None of you. I am now unbreakable. What is that, like 1327? If that. What was that?
You cannot hurt me.
No, you cannot hurt me at this point. I have seen fates worse than deaths. I have seen 1,000 deaths, and I saw them all in 2006 in a 10-0 drumming at the hands of the Dutch. At that point, it's like, easy. Settle down, Bob. Nobody loses Eric. Settle down. Settle down, Bob. Settle down. I'm going to need you to calm down right now. That's not even losing to the Dutch. That's losing to the Dutch kids. It's like woo, we got to go down a couple levels here. Woo, settle down there, Bob.
I don't know if legally I'm officially handicapped now. So, I mean, you'd be losing like to a handicap.
Your handicapping has nothing to do with your hip.
I'm old and handicapped, so I think you definitely don't want to lose to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting. The raccoon lost to Eric? Is this what you're claiming? Is this now canon? The raccoon's defeat then exceeds what the Dutch said. What happened with the Dutch?
That's how I got that bougie spider jacket out of the dumpster behind TJ Maxx.
Interesting.
I fought the raccoon for it.
Interesting. I think this universe growing, this universe expanding, I'm digging it. I'm digging this world building we're doing right now. I appreciate it. I like it. All the other raccoons were making fun of him. Deservedly so. Is that why your mom says you're special, Eric? Yes.
She always says I'm special.
And she's right.
Oh,
we agree. I could not agree more.
Yeah.
Could not agree more. All right. I think we'll give Tom the last comment here. All right. Dang about something from eBay from someone in the UK, and their money's worth more in the US. I feel more related to Canadians than ever. Not getting laissez-faire for my dollar. Dumb 85 cents. Shaking my head. Now, real quick. I actually have always liked, I've appreciated the fact that the dollar was skewed against us, because a lot of people didn't understand that. It's like, well, why would you be okay with the dollar being worth less? Well, because then when I sell it, the money's worth more. So when the dollar was skewed more heavily in favor of the US dollar, I would sell things in US dollars. And it was like making extra money. And then I would buy things in Canadian dollars because I'm a fucking genius. So it was instant arbitrage. So it's like, oh, but you paid $100 for it. Yes. And then I sold it for $100 US. You just made $40. Yes, I did. I paid full book price and sold it for full book price. It's arbitrage.
There you go.
So it was never a problem. It works both ways. Just so you understand, it works both. By the way, there was a little period of time a couple of years ago where the $2 were almost at parity. So you know what a lot of us did? We bought a bunch of American cash because it was relatively cheap. And then when the gap built up again, we sold the American cash and made money. Just letting you know. So it can work in your favor if you're willing to help it work in your favor. It can work for you. It helps with trade. That's the reason why. Look, if they really wanted to make it almost parity, they could do things to try to do that. They understand it's better for you if you don't. It encourages tourism and trade. It's intentional now.
Well, I'm looking forward to coming up in November and transferring my American money into your Monopoly money and buying lots and lots of things.
But that's the beauty of it, though. When you do it, you still don't understand how it works properly. So like your exchange rate is all wrong. So what's going to happen is we're actually going to charge you the equivalent of 47,000 American dollars, and you won't realize it until later.
No, Carlos, I understand how the money works. I
Do you?
don't understand how your
Are you
gas
sure?
pumps work.
So when you spend $47,000 on gas,
I have
do you
no
think you're
idea.
ahead?
I have no idea what I spent on gas, how it was. I don't understand even how to turn the damn pumps on.
You also don't understand directions. You went to the wrong restaurant.
That's yeah.
Yes. Those are directions. North, south, east, west.
I programmed it in the GPS, and that's what it told me to do.
Indeed. Indeed. Indeed.
I just
Moving
did
on.
what the GPS told me to do.
Unlike their Panama, the raccoon got a couple of hits. I like what you did there. I like what you did there. Our financial cognizant brothers of the North, we love you in Jesus Christ. If you ever have a modern war of 1812, you also lost that one. In fairness, outside of the First World Wars, by the way, you kind of cheated on those. History major, I can tell you, you actually kind of cheated on the World Wars. You didn't actually win them. Just
You're allowed to cheat in war.
Yeah, well, clearly you did.
Yeah.
He was sent to buy turkey breasts and asked for legs. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I
Those
don't
poor
want-
store workers, remember, they likely tell their friends about the dopey customer. True. This is true. Facts, Bob.
I caused quite a.
By the way, you were in America at the time, so you can't use Canada as an excuse. You couldn't even navigate a grocery store
I know.
in America.
I'm not proud of it. It was a bad day.
All right. Yeah, whatever you say, man.
All
right.
It was a bad day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Indeed.
I'm still not allowed back in the damn store.
Hey, deservedly so. I wouldn't let you back in the store. The Napoleonic War of 1812 was definitely the first World War I, as it was. And you lost that one too. Anyway, all right. History lessons will be saved for another day. Tonight, all you need to know is just pray you're not Dutch. Because it's wrong to be Dutch. And I can give you reasons. I have a few of them. And that's all you need to know.
Oh my god.
And that's why we love Canada and France. Yes, you should. Rome had it before that. Facts. All right, folks. Good evening. Had a lot of fun tonight. I'm just about done my beer, and I'm going to go get a double chocolate chip cookie because I can. Because I'm roll like that. All right.
These are
That's
good.
damn right. All right. We're gonna be back next week. Hopefully, by then, Ken Golden has lit himself on fire or something. Like, I was very disappointed in him this week. I asked nicely. I said, could you light yourself on fire or something? Make it interesting for us? Nothing. And for some reason, look at how short the show was because of this.
I ask Name to set himself on fire every week. He doesn't do it. Why should you get what you want?
I deserve it more than you. I've suffered more. Clearly. We talked about this.
Oh,
All right.
All
Real
no,
quick. Great night, friends. Next time. Good evening, Tom. Good evening, Name. Have a good one. Same Dutch time, same Panamanian channel. Look at you, Bob.
Good.
Look
Bob.
at you. Look at you. Bob, I like you. All right. #1 hobby show on YouTube. Thank you, Name. Don't stop, won't stop. I will. Absolutely. Have yourselves a good night, everybody. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch you in the next one.